Oh, what is up, one and all? Happy Sunday. Weekend is almost over, which means the pressure of work is about to return. But before we get to that, we have got a janky camera that I need to shake around a little bit. But we have got a second qualifier. That's right. Day number 2. Qualifier number 2 is about to get underway for the Elite Classic number 4. Looking at the opening, you know how it is. First series is going to be like, I'm trying to think who the closest matchups are. I'm not familiar with Archivarism. Is that a decent player? What's your fave matchup to cast? Oh, what? Civ-wise? That's a good question. What would it be right now? Oh, man, I'm not sure on that. That's a... Jin French and Jin Win Kappa. I don't know, like, it'd be nice to see Jin do something good, right? French has always been a fun one because, like, you know, it's active and it's engaging and it's very micro-oriented. So I've always been a big fan of that Civ in particular and the way it plays. So, yeah, maybe something up against French. I think, like, something that gets to brawl with them really well would be cool to see, right? Like, two Civs that can clash equally. Actually, maybe, you know what we need? We need a little bit of buff to English so we can get, like, French versus English back on the horn. It's been way too long. I actually, weirdly enough, missed that matchup. I haven't seen it so long. But opening series, maybe Iyame versus Flotterotto could be a cool way to begin. And then we'll hop over to, like, a Myriad set or, like, a Voldy set, something like that. Actually, we've done a lot of Voldy yesterday. But, like, opening set's always going to be a little bit one-sided. That's kind of the gist of it. I wish there was a way to see people's seedings. Let's check out, like, I know these two names. I've seen these two names before. Iyame Sato and Flotter Otto. Iyame, something of a pub stomp star. And then Flotter Otto, for those that are unfamiliar with him, has, like, been top 200, top 300 in a lot in the past. So it should be a reasonable matchup between the two. Let me see if we've got Civ Picker at the ready. Oh, there they are. So we'll kick off with this series because, like, it's just opening round. It's just the nature of the beast. That you're not really going to get, like, a superstar matchup. But we can quickly get into some, like, interesting ones here, I think. Like, for example... And whoopsie, I just realized by opening the game like this, you guys can't see what I'm looking at anymore. Lol. Me smart. So, in terms of, like, what could be interesting... I mean, Philosboto should win against Cosmos, right? That could be interesting, him versus Scatterbrained. Give you anxiety, likely to make it through to go up against MSN could also be another fun one. Outside that, Matisse versus Downfall, maybe. Gento versus Scarlet Devil. Deniska, I'm not so sure. I don't know. Deniska had like a spike, and he's kind of not held there since. And then, yeah, Mahodo just kind of has a free round. Corvinus and Mahodo seems likely here. That's just a chill. Like, this part of the bracket doesn't really matter until here, I imagine. I would say, yeah, we're going to probably go with the Ayame series to begin with, and then we'll look in on maybe MSM versus GUA or Scatterbrain versus Philosboto. All right, draft underway. Remember, it's best of 3s all the way through to the qualifying series, and then it's a best of 5. So, a lot of bans. 4 lakes, Kawasan removed. Oof. All landlubbers, huh? Are there any water maps left with those removals? No. Like, it's all land. So, Dry Arabia, Hill and Dale, and Baldland to kick us off. So French is obviously going to be a high pro. Macedonians as well. Chinese can work quite nicely in there, just organic. Ottomans should be banned every time. I would imagine that Yame in particular is going to value Ottomans as like a primary ban here. And then Macedonians. Ooh. Okay, hold on a sec. That's his ban, right? So he bans Malians but leaves Macedonians open? Very interesting. I assume they're just going to flip this now and finish off by getting rid of Macedonian Malian. A little bit surprised that Yame prioritizes Byzantines as an opener over French. I'm pretty sure he plays a lot of French, if I'm not mistaken. But he has follow-up pick, right? So he can go French next anyway. Like, he could have done this any way around. Like, this way, it just guarantees opponent can't... Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. I'm looking the wrong way. I'm looking at this end instead of this end. Yeah, so no, dude, he gives over a French China? Okay, but he gets Golden Horde. Ibids or Japanese. Japanese is going to be. Abbasid's a little bit weird coming out of... Gone with this is now. Flutter Otto, isn't it? Yeah. And then follows up Ayu. Ayu against Golden Horde's kind of interesting. Sengoku getting yoinked, though. And the split bans, it's very surprising. Macedonians just left on the table is not what I was expecting at the end of this. I don't know, man. Ayame's draft is a little bit funky. I think skill level, he's the better player, but draft-wise, this is a little bit unorthodox. You know, Golden Horde is definitely worth. Incredibly worth. Top tier Civ. It's just the things around it that are a little bit weird. What's up, Timber? How's it going, buddy? I cast some Voldy. We might catch some Voldy. We'll see where the brackets take us. We'll be moving around. And wait, what? Macedonians got... I'm kind of speechless here. Macedonians got banned on one side and not picked. Orange could have went Macedonians over Jean. He chose Jean instead. What? Okay. I'm still shocked Macedonians wasn't picked. Still, like, outside that, especially things like Hill and Dale Mind, I think I do like Orange's draft a bit better. Opening map is going to be Boldland, and it's going to be Golden Horde Chinese sniped out, so Sengoku versus Abbas's G1. This is a comfort pick for Orange, isn't it? Does he play a lot of Abbasids? Or patches? It's up there, but not to a crazy degree. Actually, French is by far his primary. But like it's like basically third place when you consider how tight these are. So third place, most played Civ. Oh wait, oh you're right. That's team rank. My bad. Wait, where's? Why would it not be on solo by default? That's weird. Okay, yeah. So like, once again, third most picked, right? But he's an HRE main. I think I remember this about him. English, yucky. But yeah, Abbasid's, okay, is a very comfortable Civ. Same comfort level for him as French. Definitely not the same value point, though. And Boardland, like, I don't know, man. Abbasid's on Boardland's a bit funky, right? Maybe his idea is to high pressure early on. So, like, you basically just full-on send it into your opponent. Because your opponent's going to be playing Sengoku. So, you could probably just beat him out with infantry comp only on Abbasids. I actually think it's pretty effective, like the way Abbasids can play up against Yumi strat civs because of the military boot camp, which gives them the extra health on the already more tanky archers. Yeah, I don't know. If you ask me based on draft, I would say I kind of like the draft that the Orange has got going more because it's got French, Chinese, Ayu. But like Ayame, he's still at least got Golden Horde. Sengoku's kind of not as desirable these days. And it also feels like the HRE was more a snatch away pick after what we just said about Flotter having like double the games on HRE to anything else. So it's his most comfortable Civ. But let's see if the boys are getting into the lobby. Oh, actually, I just realized Flodder's going to have a disadvantage. He picked French. And they're playing Ping because Flodder is, I think, Dutch or German. And he's playing against a Chinese player. So GG, disadvantage. Oh, we didn't realize that. Yeah, a few series already kicking up. Creator against... Who the hell is Daft Pizza? Wait, what? No. No. This is what I mean about opening rounds a meme. Creator is conk free, guys, and his opponent is Silver Rack. But with a name like Daft Pizza, God, is he manly. And then, like, Elyona got Puck. I'm not sure what rank Puck is. Alright, well, that's team gold. I don't know, like, this is what I mean about opening rounds. Gotta be really, like, on the point. On, you know, spot on to find the ones that are actually good. Because a lot of them are probably going to be ass cheeks. Alright, so boys should be getting in just a second. I assume they have lobby up already. Because it might be that they have to rejig around how they're signing in. Because, like, when you have Was it when you're further away, if you want to avoid like the Indian server, you basically like one of you has to relog and pretend to be in America or something, so you can push a connect point there instead, right? With this system. What's that? 14 MS. Wow, look at me, man. Where are my boys? And that's Fump's series. Wait, okay, do we just change, guys? There's a Jin pick in competitive. What rank is YZY? I mean, you'd hope they're a decent rank when their level is this, right? You would hope so. Yeah, they're conk free. It's a Jin pick, man. No, dude. We gotta stick to our guns. But there's a Jin pick, man. YZY is top 3 on ladder? Really? I didn't know who this guy was. Is he recent? Oh, that's him! Oh, that's the one that, in the words of Baltoon, he is he. Like, as in, like, he didn't have he wasn't a Smurf or a known player. It was just that guy. Yeah, it's the one with the Geralt picture. You guys have seen him before. All right, dude, do we switch over from the Yame set? I mean, it's like top 3 rank player against Funfmal, who's not like super duper low. Yeah, he's 48th. Actually, dude, this is a set. Screw that. I'm sorry, I'm switcheroo. We're doing this. We're definitely doing this one. I don't know if I can find their draft, though, which is really annoying. Yeah, I don't think we can find their draft. Because they were, like, the first ones to set up. But I think we go for YZY and Funfmal. Yeah, let's do it. Because I even... Yeah, dude. Screw this. I'm making an executive call. I'm my own boss, so we're going for it. Dude, it's a Jin pick. Of course we got to watch it. So the Carlo team tournament starts tomorrow. Need to check in on him. He mentioned something about it. I need to get the details, but quite possibly, yeah. I don't know if I'll do all days. I think we'll definitely cast some. But let's get ready to go. Guys, this is an absolute treat. I was not expecting this in an opening round for an S-tier tournament qualifier. Rank number 3 in the world versus rank number 48. A top 50 on the second qualifier. This is usually where the opening round is just a pile of trash. Like, we've got other people facing golds while being conk rank. Yet here, we get a duel. Funfmal in the green, the rank 48 has picked the Jin Dynasty to open this best of 3 and is going up against YZY. This guy has featured on the channel many times. It's just you don't realize it because he has a Chinese name. He's the one with the Geralt picture for his profile picture. He's number 3 on the ladder and was number 1 just a few days ago. I'm excited for this. He's going to be on the Ibids in the purple. Oh, dude. We're going to do a little bit of fast forward because we need to catch up to live, but man, I was not expecting this close to a matchup on opening round or a Jin pick. Like, both of those were not on the bingo card. I mean, they were on the wish list. So let's see what the Jin can do here. Because, like, guys, this is technically one of Jin's worst matchups. No cap, no exaggeration. It's really bad. Because Jin is heavily reliant on the idea of being cavalry-based, and you don't really want to be cavalry-based against Ibids. So we've seen a few people experiment with the idea of going for your horseback archers, and it's not too bad of an idea. The danger there often, though, is that an Ibid player will just tech up beyond if he sees you doing that. But YZY, I'm assuming opening is going to be the Dervish wing here. We should go to the 4X so we can get through. And yeah, Loggy wing it is. Great pastures on the other side. So, you know, despite the fact that he's going to be up against, like, anti-pony, he goes for it anyway. Flower Pagoda, I think it's nice. Flower Pagoda's good when you've got a weirdly kind of congested spawn where, like, gold and berries are right next to each other, or there's a deer pack close by. Alternatively, when you don't have that, especially when you're up against aggressive civs, I think Great Pastures has a lot of credence here. Because it allows you to start inflating your count much quicker off the discounts here with the extra generation from the pastures. And we will be seeing him going into the grassland straight away. Double Horseman does get queued. Tech out complete on the other side. It is going to be Stables drop straight away into Desert Raiders here. So pretty much what you'd be expecting. I wonder how deep YZY is going to go, though. Also, has YZY been playing in many tournaments so far? He may be ranked number 3. But there's a very big difference between being a pub star and being a pro. They're very different dynamics there. You know, we've seen this from many players. They get up to like number 1, number 2, number 3 on the leaderboard, but then they never make an appearance outside of the opening round in tournament play. Draft changes everything. Horseman arriving for the most badass spear imaginable. I feel like I'm watching Zhao Yun here. God, I kind of want a remake on a lot of the skins now in Age of Empires 4 after see. Like, this is, guys, this is just literally a horseman. There's nothing special about this compared to a standard horseman. But it just looks 10 times cooler than bog standard horseman. See? And has magic color-changing abilities. Okay, so it's going multi-desert raider. We do have usage of the grassland, by the way. So remember, the way the grassland works here, very handy. It allows you just immediately vomit out a cavalry unit, but also you save some resources. You see here, like Iron Pagodas, you'd be saving a decent, 25 food there. Same with horsemen, you'd be saving 25 food. So usually, I feel like most people just go straight up for the horsemen because it's just such a big discount compared to Iron Pagodas that are still insanely expensive. It's an interesting idea for Mohawk tribesmen, though. Like, getting them pretty cheap, 35, 45. Actually makes them cheaper than a standard archer. This is a lot of horsemen, by the way. But this is the idea with the Great Pasture. Because it instantly allows you to start pumping out if you have these grasslands, you're essentially skipping the production log. Like, you're getting your resources and putting it to work straight away. Don't like that, though. Really don't like that. He has at least got Undermesh coming in. What's weird is on the other side, Purple is prioritizing melee armor. Yeah, I thought he might just try and actually get more poke damage. Actually, to be honest, I didn't expect him to go blacksmiths at all. Most IBID players don't bother blacksmiths, even when they're massing desert raiders like this. But I think it's because he's going for the horseman. That's where he's going to get the more effective firepower, right? Because like the burst potential of the horseman versus desert raiders means that +1 armor is not going to be that crazy of a difference. But against horsemen, you know, horsemen hitting each other 9 damage, it's going to take them, what, 12 hits, 13 hits to kill each other. Interesting. Cancel out there. It looked like Funfamal was thinking about going for an Iron Pagoda, but instead it's going to be Castle. Okay. This is dangerous, guys. The Dervish. The Dervish is the important thing here. The fact he's going to have healing, he can dive and he can stay. And if he follows up Undermesh, if Purple just gets Undermesh, this is huge. Iron Pagoda has been summoned. Remember, this is the heavy cavalry unit of the Jin. It's underwhelming as it will help. Yeah, it's just not a very good unit for what it costs. It feels really sad. It's going to feel sadder against camels with debuff. And wait, what? The horseman? What? Is he really going for the Dervish? No way. You can't kill the Dervish. Not first. I mean, in fairness, it's either that or die slow to the healing, but like that was a farce. No way was that ever going to work. I mean, sure, YZY only had to make a slight adjustment. And now an insanely dominant position. Guys, this is probably already over. We start today with a Jin loss, which is how most people start every day when they pitch. Yeah, usually most people don't get to the Jin until after 4 o'clock, but I'm an early drinker, as is Funfamal. Nah, I struggle to see the way. He's got 7 sheep. He's switching gold on the flank. Oh, look, finally a fight he can win. Distraction value looks tragic. It's because it is. He just basically right-clicked on a Dervish and got juked. That was it. A little Benny Hills moment. Military wing already queued up by YZY. And I was about to, please don't build a mountain hall. Guys, mountain hall is the greed landmark. It's the eco one. So you see here, gives some interesting perks, allows you to get monks cheaper, or rather the monasteries. And then on top of that, you get that karma system, which, considering the amount of units you already lost, I'm not going to trust in his ability to not go negative karma here. But you need Dragon Pavilion. If you don't have the free summons, you're just going to die. To be honest, I think he's probably already dead. And If he only knew. I mean, if he actually scattered around a bit earlier there, that would have been GG. He has got the emissary. He could try to sneak out for the trade post, but and wait, where are you guys going? No. You have to pay a toll to come through these pieces. I want my donkey. -2. Defenders do get summoned, but still expensive losses there. Remember, that's essentially -4. Those workers are double value. So be careful. Nicely done there. YZY need to be careful not to go in range here, or he'd summon more defenders. Just a nuisance you don't really need. So 35 seconds out in his tech up. Pump play coming in from Pump. Steak, sausage, and egg and roll, and KP casting life is good. So I don't think I want the egg, but I can vibe with most of that, yeah. Give me more sausage. God, I'm feeling bad now. I was like, this should be a close set. Like, the thing is, I got excited because I saw a Jin game, and then we loaded in, and I went, oh, wait, no, it's Jin versus Ibis. This won't be close. And it's not close. Like, how else could you play this to be a combo? Maybe he could have added in a few Mohei tribesmen, because that would have actually given him a way of sniping that dervish, but it's still dangerous when you're up against mass horseman desert raiders, right? Or rather, a few horsemen mass desert raiders. Cam Lance is now on the way, though. And this is what I mean about where Jin just starts to feel bad as a Civ. You're in the Castle Age. You have worse knights than standard knights. And you can't really build them because you're up against the debuff. It just feels terrible. The weird part is he's trying to prep for it. Spear's going to be coming in as well. Mohei gets +1 damage against raiders since they're ranged. That's not how Mohei Tribesman works. Mohei Tribesman gets bonus against light melee. So they wouldn't do more against desert raiders. But they would be able to like poke them down. And on top of that, they would be able to snipe the dervish. The other thing that's cool about Mohei Tribesman is you can then use them to raid. I have +1 against ranged. Is it +1 against ranged? I always forget on that one. You might be right. The main thing is that they counter spears and other light armored melee units, right? And wow, look at that. Another Jin lost. Wow, we started the day off quick. How does the Jin summon work? So they can basically build these emplacements usually, but that landmark they built allows you to summon out of that and your town centers. And the way it works is there's a stockpile of these guys that get summoned. And they replenish over time. And they are just free units. You can't control them. They auto-aggro onto people, but they are good harassment tools. They're good, like good defensive tools. So it just summons a bunch of kind of Keshik-esque units to chase people away. Let me double check on that. That's a good question about Mohei Tribesman. It's not going to say, is it? Ugh. Boo. Toggle advanced tooltips? Ah, thank you. I keep forgetting about that. Actually, I could have sworn I put that on before. Does it not stick on? Yeah, you're right. Good shout there. Yeah, +1 against ranged. Yeah, so it's like okay. I mean, I was already thinking them to whittle away at Desert Raiders, but like that actually does make him a bit more justifiable. 6 damage, and you can also use the grasslands to build them, so they're cheaper. It's not too bad. But it's also like you scale these to kill the dervishes, right? Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he went full melee against Desert Raider healing. Full melee against healing in general is really hard. Like, you can either walk down these stairs to descend the mountain or off the side of the cliff. And he chose off the side of the cliff. Alright, so let's find game 2. If they're in it. They are not in game 2. In before he's just auto-forfeited. Let's see what we got. I'm just finding the draft now, if I can. Okay, so game 2. Mongols versus Abbasids after Golden Horde Japanese get sniped. What map have they chosen for that? That's such a weird... Because it's like, Japan Golden Horde, well, probably not water then. But at the same time, they've got Mongol Abbasids, which like can kind of make sense for water. I'm not sure what this is going to be. It's been a long time since I've watched Mongol Abbasids, though. That's an old school matchup. Am I blind? In fact, let me just double check they haven't had like a 5-minute GG game. Oh no, there's too many. Let me find Fumpmal. Find the Dutchman. In before they've played 2 games already. No, they're getting ready. They're getting ready. And crap will get off the pot, boys. Like, I'm going ADHD brain right now. There's all these choices, guys. All these other games we could look at. Japan versus... I don't think Japan versus Sengoku is actually that interesting to watch. Gully versus Dirtus. I've seen that's game 2. Knights Templar against... Wait, was that French? So water map? Like KT win easy peasy, no? You already coastaled? Yeah, 7-minute GG. Let me check the bracket quickly. So I'm having a look here. Yeah, no one's series completed just yet. Winner of this, Fumpmal YZY, by the way, fits nicely because we were talking about checking out Myriad. We'll be able to do that. YZY against Myriad actually could be very entertaining for an early round 1. Considering YZY is rank 3 in the world. But I'm starting to think that someone fudged up and forgot to make their game viewable. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Nice. Oh, it's Gorge? I mean, Mongols used to work on this map, right? But that was back in the trade days. Less frequent visitor and Abbasids as well. I didn't. It's just a weird draft. All right, I guess we'll run a minute of... Oh, wait, no. Wait. Yep, we can. I can run a minute of ads now. I'm going to run... Should I have a minute and a half? I'll do a minute and a half so you guys don't have to get them in game. God damn, I really want to play for Banjo-Kazooie. That map's more interesting to watch. Otherwise, we see KT and Tukalak doing the same old things. I mean, there's other civs that like that too. Who would win as Jin versus Mongols? Jin versus Mongols. Jin actually might have a chance there. I don't. If you build Keshiks against Pagodas, I'm pretty sure Keshiks still win the same cost. So I think that's tricky. Because Keshiks have healing, and both of them are kind of lower DPS, right? I'd probably back Mongols on that one still. Especially with this way that you scale into Castle Age. Like, I reckon Mongol players would just, like, get traction trebs and everything. Alright. Let me update the score. High armor versus healing is an interesting fight. Yeah. But I think it's just like, you have to... If you just micro a little bit, pulling Keshiks back, you're pretty cozy, right? They have a lot of health. They do, but it's like, we see how this works. Whenever there's healing variables, like, if you aren't killing things, they're winning. Because of the healing. And then Mongols inherently build spears to begin with. I don't know. Like, I think it'll come down to whether the Jin player is willing to build Mohei Tribesman, actually, weirdly enough. But the thing that would scare me is if you get towards, like, Archer Keshik and go to Mohei Tribesman and you go into Castle Age, I actually think that just becomes a wash in favor of Mongols. Because they'll go Kurotai, like, 9 times out of 10, right? And Kurotai is basically the G. Figure out what's in frame there. Ah, found it. Iron Pagoda splash is like non-existent. Yeah, I don't feel like the splash is working correctly. Like you just brought it up there and I totally forgot it existed. That's how bad it is. You know? It almost feels like it's bugged. It should be what, 50%? I think it should be 50% splash, but maybe it should ignore melee armor? Maybe. Feels like half damage maybe gets reduced by armor. Yeah, it must do. But like I've seen Pagoda charge villagers and it look irrelevant. That's my problem. Because villagers have no armor. So something seems off. I'd have to go double check it and test it thoroughly. But when I've watched it, it looks wrong. Isn't big enough to hit 2 units inside. Ah, that's what it is. The splash. It's the splash radius then. The damage, if it hits, is good. But it's like it never looks like it's hitting because it isn't most of the time. That makes sense. All right. Mongols back on the menu. Abbasids back on the menu. You knew this had to be an opening round from the qualifying sets. But weirdly enough, folks, this is top 50 performance. Funfmore ranked about 43rd in the world. YZY ranked 3rd. Mongols in the blue up against orange Abbasids. We head into Gorge for a matchup that has not been seen in quite some time, which means I'm excited because it means we're probably going to see someone we haven't. Because I'm getting kind of sick of just seeing night spam, night spam, night spam. Actually, these guys do have Keshiks. Let's see, though. Mongols have been an interesting one, folks. They've kind of steered away from land maps of recent. They're good on these water hybrid maps for Keshik spam, but on land, a bit more of a question mark. But they return to Gorge, a map that used to be so good for them because of the trade strategies. But trade is dead as the dodo. We rarely see it. We never see it on Mongols. So let's see what YZY has got in mind in this game. Other side of it, Funfmore, the Dutchman, the top-ranking Dutchman in Age of Empires 4, actually, has got a pretty good spawn to be a greedy mother ducker. Stone placement next to the deer. Secondary deer not too far away. I mean, 2 TC play. It is in the bread and butter of Abbasids, but surely it shouldn't be for free. Because as we can see, YZY is already setting up for a Dark Age Spear Rush. Yeah, I think Jin has a lot of work to be done. All right, needs to go back in the kitchen, cook a little bit longer. The splash damage on Pagoda for a start definitely needs a rethink. It just, from what I've seen, does not work correctly. Funfmore, I wonder if he will go Eco Wing or just military. I feel like even if you want to go 2TC, most players go for Eco Wing. Makes a lot more sense, right? Because by going for the Eco Wing, it allows... military wing. So by going for the military wing and then just going for a second TC, you get a way of fighting in feudal, and you also get the flexibility of, like, if you cannot go for a second TC, you have something to do. Whereas if you go Eco Wing and then you get harassed, what are you going to do? Drop a town center in your base? It's not really what you're looking to do there. Because players are going a lot better at punishing tight TC placement. Nice denial on the mining camp. Gathered what he needed. More than enough, actually. Yeah, 287 in total. Interesting. So just wants to prioritize fresh foodstuffs when he arrives in the feudal age. Makes a lot of sense. Sheep haul, 18 to 50. Funfmore getting a nice little edge there. And that'll go a long way considering he also started on the berries. Military wing going to be coming through. So this would be nice to counter out the double spear. Luckily, blue hasn't overdone it. I think there's no point here going multi-spear and then tower in this situation. I think the timing will just be a little bit off because what are you going to block, right? You block the gold, the bastards don't care, so you'd have to cycle around to the backside. Timings would be a little bit tight, maybe feasible, yes, but the problem you run into here is when you try to outpost rush Abbasids, they have access to rams by default. Like, they could build them right now. So very, very powerful anti-outpost rushing civ in that regard. Yeah, especially considering that outpost rushes have just been nerfed into the ground, right? Not really that impactful anymore. I think that's been the big problem for Mongols and what I mentioned about how they find themselves on water maps all the time now because they just don't have an identity without tower rushes. But hold on. Don't call it a comeback, but Silvertree has arrived. That's right, Silvertree, the unheard. The dead landmark for Mongols is back on the agenda. Damn, okay, this is exciting. Is this in response to the potential for 2TC Abbasids? It's like he feels like he needs economy? So reminder, Gorge, it's a little bit of a weird map for this, but Mongols did like it. Because the way it works, you basically have to pull your silver tree to the corner to max out your gold. Has he scouted both corners? He knows this one's kind of blocked, so maybe he shifts to the north side. But given the placement, that is a bit inefficient. The reason he's placed it here, by the way, is the silver tree will be able to generate double trader off the bat. One problem with this game strat is your opponent just went military wing, so he already has 4 units to punish you for going traders. Stun gathering begins. We won't talk about that type of fun. Oops. Just getting baited by the Khan. I like this. YZY, if you can just try to drag attention. Yeah, he seems to realize, though. He starts to move off. One archer hangs around to try and protect here. This is interesting on the split, actually. I like it. Doesn't give him the quick clear up on the spears, but the whole idea is it allows him to attack and defend. Archer will want to be a little bit careful. Be able to get the kill, though. Oh, maybe not. Wait, is he going to lose to the Khan? He actually might. But considering the amount of villagers, these spears are too low to do real damage anyway. So yeah, it will be a loss of 1 archer. It's worth it if he does something with these guys, but they're kind of coffee breaking right now. YZY moving out for more gold gathering. And this will be good to kind of repel against the spear dive. Just pulls away for the moment. And it's double Keshik. That's good. Double Keshik will be able to scare this off easily. Yeah, so double Keshik in play. TC drop's going to be there in time. They're both going to get to have their cake. And it is going to be double trader production too. Reminder for those that haven't seen Silver Tree in a while, the big thing you get out of that is the discount. You see right there, increased production speed, as well as a discount on the gold costs. So you ramp up traders much faster, and you use less gold to do so. The reason that's important, wood comes in aplenty next to your TC placement. Gold can usually be a bit more exposed. And also, freeing up that gold quicker just allows you to start spamming Keshiks like there's no tomorrow. Oh, Khan kill. Nicely done. Okay, so loses his archer, loses both his spears. At least takes the Khan out. That's important now because YZY just double pumped Keshiks and he's riding blind. And those Keshiks are at death's door. It's kind of a scary position for him. Trade is definitely not scary right now. 22 gold each way, a bit underwhelming. So is that annoying thing, like, when do you pack up the silver tray and move to the corner? Right, when have you got enough traders? I think you'll probably wait like another minute, minute and a half, and then consider moving it over. At that point, you should have enough Keshiks to control the field. Spin the Keshiks. Ugh, that's... He's lucky there wasn't a garrison. I think he was in range. Wait, with this scout... Fumfmul. That's like next level BM. Yeah, I'm just going to kill the Keshik with a scout. Oh, wait. He heals when I fight him. I may not have thought this out. Oh, the wolf, the wolf. Nicely done. I actually gained health off of that. Yeah, nice. He's going to lane the deer to heal even more. Actually, if you get the timing right, you get double heal, right? Ooh, not quite right there. Yeah, he's not paying enough attention, I don't think. That's cool, though, because if they're both mid-animation, they get the plus. But the problem is, right now, he's not waiting for them to both be on top. But, like, watch. Like, if you get it right... again, it's annoyingly hard, but you can actually line them up to strike at the same time, and they'll both heal. So, Horseman Spears from Fump. This really does feel like the battle the trashiest Civ, doesn't it? Well... I mean, Jin isn't in this one, but Jin already got picked in this series, so yeah. Kind of the pitfire of Civs. It's almost dead. Not really going to be able to dive with them anytime soon. 2TC is chill mode with Abbasis, remember. He's got that fresh food stuff, so villagers are ultra cheap. If you remember to get fresh food stuffs. Thump. What the Fump is going on? He hasn't got it, guys. So reminder, when you get this tech, you pay 32 food instead of 50. He forgot about it? On 2 TC Abbasids, he forgot about fresh foodstuffs. That's wild. And it gets wilder, guys. He gathered the gold necessary for fresh foodstuffs and tech up. And there we go. He's got it coming in now. But this was quite delayed, right? Like, what was the trade-off? What was he doing with his gold instead is what I'm not sure of. He's got no eco-techs. I mean, he got spear upgrade, right? But that's like, what was it? 15 gold? 35 gold? That's very unusual. This trader is piss me bad. But it's scaling nicely. Up to 11 traders already. Make that 10. Unless he will be able to scare him off. Outpost also coming up here. Remember, this has the Yam effect, so it's going to accelerate the movement of all these traders. Keshiks, I like this. They're just target firing down the spears one by one. Bump. Biting off more than he could chew there. Oh, horsemen are waiting around the back. A little bit tricky, man. Like, forfeiting the front side of the fight like this, I'm not a big fan. Actually, big worried. So is Funk's goal just to blob unlimited spears for a push? I guess it's kind of smart, right? Because if he blobs crazy amounts of spears, then YZY can't really do Keshiks. And if YZY can't do Keshiks, we get into infantry comp. And the reason that's dangerous for him is this is a Bass's military wing, which means he's going to have the extra health. That's a big difference. And what's up, Rob? Thank you, bud. Really cool idea as well. The Camel Arch is just the debuff. Shouldn't he be able to make units like crazy? What, Fumph? Yeah, because it's 2 TC. But there's a payoff there, right? Where you have to get enough villagers off the second TC to start really ramping up. We're kind of approaching that point now with the Bassids. Still, a lot of trade. I think YZY is thinking about castle, which is smart. Because if you get the Kurotai on archers, yeesh. And that would also unlock the ability to research Yam for all units around towers. Range 1 also being prepped, so YZY is actually going to be ahead on blacksmith techs a little bit here, but not a huge window. I'm surprised he still hasn't moved the silver tree at all, by the way. But it's all about that double pump. Like, practically all of his stone has been going into this now. He opened with the double Keshik, but I think since then it's been double pump trader every time. How much the game changed in the past few months? I wouldn't say it's changed that much. Few civs got powered up, few civs got powered down. New civ is power 0. Yeah, not that much has changed, really. I kind of wish more had changed with the DLC, actually. Keshiks, let's charge him. I'll say Sengoku's not OP anymore, so there's that. That should sell you on playing. Bump more. Ooh. I'm a bit shocked. I thought YZY would be going castle first. Bump is going to pull the trigger. That doesn't mean that the Mongols can't be quicker, though. Because remember, he's got to wait now 1 minute 40. He's giving me the eco wing choice. I think that the cool thing here is if Fumph just focuses on scaling archers now, that gives him a really cool power spike into the composite bows. And what I was saying before about Kurotai being the power spike for Mongols becomes a bit tumultuous. Because the problem you run into at that stage is that your opponent can get his hands on composite bows. Composite bows that gives increased attack speed to all archers. Composite bows will beat Kurotai. In an archer on archer, composite bows wins. I've seen it time and time again, especially with boot camp on top of it. Weird part is Fumble did seem to forget to prep boot camp early. YZY, you know he's going for it. Look at this, superior mobility. So Kurotai being prepped, and he'll have the means to move it up fast. Trade count is now at 21. It's trash gold, but who cares? We can just keep going. I don't know, man. This is... Surely we are at the efficiency point, right? He's stopped producing traders, so you would assume this would be the moment where you like move the silver tree over to the corner. But I guess it's even harder now, because if your opponent's going Castle Age, there's a good probability he could start adding in Lancers. And if you spread wider, you're going to get raided on the flanks. How do they tune down Sengoku? So Sengoku, they reduced the base rate gathering on the hot dog stands by half. And also, they tweaked a few other variables with them, right, over time. Like, Shinobis weren't exploitable as much on, like, you know, spawning on scaffolding and stuff like that. And then for both Japan and Sengoku, the deflective armor strats have been nerfed a bit, as they take twice as long to recharge now. Okay, so wait, Gulam. That's interesting, actually. Gulam here makes more sense if you have a bigger tech window. My worry is Kurotai laughs at Gulam. Because Gulam, they have high base damage and high armor. But archers with veterancy plus Kurotai penetrate a decent chunk of that. Like 3 or 4 damage going to be going through per hit. I think the thought is like, I can go Gulam because he shouldn't be going Keshik because I'll have a lot of spears. Speaking of which, his spear's not been upgraded. Chill, Blue, chill. All right, choke point hold. Archers have been upgraded, but no boot camp still from Fump. This is the second critical tech in the Abbasid build that seems to be delayed. He's building an all infantry and he doesn't have military boot camp, which is the entire reason you go military boot camp. Right? Like, that's the scale point. Sure, 4 units at the start is nice, but it's that tech as well. Rotate parking again. Few vet horsemen are going to rotate around the back. When I say a few, I'm being generous. None. They are at least able to shove this back a bit. But Blue's got his own men-at-arms now on the way. Okay, she's a little bit ambitious. And he's going to be a reset for Fump. Honestly, if Blue gets forward here and builds an outpost, this is scary. Fump is switching into Lancers. I like that idea. 40 on food, by the way, and a lot of farms already set up. Yeah, 16 deep. And remember, he went Eco Wing, so he can get them cheaply. He helped the Fertile Crescent straight away. And do we have a move? Oh, no. Guys, it's just... Build it. There we go. Okay, it's going to deploy. So Silver Tree maximum length and Boot Camp coming in. Both of them getting huge boosters. Where are the traders? Oh my god, no. They were waiting the whole time. Well, guys, he's going to get a lot of gold soon. That's just 24 traders bringing 97 gold each. He's going to get about 2,000 gold when he drops off. It's going to be a long way. Why, man? Oh, this is brutal. Triple outpost defense? Pump is a cheeky get. Military academy coming in. I thought he'd maybe think about going siege engineering just to get, you know, a ram. I guess he just needs more troop pump. Spearmen have been removed, so this would be a good time to go back into Keshiks. Gulams are dragging a lot of tension here. Because you have to respect them, right? Like, you think just snipe the archers, lol, but the reality is these guys are obnoxious as all hell with the double strike. So don't just snipe them down. But you see what I mean about Kurotai. This is how Mongols thrive. This is how they win games. Is this landmark or an L? I'm not really convinced step readout is viable right now. But this is everything. One thing that does worry me, Fump, he's prepping horsemen. And wait, have we got the gold drop off yet? You guys ready? He already got one big money shot. Let's see what the numbers are going to like here. About 10 food gold as well. Ready, set, and pull. Oh, that feels good to see. So 1,000 gold in reserve. He could sell some of this, or he could start prepping siege with it. Actually chooses to invest into the monks, which is an interesting point, considering Funfmal has not bothered whatsoever to try and seek relics. Yeah, And normally you'd be okay with that, like it's 2 TC versus relics. That's not the case in this game, guys. It's 2 TC versus trade. So the relics is actually a really big difference. Keshik is going to creep in the meantime. Lance is now camping the trade route. And YZY doesn't really have many cav units to go deal with that. And wait, no. I get the idea of stand ground, but you have to have the positioning perfect. Keshik in the meantime is going to raid onto the gold. He will eventually die. I think he... Wait, was that 3 workers? I think so. And there we go. Okay, guys, this was strategic. 1 trader not worth it. 8? Yes. Like, actually, weirdly enough, that worked out better because now, because Blue was late at reacting to it, he killed more traders. Still, he's going to be costly the other way. -2, almost 3 lances. And we... Guys, we're getting it. Siege engineering improved. This game has everything. Dead landmark silver tree and dead tech siege engineering improved. This used to be the bread and butter of every Mongol game in the opening years of the game, back when Age of Spring was a thing. But then, when it got nerfed in the ground, when mangoes got tweaked, we never ever see it anymore. You can build siege wherever with this. Funnily enough, the thing that was always cool about this matchup is both sides can do that. They can both build mangoes, springles, wherever. Horseman trying to sally forth. Archer's diving in, actually, just trying to get rid of the crossbows. Oh, that's pretty cool. But he's not splitting the fire, so just a lot of wasted DPS to get rid of those crossbows. Bump, just holding firm. He's trying to boot him out the Kurultai because if Blue has to retreat from here, it's cut. Frontline removed for both players now. Backline trades. A lot of crossbowmen for Blue, though. And the Horsemen are trickling in, which isn't great. I think Fump, yeah, he knows. He has to retreat, and he queues up triple mango now. Okay, but interesting thought here. If Blue starts mirroring mangoes, his win. Because the Kurultai buff is the difference maker. It's like, weirdly enough, actually, just because Orange is going Siege doesn't win him the game. Blue can mirror that. And the difference is that Blue has a lot more gold to do that with. Also dropped Bump. Good choice here, considering that annoying Keshik raid earlier. He's hoovering up the gold. Traction Trebs also get buff stats from the Kurultai. And by the way, that impacts bonus damage. This is kind of a scary idea for Blue. Because this isn't just him breaking into the base. This is him with a win condition. The landmarks. The bastards can't place landmarks elsewhere. They're stuck to the screen. That's pretty rough. Triple Treb now? Maybe a little bit gung-ho here. Guess he just doesn't expect mangoes. Cheeky little horseman raid. Villagers not really reacting. There we go. Shiv's come out now. And he has got the Sprune placement, so it should be relatively safe here. If he just adds in a few mangoes now. Because mangoes can also burn down the buildings quite well. Ambitious Horseman going to be flopped. So the tree line's secure. And he has split the tree lines as well. So if you harass one, you don't shut everything down. Yeah, good idea by Funfmal. Like, you have Light Cav here, and you're playing against a Civ that can't walk. Take advantage of that. Especially when they're all in like this. Because of what YZY is trying to achieve here, he can't really afford to hold troops back. He has to guard here with everything. I can move deeper. Siege of Baghdad, indeed. As it begins, the House of Wisdom's been targeted. Traders are getting harassed. A few Keshiks now reacting, but I think you can actually kill quite a lot of traders with this move. The mangoes step up. Keshik wave is not big here, by the way. They're hiding somewhere. He's got 17 Keshiks, just not here. Oh my god, he sent a lot of them over. Nice to rush over to defend. Nice dodge there. Whoa. A complete whiff. Relic count is 4. So a lot of gold intake for YZY still. But this is a horrible retreat, man. To pull this far back after prepping traps. The cool thing actually is if YZY steers over here, he can start killing farms, and with raid bounty, you can rush towards Imperial. It's actually crazily underrated how quickly you can get there. The Mr. vs. Dimmu game at M4C. Oh, dude, I feel like when you're talking memorable games with Dimmu, there's nothing more memorable to me ever than the game he had at Red Bull Wallow with the Sacred Sets. That's peak against Kapoch. Nice raid. Keshiks, they get in. And White Stupa now on the way. Yeah, I actually agree with White Stupa. I think we're at the point now where the infinite army strat, not that good from Karganet. Because the thing about Karganet is it kind of got nerfed quite, I think, 2-3 times in a row. So the fast infield being dead, like if you're at 200 pop, getting some free army is kind of irrelevant compared to the power of Stone. I'm still trying to flank raid crossbows. I'm going to try to mirror it, but obviously it doesn't have the movement speed. Oh, the Mali game where Dimmu lost all the villages and won against Voldy. Yep, that one too. Dimmu has a lot of memorable games. Actually, I can do you one better. Let's not forget the 127 night Neo Micah game on Hill and Dale. Ben has special games. Very special games. Crossbow's getting sacked. A bit weird. Tech up in 40, Friday rather, from the Culture Wing now. So Farmful not too far behind. Culture Wing's really nice as well because you're about to discount the cost of doing those techs, like going Preservation and Knowledge. Trebs are going to be thrown away, but we're in Imperial now. Who cares? Cracker Command needs updating. Oh, we'll have to sort that after this. These Lancers are practically dead, right? So they won't find any more worker kills. I feel like we're getting a long game here, though. And we do have additional torches coming in. Okay, so he's looking for the burn through. Hand Cannoneers get queued straight up. Tithe Barnes is going to be a huge boon for him. Because remember, he got 5 relics in the end. He got the 5th one. Even better. And the outpost creep is real here. Crossbow count insanely high for fun. More crossbows than Mongols, which feels like a bit of a rarity in this matchup. What are we going to build, though? Because that is a lot of reserve. So elite techs begin to get queued. We do also have the Stone Commerce coming in. So this is where the game gets frisky because YZY can start adding in outposts and cannon placements everywhere. And yeah, the Dimmu Voldy game would have been from some time ago with the Borderland Malian game. Villagers getting sacked. Funball is still the ultimate Call of Duty corner camper right now. Just can't get him out of it. But this is where Kurotai actually continues to scale in an impressive way. If you have a staged fight, hand cannoneers are nuts. Because it's a 20% increase to their damage, they already hit so bloody hard. Yeah, like this juices them up. You see it right here. 46 damage per strike. Just prepping the rest of the elite techs. Going for the Ghoulims now. The wall off of the outpost. It's cute, but he's more guarded on the other side, to be honest with you. Cannon emplacements coming in to make that secure as well. I know it's weird, like Farmful, you'd think key objective is just go raid, but if you go raid, your opponent could potentially rush landmarks here. And YZY is not Louis MT, no. He's a high-ranking player, has been for a long time. Usually you can find him Steam profile-wise using a picture of Geralt from Witcher. The Horseman did come over, and the Keshiks diving on in here, actually, forcing idle. He's holding well in this area, though. Just a few hand cannoneers in there, giving him the DPS. And I don't know what these mangoes are hoping for. Death. They're hoping for death. Where's the army? Thump. Oh, no. Double mango down. He's got too many crossbows, I think. 45 crossbowmen, he can't react to anything. If he had Stonewall, sure, but like he's still quite open, as we just saw. Movement speed arrow used. The blue looks to dive deep to the corner. And he is bringing the crossbows back now. You need to, because the siege begins. It's Kurotai, it's hand cannoneers, it's mangoes. I mean, losing some villages is actually good here for Orange. He needs horsemen now. Which, Rohirrim Riders around the back. And Cannoneer's not really reacting to it. The mangoes are looking like they're wide open. Gets the dive in. Gets the cleanup. Double mango down. Really important considering how clustered he was in that choke point. And the bodies hit the floor. Oh, man, Blue. I think he became kind of tunnel visioned on trying to react to the horseman. When really, in reality, if he just got one good mango hit into this center formation, all these health bars are practically empty. Still lose this fight now, but the follow-up fight is better for you. Now, Blue is in dire straits for a follow-up fight as well. Because he's trying to remax into hand cannoneers, and that is a slow endeavor. Interesting. Actually, yeah, okay, he's going stone commerce improved as well. So a lot more outposts going to be on the way. How many outposts deep are we now? 10. It's like an okay count. We can do better. Villages? Is that no, it's not cannon placement. Okay, that's good for him. This is bad for Blue, though. Hold on. Crossbows just park. Horseman here, too. Blue, his army's not ready. And where's the Keshiks? They're slow to arrive. The crossbows, the hand cannoneers. What? Fumph, give it a freebie. Horseman just going to chase away the landmark. Can't even deploy it. Finally gets down, but this Kurotai, without his Keshiks, the Keshiks are still diving towards the base. So Trey gets blocked out. Another win for Orange. Some strike backs here. The Keshiks are going to find more workers. And they will now be intercepted by the reinforcements. Unusual fight. Being said, it's getting weirdly scrappy. I wonder if Blue's over-focusing workers at this stage. I get the notion, but like the army is your big concern, surely. Maybe he's hoping that sacking Keshiks into the base will buy him time for the real army, but it doesn't look that way. And, oh no! He didn't know! The wall reveal! Guys, can we form a pyramid? If we just form a pyramid, we can get with lemmings this, we can get in, we can even get out. There's enough of us. Keshik's now moving over. Triple outpost, make quadruple to defend. Still has 22 traders. Yeah, which is key, because remember the trading tiers. You get more as you have more, right, with the commerce levels. You need at least 15 to cap out. And thank you, Camion. Appreciate you. And a castle drop. An emphatic statement here. More stone being gathered by Orange too. We'll wall up just to be safe. Man, this game. What is it with this qualifier and opening rounds delivering some of the craziest back and forth games? Interesting. Switching to Horseman too. Makes sense, right? Like, it's 63 crossbows now. Did I play Lemmings? I did. Those idiots would walk no matter what you tell them. You ever, I don't know, let's get like a sadistic people's check in chat. Did you ever just like make a little ramp off the side of something knowing it would kill them all? Be honest. It's okay, I wouldn't judge you. Spear Reserve's being prepped too. Yeah, if we get some cannon placements on these flanks, I think there's a big risk Thumph will start running out of wood. Big clash though, hold on. Horseman gets revealed, and a lot of them, but they're not elited yet. Spear Wave is quite weak actually, guys, and the crossbows, oh my god! 60 crossbows with nowhere to run! Horseman's starting to flourish through. He's got the Yam just flooding him across the map now. This is turn point that he was looking for. Blue, a great strike back. He's still got the Yam, so chase point is great. Crossbow count has already been skimmed by 20. Trying to replace them with spears now. These horsemen are a pain in the ass. Sure, you still got enough crossbows to kill them, but it's pricey. The other crazy thing, the pricier thing to me, is that there's no incendiary arrow on a guy who built 60 crossbowmen. Reset after the fight. I mean, just imagine that, guys. Incendiary arrows here, how much of a difference it would make. Maybe not worth it anymore, though. 33 crossbows and falling. So Horseman coming through. Kurotai buff is going to be there. The burst is good to the point you want to be split firing. Right now, it's just kind of egg-click extravaganza from Blue. But he stands his ground with these very expensive hand cannoneers. To back off now. Won't break him just yet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, shenanigans afoot. Can we get some cannon placements, maybe? Doesn't look like it right now. Now, his trade is kind of ass cheeks, though. 21 gold. I think you want to be setting up a marketplace on the other side of the map now. Yeah, because, like, although his gold looks good, you have to remember that he's vomiting out a lot of hand cannons. And the way that Blue's using them is very sacrificial too. So it would be nice to have better gold gathering. So we actually have got the other additional torches coming in. That's really cool. Just going for maximum burn rate. Ass cheeks bad or good? The easiest way to summarize it is if you had to play Age of Empires 4 using your ass cheeks, would it be good or bad or game? That should answer it. Someone in chat right now is depressingly saying actually it might be. Hand cannon is arcing nicely here. Backstab though, the horseman. Hold on. Goes for a cross-map rotation. There are horsemen reacting to him though. The army's pulling back to deal with this. So temporary stay of execution, but Fump is still in trouble. Yeah, the gold is running out fast for him, and the cannon emplacement came in. Denial of gold reserves. Yeah, Fump can't really play mass crossbows anymore, which is depressing for a guy who just prepped incendiary arrows. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about how this one's about to start going for Abbasids. Remember, Mongol's gold is eternal. They've got trade. They've got 30 traders in total. The late game without gold has its limitations. If he already had all archery upgrades, he could just play archer spears to contest this, but even wood is going to get harder to come by. Flash coming in. Horseman just absorbing the full brunt of it. Second wave arriving now. Spearman line has thinned to the point they can no longer hold on. Hand cannon is about to flood through. A good effort coming in from the #1 Dutchman. But the rank 3 out of China looking too good. Mongols back? Trade build back? Maybe. You just need your opponent to pick Abbasids. Trade OP. Trade is pretty good. I don't trust this number. I think this number is incorrectly inflated, but yeah. A lot of gold has been coming in minute after minute after minute in this game. Fump just processing the loss. This was his last chance to get into the Elite Classic main event. But it ain't going to be happening. Not this year. Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't have anything. Like I said, if we check archery status, he doesn't have an Elite Archer upgrade. And then he doesn't have Silk Bowstring. So he needs to get like 1.5k gold, which he's not ever going to find here. Let me know what you thought this, though, guys. Is Silver Tree slept on, or is this just memeology of Abbasids versus Mongols? Would you like to see Silver Tree coming back into the meta? It has been gone for quite some time, so maybe it would be refreshing to see it viable again. Definitely makes a difference to seeing Deerstone every single game. Final face-off here. Kurotai buff isn't quite there, but the Yam is. The Horsemen are trying to flood through. He just doesn't care. It's like, just hold. Hold. Okay, step back a little bit. Oh! With cannons already on the way as well, I think Bump probably can sense how this is going to end. Front line of Horsemen's already gone. Man, shows you how underrated Yam is. Sometimes so easy to forget about this, but the fact that he built outposts across the map just kept these Horseman waves coming back in time, making sure that hand cannons weren't exposed like they would be for other civs. Because other civs do this, they're going to need forward infrastructure to protect them. Not Mongols, though. Mongols just do their best Speedy Gonzalez impression and va-va-voom off to the races. Wait, he snuck a castle? Oh, that's cute, but the problem is your opponent does do 26 torch damage. 07s for the castle. 07s for Funfmal, and hello, Mongol trade. Mongol trade back? In this economy? So, let's see. Let me check the matchups and see what we got as options now. I think we might stick with this series. As in YZY versus Myriad. Because the alternatives are what? Gully Baxter, Mia Micah Niska. I reckon we stick with this track and we go for Myriad versus YZY. Let's see if they're actually drafting now. Draft hasn't started just yet. But there we go. Let's update this as well. Myriad versus money number. We need the money number first. I wonder if people like this. What rank is Myriad right now by comparison? 27. Voldy? Voldy's set isn't that interesting, right? Like, he's going to be up against Ego, Waffles, or Busen. 100% YZY, the guy we just watched, versus Myriad is a lot more interesting. Watching YouTube but crap yourself? Whoops. Orange should have made some camels. An interesting idea, actually. The camel riders, there is a problem there, right? Which is that it's going to cost you gold. Gold? It is the camel riders, right? It's gold. Not much, but still some, and he has no gold. He needs the upgrades as well. Yeah, so it's 45 gold each. And then he also needed to get the elite upgrade for them too. It's a gold-starved game is the problem. And he didn't pre-prep for that issue. The way to pre-prep would have been finding a way towards, like, archers, I think. Is EGC not inviting you to cast on their stream still part of the World's Edge penalty, or just their random decision? At this point, the decision is in their hands. Like, the ban that World's Edge gave, which was originally 90 days, ended up being 30 days, right? So, it's, past that period. It's up to them whether they want to work together or not. Just like I said, I see the positives in it, and the positives for me is, like, I feel like I was becoming a unprofessional person and less, like, decent caster the more time I spent on there, so it's probably going to be a nice refresh to kind of split the two. Just have more like a community vibe casting here, which is what they've created while trying to be professional level. I don't know, it's weird. I think I had this discussion a long time ago with them where, like, there was this desire to be kind of like ESL or PGL style, which is fine. A lot of people want to be that. But it can be challenging because, like, the reality is, if you're saying you're competing with ESL and PGL, like, you have to have the budget or something, or like you're just a mini version. That's fine. You can be a mini version of them. But I think over the years also, whether intentional or not, EGC has leaned more into being like the community cast location anyway. So, at that point, you are going to be a lot less professional. And by the way, the thing I done earlier this year, like, I stand by the fact that I done something stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It was moronic. It was a rarity for me. And also on top of that, like, I do still think the punishment was absurdly over the top. But, like, I own what I done. But I think the atmosphere that they've designed there has just, like, I warned them as well last night. I was like, I think if you don't want that kind of stuff to happen, and it's not, once again, no excuse for what I done. It's stupid and immature. I think you need to change how you approach the broadcast, or more people are going to do different things. Maybe not that thing, but different things that will be unprofessional. Because you've got mods flaming casters. You've got production drawing on screen. You've got casters flaming developers. You've got casters talking to chat instead of talking to the caster. It's a whole load of things, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think the nice thing for me is it just gives me a nice reset to start focusing on what made me such a good caster back in the Dota 2 days. Because I said it to you guys multiple times, right? Where like I felt like I was becoming a worse caster over the years in Age of Empires. That's no flame in the game. It's just the style and approach and whatever. I was becoming a better content creator, but like a worse caster. It's a weird trade-off. We need the Myriad set. Where is it? You're a great caster. In some ways, I feel like I'm improved. My analytical abilities as a caster have definitely improved. But I feel like there's other areas where I've degenerated. Like I've gone backwards as a caster compared to my Dota 2 days. You know, it's a weird one. And that's the weird thing. Like you put me in a hosting role, I'm absolutely fine. I'll smash that. Like, dude, I'm still. I think my highlight of my casting / hosting in 2025 was still doing the Garrison. Because, like, the Garrison, what you guys maybe didn't realize is, like, I mean, we had tech issues which probably didn't make it sound good to people at home, but people in person absolutely loved what I was doing there. And I was proud of myself because I was dying every single evening. Like, I had bad flu, really bad flu. Like, there was this specific strain that was going around from, like, South America. At first, I thought Hart had given it to me because he was ill as well, but it wasn't. We both just got ill, unfortunately. But like I would basically wake up, kind of feel okay-ish, and by the end of the day was dead every single day there. And people couldn't tell. So it's like, you know, in the hosting roles in particular, I'm still confident I can smash out what I always have. I just want to get back on course without the casting. Where the hell's the Myriad draft? How does one become a good caster? Honestly, I think the number one thing is being very clear on your own abilities and how to improve. The biggest mistake a lot of casters make is they don't self-reflect and find ways to improve. But to me, like at the heart, being a good caster is knowing how to gel with other people while talking about the game. There are so many people that just cannot hold a conversation with another person or create any sort of magic with that person. And those people will struggle to go further because they just don't have, like, the tasteless Artosis magic. You know what I mean? That's an example. A great example. Cinder and Sunsfan, another great example. Owen, OD Pixel, and Fog, another great example. You know, Maven Merc, great example. Goes on. And why do these people work so well? It's not just their individual ability. It's their ability to share the mic. I think the biggest problem a lot of people have who want to be casters is they're so busy looking for that special highlight reel moment that they forget there's another person on the microphone that you revel and share that moment in. I am to this day so envious of certain casting duos in different scenes because I wish so badly I had that. Like I actually did have that back in Dota 2. I'd say with Lizard. I think Lizard and me had it. Kyle and me could have had it, but like, you know, Kyle had the world at his like feet at the time, so it's hard to say. Pycat and me had it, but Pike, like, we just didn't have enough gigs to make it work there either. With Lizard, it was like he was on different events to me all the time. But like when you find those people that like wow, you know, like the best experience when you're casting is when you get on the mic with people that don't make it feel like you're doing a job. That's a skill. I think maybe one of the negatives for me over the years, like I've been conscious, one of my biggest strengths, maybe it turns into a weakness for like highlighting a good duo to people, is I'm very good at just getting on the mic with anyone and trying to figure out what they're about. As long as I'm like not an asshat. I've had people I've cast with in AoE4, for example, like I don't really know if I really want to say a name. I mean, screw it. He's not involved in the scene anymore. But he just didn't care, and he didn't even pay attention to what I was saying as a caster. So I try and have a conversation, and it was like I was yelling at a wall. It was so pointless, right? So that was depressing to the point, like that was I think the first time I'd ever felt to an extreme of like, I can't do anything with this. Because I fried myself on being able to like work with anyone. But to the original point, like that skill of like, I meld myself around what the person needs on the cast with them is good for a clean production, but terrible if you want to be the type of person that like gets your highlight reel moments. You know what I mean? It's also like, I knew some big casters, like Toby One was a great example of this. Most of his memorable voice lines over the years were like, apparently I was told they were scripted moments. Like he needed the right moment to use them, right? But he had like a notepad of cool lines. And I just never do that either. Like, I guess I'm not really thinking about the highlight reel moment. I like to live in the emotion of the moment of, like, what feels right for that moment. And I guess that means I probably won't hit 100% of the time. But when I do, it'll feel pure, natural magic at the moment. What's going on with Myriad and YZY? Yeah, I think just be understanding, reflect to yourself. Also, don't, like, one of the stupid things that people really struggle to let go of when it comes to casting is, like, needing to talk all the time is bad. You don't need to. Dead air is fine within reason. You know, letting, like, the biggest piece of advice I can give to an aspiring caster is learn to let things breathe. Don't be dead air, but understand when silence is a tool to be leveraged. Some of the greatest casters of all times are masters of suspense. They will take a moment and barely say anything in it, and it will be so much bigger. There's a great example of this with an Apex Legends ALGS call between, it was Onset and Dan done it, and they've done a great job of it. Which it was like TSM, they went up, and it's the final moment, and they basically jump down, and they kill this team. And it's something along the lines of, TSM, strike from the heavens! And he says nothing else, and the crowd takes over cheering. And that's a perfect example where silence is a tool because you unleash the crowd as your method instead. It's so incredible. It's such a hard skill to gauge because, once again, like most people who want to be casters or whatever, like they're thinking about the highlight reels way too much. Because it's a vicious business, and that's the way it works. It's like, if you want to get hired, you got to have this thing to show off that you're, you know, able to. Anders and Semler were great. It was kind of before my time, but I've always heard good things, yeah. There's a reason pro sports keep their casting pairs as teams so often. Exactly. And it annoys me, like, Dota 2 done that more after I stopped working in Dota 2 so much. Because, like, when I was working there, they would, honestly, it was like a rotating door of, like, casting pairs. KP's video log of the event, enjoyed that a lot. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I really need to figure that out in the future. New recognize your name. Your cast was really good. Thank you, buddy. Commentary good, voice quality. Why aren't you with EGC in the bigger channels casting the games? Because EGC just chose not to have me. It's their channels, they're cool. Pro Sports also draws a clear line between analyst and play-by-play. Esports generally doesn't. That's not true, though. Dota 2, as an example, does exactly that. That's why Age of Empires 4 was kind of a new learning experience, because it was very different. And by the way, we're waiting for Myriad series against YZY now, but they seem to be a bit slow. But yeah, like with Dota 2 has that purest two-people role. Okay, so apparently we're waiting for YZY to check in on Start GG. But yeah, and this is another thing I did know, like I noticed it, and I try to tell this to people in like AoE4, because I think there's some people that are they'd be really, really great in AoE4, just knowledge bombing. They just need to have the confidence to speculate and whatever else. And I've had to give them feedback before where like they'll interject on the play-by-play unnecessarily. And what I mean by that is not sharing the play-by-play moment. They'll try and make a moment that isn't really play-by-play worthy into a play-by-play moment. And I tell them, it's like, that's a perfect moment for you to speculate what they're going to do. You have a knowledge level that I don't. You should be using that knowledge level. Because the problem I've noticed in AoE4 is everyone thinks the play-by-plays get the glory, and they kind of want to be a play-by-play. But some people just don't have the voice or the cadence for it, and that's fine. Because you've got the knowledge and you've got the ability. Like, if you haven't got a voice that's good for play-by-play, you probably have a great voice for analyzing and explaining things, you know? But I've had it where I've had to explain to casters, and some dude listen, they learn. I think like Myriad actually, he don't mind me saying, he took that as great feedback the first time I had him on for cast. It's like, don't feel the need to just like play-by-play cast 2 knights fighting each other. It's a pointless play-by-play moment, right? It's like you need to, the same way that when you're casting in play-by-play mode, you need to measure the importance of a moment. You then wider in a game need to measure the importance of even annotating the fight going on. And when you approach it, like I've heard it a lot in the past over the years where people are like, and the knights now coming in, they're fighting, and the knights, they're still fighting, and then the knights, they're going to keep fighting, but now the men-at-arms, they've shown up, and the men-at-arms, they're going to club in, another men-at-arms comes through, and now like you're based at that point just saying exactly what's on screen. The best play-by-plays in the world don't do that. The best play-by-plays, and this is where it'd be mind-blowing for a lot of people, in the moment, they funnel and process the critical information, and you prioritize it. You tier it. And you feed through the important piece of information, and you discard the others. You keep note of them because they might be important down the line, but you discard them. And then they come back in if it's important. One of the best casters for doing this that I experienced over the years was OD Pixel. If you guys have not seen OD Pixel in Dota 2, especially a few years back, you go watch him. Something that he done very well. He got a reputation as a rap god because, you know, I can speak fast, he can speak fast. A lot of people can speak fast in play-by-play roles. You get used to it. But he wouldn't do it all the time. When it happened, it was meant to happen because there's enough going on. He could. There's a different caster in Dota 2 who'd always just go, blah, 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 he'd rap it out, right? And it's cool as a clip-worthy moment. But if you're always doing that, the question you should be asking yourself is, do you need to? It's like, you know when we just don't call things by their technical names, we give them nicknames or whatever because they're more relatable that way? It's that. You don't need to say everything to say everything. Poor Owen taking shots. Owen's taking the opposite. I just gave him praise as a guy who understood how to pace himself. You got to listen closer, Shotmaster. What Owen done really well is he could go very fast, a million words a minute, but he didn't do it a lot of the time because he didn't need to. You can catch just as many moments of Owen being like, the knight's coming in now, we're going to try to go around the side, I'm going to do this. And then you'll get just as many moments from Owen where a big team fight's going on. He's like, Timbersaw, he comes through, tries to go for the cut across, looking good. He's going to go to the build-up, and now the slap. Like, you know, actually pacing himself. Or even fewer words. One of his most memorable moments in casting was literally him in the Doomsday Clock moment with OG. Looks like the over. And he's like, pretty much saying, what are they going to do here? It looks like they've been jumped. And right, and like the most memorable moment wasn't in a rap god moment because once again, he built himself as a robust caster. So important. Any plans on coming back to cast on EGC? I mean, like, it's their call, right? I haven't been asked, so I won't be doing this event. I know that much for sure. Don't know about future events. We're still waiting for Myriad's opponent to sign in. We might have to swap to a different set in a sec. Give me a casting masterclass for free? Because, like, this is the thing. I stand by this. I think there's a... It's natural for people to be selfish and think of themselves first. And I'm not going to say I never think of myself and what I can get out of things. But, like, I freaking love what I do. And I love esports. I love these things that I want people to be good at it, even if it's not me. Because also that just drives me to be better, I think. Right? It's that there's better people. I strive to be better. Whereas if you ever think you're on top, then you just stagnate. You know? But like I don't know. I think over the years I've gone above and beyond to help a lot of people. And a lot of them haven't returned the favor or like, you know, backfired or whatever. But like I try to just stick to the idea of still trying to find people to help that are worth helping. That to me is like, otherwise what are you doing? It's like the same logic as like you have kids try and like, you know, instill something better tomorrow that came from you. Yeah, it's like all these things. Think you pair well with any of the quieter players that haven't done in dove into streaming all the way yet? Vortex, Wham, Poppy, Lucy. Yeah. All got a chance to cast at Homestead. Yeah, I mean, I've cast with, I think it was Wham. Yeah, it was Wham, wasn't it? So I cast with Wham at Rebel Warlord, but admittedly it wasn't really a great showing for him because, I mean, I had a feeling it was going to happen like this. Like, obviously he hadn't cast much at that point. And he kind of got thrown to the wolves on it because his brother was playing and and this is not me flaming, it's like explaining the thought process because I can understand what's going on for him there. He's watching a grand final of his brother playing and he's probably got all these cool like analytical standpoints that he can go through explaining different things, but the way he thinks and plays the game is the way the guy that's playing the game right now that he's casting over is playing the game. And if you guys remember that finals in Spain, basically everything the Canadians had on how things were to work or be perceived was wrong because Marine Lord just came in and 3-0'd them. He stomped through them, right? So I think like there's an interesting dynamic there where like I do feel bad for Wham. Like he didn't get an opportunity to do a good showing of what he can do in casting. Because it's like the best way to think about it is imagine you're getting ready to give the speech of your life, and then someone comes and tells you that all the key points in your speech have gone wrong. Like, like we're not going to be making this policy tomorrow, and like the sun is actually green, right? And the ocean is actually full of turduckens. And it's like, these are not the things that I understood, right? So, like, I still remember that cast, and I did feel a bit bad for him on it. Because it's just a rough situation to be thrown into. Okay, so we got draft underway. Good to hear this kind of breakdown to show the part of the iceberg before under the water. Yeah. I mean, not many people will talk about it, right? Good mix of analyzing, predicting, relating, and then hyping. Exactly. Because like, if you're just there saying why everyone's doing something wrong, crap. If you're just there explaining what they just done, that can work to a certain degree, but can only get you so far often. Because sometimes there's just not much going on to explain. In those moments, you have two choices, right? You become the banter clock of like a tasteless Artosis combo, or you choose to speculate a bit. You know, depending on who I'm with, I'll go banter or I'll go speculate. I think like some people say that like you don't want to be wrong. And I don't know if I agree with that personally. It depends on the person. Some people don't, some people won't. But I was always very inspired by a guy called Kyle in Dota 2. Kyle, when he first came into the analytical roles, was a genius. He got the nickname Aura-Kyle because he could predict outcomes 20 minutes in advance, which in a game like Dota 2, it's insanely harder to predict the outcome of a game 20 minutes down the line in Dota 2 than it is in Age of Empires 4, right? Seriously. It's because there's so many more permutations. But he done it very well. But as time went on, he got wronger and wronger. He was like, it became hashtag Kyle is always wrong. But the cool thing within that is it became backpedal Kyle, which is the idea is like he would be wrong about something, but then he explained why it didn't happen the way he'd envisioned it. And that's actually, that can be a great commentary style. You just have to own it, right? It only becomes a problem when you angle yourself as the peak professional, always 100% right. Because when you speak with such emphatic truth that you are always the expert that's never wrong, I think usually when people reach that role, they become a bit more hesitant to speculate because the community backlash is that this guy is meant to be right, but now that thing didn't happen. So either he's no longer right, or the player is wrong and an idiot, right? And then it turns into a negative spiral. It's very weird. So like it comes down to casters, and everyone has it. Like the other thing I'd highlight for anyone who really, really wants to get into casting, which honestly there's better ways of making money and a living. Trust me. Like I love what I do and it's fun, but like it's hard. It's so hard to actually exist in esports as a caster. But the thing I'd say is you need to find your own groove. Find what works for you, what makes you a great caster, that makes you different from other people. There's a great saying in game development. It is very simple, and it goes like this. Steal, don't copy. It is fine to take ideas from other people's style, but you have to make it your own. Otherwise, why would I come watch the new movie when you're just replicating the old? Great example of this was Blitz in Dota 2. He brought around the term win condition. Win condition was actually a term from card games from Hearthstone. But then he started to think how it could apply to Dota 2. And then everyone within about a year and a half is using the term win condition everywhere, right? It's actually realistically something that like doesn't get highlighted enough in AoE 4. I think the difference there is sometimes win conditions, when you try to highlight them in AoE 4, can seem more linear, and it can simplify the equation. But there is a way to do it. Do streamers take viewer feedback much, or is that more, nah, it's my style? I think you take it within reason, right? So, like, I experienced this in my early days of casting, is that I would try to listen to everyone. Everyone behind the scene, everyone in the chat, on the Reddit threads, and it just gave me neck whiplash. Because I was, like, back and forth between what was right and what was wrong, and what I was doing, what I should be, what I should not be. So, you know, I tend to look for feedback and process it, but you also have to be willing to discard what doesn't make sense for you. And it can be the number of reasons why it doesn't make sense. So I'd say, like, I listen to feedback. I understand feedback. You know, I try to let it inform what I'm doing. You know, and there's macro level objective ways to do that of like, yo, I can see that people clocked out because we started doing this thing. Let's not do that anymore. Versus more microscopic approaches. The difference between a talented amateur and a real pro is that a pro can explain his craft, while the amateur might do a lot of stuff well by gut feeling. Yeah, like, and this is the thing also. That's why a lot of pros won't necessarily make good casters. Just like a lot of good, great casters won't be great pros or pros at all. They are different skill sets entirely. See how great what you do. They'll pick you for future tournaments. I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's nice to be involved, but it's hardly life-changing money. It's just another reminder that I need to start doing other things with my time, to be honest. All right, so boys should be getting game soon. Sorry about that delay, guys. Although we got a very interesting discussion out of it, I guess, so. Why would you let Wham commentate on his brother's play? Has too much insider info? Not really. It's the grand final. So, like, you're not going to hold insider info back because Marine Lord can't listen to the cast as he's playing in the tournament, right? That's silly. So, if there's any time where you can theoretically do that, it's there. The thing about feedback is I don't believe compliments or insults. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, I resonate with Slack so much in this. I remember he described it one time where, like, he'll go for a thread and there'll be 60+ people going, Slacks is the best, Slacks is amazing, Slacks is amazing. And then there'll be one person that says Slacks is a piece of crap. And he'll focus on that. And it's like, I actually relate to that a lot. It's weird. So you have to detach yourself from both, actually. It's also, there's an acceptance logic if you will never appeal to everyone. Even someone like T90 has people in Age of Empires that probably hate watching him. Not because he's a bad person, but because it's just the nature of things. People like different things. And that's, like being polarizing is actually not terrible because you build a strong fan base in one area and you build enemies or whatever you want to call them in the other. That's just natural. But like when you come to the acceptance that you will not entertain everyone, you can start to proceed further in what you're trying to do. Never try, like every single thing in life, people have a niche. The weird thing is like using the word niche makes people think things are tiny, like microscopic. A niche can be millions big. Is that small? No, but it's a niche. KB's biggest flaw is that he sometimes interacts with chat messages. Yeah, and that's what I mean about, like, I'm actually find it refreshing to be away from the EGC cast. Because, like, I know I'd be there doing it right now because other people do it. And it's just going to get me out of this habit. I shouldn't be talking in chat when I'm working that tournament, really. Maybe between, like, game breaks, but never when the game's going on. But everyone done it, and everyone ignored people. I remember I got to the point where, like, casters that I were with that were chatting to people in Twitch chat, I would say something to them, and they'd repeat what I said a minute later. And I just got really blunt and went, yeah, I know, I just said that. Because I just got tired of it. It just felt like I wasn't really casting with someone, you know? I was casting with chat. And that led to bad habits. So, yeah. It's weird because I think what I'd done on that event with the silly comments in Twitch chat, I'd never do that on like an ESL or PGL or anything like that. That's what makes it so much more frustrating. It was so out of character for me. All right, we should be starting momentarily, by the way, guys. They're getting into lobby. A reminder, game number 1 is going to be on Coastal Cliffs. It's going to be English versus Chinese. YZY picked Ibid's English, IU Snipe, and then Myriad chose French Chinese. Honestly, Myriad's draft looks a lot better, though. He got French Golden Horde Chinese and Shishi, while YZY chose Ibis Japanese, Sengoku, Mongols, and English. A little bit unusual. Till today, you didn't realize this is deep? Yeah. You've been drinking for 30 hours straight? Yeah, that might make it a struggle. You might want to save the VOD and check it back later. There's a lot of intricacies behind, like, casting. But there's no... It's like, it's a science, but there is no science. You know what I mean? Because casting is a personal thing. Everyone does it differently. But there's definitely things you can take and learn from other people to improve your own craft. It's just knowing what to look for. The biggest challenge is learning from people that aren't in your same niche. And what I mean by that is, like, if you're a play-by-play, learning from analysts. Because it's less obvious what you take and less obvious what you'd even apply. But there's still things. It's like, and when I say the approaches are different, drastically different for a lot of people, actually. Like, a perfect example is interviewing processes. So for me, with interviews, I could go in with no paper or anything and just have, what's the first question I'm going to ask them? And then based on that, I will ripple out questions in response to what they say. Because my personal take, for me, I think the best interviews come that way. There's shaped interviews that make sense where there's a lot of controversy and drama going on. You want to get that. But most interviews is like the best responses you get is in response to the response, right? So you ask someone about something, they say something, and then you hone in on a certain detail, and then you go deeper with them down the rabbit hole. That's a specific skill that other interviewers won't do, though, right? They'll be completely contradictory to their style. But like for me, yeah, definitely. When I interview, I love to take that approach. It's so much more organic because then you're having a deep discussion. You never know where it's going to go, but it gives you some crazy, crazy little gems on occasions. All right, apologies for the delay on this, guys, but we kind of yapped for a long time, longer than I realized. Hopefully, it was an interesting discussion, nonetheless. I want to play Akinator and look for Kate. What was Akinator? I always forget what that is. Oh, the mind-reading genie thing. I remember seeing this years ago and never played it. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. You type things in and it tries to guess what you're thinking about. Yeah. Cast being wrong is the best, like those games where cast call GG. Yeah, but that's different. Like, if you're going to call GG, like, you know... And that's why I'm careful about it. I usually call GG when it looks like the game is over and they're just processing the loss. Because if you call a GG really early, and then, like... What are you going to talk to? What are you going to talk about for the rest of it? You know what I mean? That's like when a game is super over. If you're going to say that, you've made a very, very firm statement. And now you have to spend the rest of the time explaining or describing or talking about something, right? And if you're like, I've been on a cast song before, it's called it GG at 10 minutes, and it goes on for 30 more minutes. I'm like, well, you now put such a statement on that, like, if you're not careful, the way it's perceived by the audience is that the player's an idiot for playing the next 30 minutes, you know? Felt like that part in Karate movie where the master gives his big philosophical speech. Go forward, Padawans. Learn from these lessons. Awesome. Now I want to start doing, actually. I want to start spinning in some... I want to have a look at, like, if there's an easy way of filtering through high-ranked Deadlock games. I wonder if it'd be interesting to start pubcasting some Deadlock. Mix things up on the channel a bit. I've been thinking about it because it's like we said we wanted to have a bit of variety, so we're not just cramming RE4 24/7. Much as I love the game, like, let's be totally real, like, the patches don't come quick enough, the meta doesn't evolve fast enough for you to be doing that many casts. Drogon made that AI thing to find out 10 games. Have you heard of it? Someone mentioned the other day, so like I've heard of it now, but I haven't seen it or anything. How useful or good it is, I'm not sure. And hell yeah, AC background music. Dude, it's like one of the best freaking songs from the entire series. All right, but let's see. Dynasty Warriors time, baby. One and all, it's time for something special. Rising Star versus Established Player. That's right, Myriad in the blue, a well-known commodity on the Chinese, faces off against rank number 3 in the world right now. YZY, a Chinese player that has yet to make his mark on the tournament scene, but looks to do it here. And what a way it would be. Knocking out one of the front runners to qualify for the Elite Classic 4. Let's see if he can do it in a best of 3. Blue Chinese for Myriad. Red English for YZY. Map is going to be Coastal Cliffs. And I got to say, folks, English is back on the menu. No memes, no cap. The question is, are they appetizing enough to bring down the Chinese beast? Because this Civ is still one of the most desired picks in pro play. And for good reasons. I'm sure we'll get to see them in this. A lot of flexibility in the way they play it, whether it's fast castle or prolonged feudal. MyZY, an interesting map for an English pick. I'm wondering what he's planning here, because English on this map is a little unusual, considering most English strats are 2TC. For those that haven't seen Coastal Cliffs before, Coastal Cliffs spawns the stone away from your base. Quite far out, actually. Like, the entire screen far. So going for this can be a little bit tricky if you're against Dark Aging Civs. The good news there for YZY is that Chinese don't tend to Dark Age these days. No, ever since the meta shifted towards the Imperial Official build, where you don't build any to go feudal, you don't really tend to worry about China attacking you. At least not until HD. And Villager is moving out now. So YZY is indeed going to be going for a 2TC build. Yeah, get scouted early. Sheep recruitment, 15 to 15. Yeah, so neck and neck. No one getting a clean advantage there. Spawn, though. Yeah, both of them got deer, boar, ford pretty tight together. That's really good for Myriad. This is a great Barbican drop location. It would protect gold, deer, and boar against early dives. So sometimes you see the Barbicans coming out. I think for Myriad, it would come down to whether this was an aggro build or a greed build. But because it's a greed build, he might not feel a necessitation to build into the Barbican, because he shouldn't really be being attacked. Is necessitation a word, or have I just made that up? It's a word. I had to double check because I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a word. But we were just talking about the history of casting. I was like thinking back to my Dota 2 years. And the one I've done for a long time, I think I told you guys this story before, is I made up a word called desperosity, which is like desperation and ferocity in one. But it wasn't a real word. For a long time, I didn't realize. I don't know where it came from, but damn, it should have been a word. It was a strong one. This YZY guy pumps hard with Jhin. I mean, he pumps hard in general. If you guys haven't seen YZY, this guy is ranked 3rd in the world right now. He's higher ranked than Myriad on the ladder. And he is a grinder. Last season, 78 finish. Season before that, 11th finish. Season before that, 91st. Season before that, 38th. This guy's consistently been in the top 100 on the leaderboard for the last 5 seasons. And currently, he's sitting in 3rd. Yeah, so he's going to know a few things about the meta. Let's give him that much credit at least. Stone Gathering coming along nicely. Abbey of Kings soon to complete. Tech Up is already complete for Myriad. Is he going to be going for a Pro Scouts build? He's got 1 on gold. But he's already, queuing up a 2nd Taxman. I don't know if... Is Pro Scouts good enough here versus just walking out? Because if it's 2TC, you shouldn't feel threatened or that pressured, right? And I think Pro Scout slows you down quite a bit. I wonder, actually, would YZY drop a TC here? That's maybe a bit too greedy, but if he gets it, it's insane. It would secure his starting tree line. It would get him gold. It would get him boar, deer. And fun fact, remember, the English a while ago received a buff to the game gathering. Right there. If they drop a campfire, huntable resources gather quicker. Nah, I really hope he goes for the 4TC. Because Myriad isn't doing anything but greed, right? Like 2 on gold now, this looks like Pro Scout macro. Maybe he adds in a Horseman, which would stop YZY getting the loose TC. Nicely done. Good call by Myriad. I think that town center location is so high value that you just can't allow the potential for it. So it's definitely Pro Scouts looking at the macro. He stops 275 gold. He's got taxation to get him the rest of the way, right? Yeah. So he should be getting to Pro Scouts soon. TC is going to be tight. The reason why you have to respect the Horseman here, it's not like when you play other civs and pull 10 villages to build a town center. English villages have short bows, so instead of doing 6 damage in melee, they do 5 at ranged. Sounds great until you remember these horsemen have 2 armor. He's going to lame some sheep. That would be pretty smart. No, he's just going off the scout. I mean, English can build farms, but it probably would have been nice to just stab down a few of these sheep. So condensed 2TC. Pro Scouts can begin. And the good news is, because you kept Red in his base, away from the deer, there is no denial of your value. You can get 4 deer stacks here. I like the Mirrod's also adding in more horsemen. Get to like 4 or 5 horsemen, you can actually kill the king, because you can grab him. Oh, did we get predictions up for this one? I don't think we did. Oops. There you go, I'll do you all a favor. Give you 1 minute for predickies. So YZY's win condition is pretty much defend and play for white tower, right? The Myriad, what's he going to see his win con as? Quite often you just think of fast castle. I wonder if there's ever a world in which he bulks and attacks. Like, Horseman Archer is pretty crafty here. That really just happened? King got taken down. I mean, I know he's got extra horsemen, but that was mostly just the 2 ponies, right? That's crazy. Huge denial and a reinvestment. So 200 resources spent. Spears being forced. Myriad already looking cozy on archers. I'm not really feeling inspired by Red's plan so far. He's got the first farm cluster up. Very greedy. But he kind of had to, right? Like, he didn't secure deer, and he has limited shield. This tree line becomes a kill point. Because if Myriad just parks a scout here, I know he wants pro scouts, but just hear me out, brings a scout here, the archers can camp this from both sides. That's cool, though. Why is he adding in men-at-arms? Men-at-arms has been growing in popularity. They recently got buffed. They cost 10 less food. They used to be 100 food. Now they're only 90. So decent discount there of like almost 10%. And English men-at-arms, you know, with the attack speed buffer as well, can be very impressive defensively. King not going to die like that again. My worry here is, like, you shouldn't really have much wood access, like maybe up to here. Chinese player likes to seems to like playing with English. Yeah, I could have sworn YZY plays a decent chunk of Louis, or at least cues into him a lot as well. And like both of those players love English. I think it's just Chinese meta might be quite English dominant. I'd have to double check the stats, but I feel like a lot of the Chinese players I've seen at pro level play a lot of English. Which is ironic, because the top ranking English player was really well known for his Chinese. Oh, nice blueprint there, actually. That funnel, that was important. It stops the horseman getting in as quick. -1 so far, so Myriad has struck a kill. Dimu's Chinese? No, he's an English person who played Chinese. Got to follow the track here, whereas Chinese players like playing English. Come on. Although, if you put a Shaolin monk robe on Dimu, he's got the look. This is dangerous, no? Because YZY can grab him. A little bit... sorry, Myriad can grab him. I'm a little bit surprised he's actually not run past, because there's this many horsemen you can outrun the king. And if you have 5, that's enough to pin. Imperial Palace is on the way, though, so I just don't think he really cares. And I'm a bit worried now, guys, because this is what I meant about the flexibility of China. They could keep hamming in feudal, or they can fast castle. Lancers is a problem for Red. Something wrong with the YouTube. Really? Looks fine for me. Might just be something happening with YouTube right now. I don't know. So tech up completes. Lancers get queued. And remember, he can supervise production here. Doesn't take him long. 14 seconds to get these out. Red has the correct idea. He cuts all production. He needs attack. If you don't get the white tower up fast, those town centers will get those. And he's already got placement, right? You can drop it back here. He could also drop it here on the tree line. That's not great for your farms, but it would protect the wood at least. Man, this landmark is crazy. Imperial Palace, just the bread and butter. Look at the vision he has. There's no way you can sneak in. This is just kind of depressing. You ran all the way across the map just to die like this? Yeah, he has no choice but to run. 33 or not. And oh, God. It's 33 in a white tower, and it is going to be a white tower drop on the tree line. So this secures wood, but now think about the farms. One cluster is protected, the second one not really. And he can't place more farm clusters around here because the tree line's in the way. Diving, finds the second kill. And the idol, please just get to work. He finished the tap. Lancer does go down. Myriad probably going to be looking for relics next. There it is, Monastery. Makes sense. Your opponent just completed the white tower. You're not really going to get underneath his town center anytime soon. So now you just hoover up all the relics to make sure that the 2 TC effect isn't a big advantage for him. And also, like, you know, this is the thing about these white tower builds. They don't technically secure much. He's got 2.5k gold left over here. Only 2 farm clusters. His tree lines are forward and kind of exposed. King is dead. Buy a new one. That's how we work as a country. Great tourist trap. We've got to get another one of them so you guys can give us money. Although, I think it's a bit messed up. It's always kings, okay? Let's be, like, more... Let's be more progressively accurate in modern times. It's queen, queen... Was it king, queen, queen, king? In the last... Well, king, king, queen, queen, king in the last 100 years. Yeah. Crossbow switch-up's pretty good. I think the optimal build I've been seeing out English at the moment is crossbow men-at-arms. It's really effective. Even against lancers, because the men-at-arms just don't die quick enough, and the crossbows win you the fight. Forward Barbican, though. Myriad locks in the ball. Nicely played. And he has the backup ball behind it. I wonder if he'd build a siege workshop. Oh. Guys, Nesta Bees. Think about Nesta Bees here. He's closed the gap. If he sets up siege here, Nesta Bees destroy everything the English is building. Because even men-at-arms, like I said, they're very tanky against lancers because the armor-clad tech gives +2 armor, both types. But Nesta Bees doesn't care about armor type. Siege damage is pure damage. Nice deny on the flank there. The king, worth reinvesting, does deny a relic grab. We've got third farm cluster now coming in. Lancer creeping in. Might be able to find that one worker. Actually, I think he quite... Nah, he's not getting away with that. Probably a dead worker. At what point would Myriad feel confident adding in siege? Because when you park like this, even the idea of just a siege workshop for a trebuchet is pretty smart, right? Because the white tower is just right there, staring at you. Like, you can actually siege it from in range of your barbecue, which makes you feel pretty cozy. I think he'd probably want to be close to 20 lancers before he contemplates that. In the meantime, he's going to be scaling archers. Did he scout the crossbowmen? Not sure. He might just be assuming that the spearmen to counter his lancer. Having some hiccups for YouTube. Is YouTube just being weird in general today, maybe? I'm not getting any drop frames or anything, which is what makes that a little weirder. Also, why is quality only 1080? That's also okay. The men-at-arms wave, decent size now. He's still not diveable, but he also can't come out. Can you add archers passively? Oh, there you A lot of food gold, actually. Could he go for his tier 3 landmark again? Because he's getting relics, right? So he could play into pagodas, which would inflate him again. I actually quite like that idea. Pagodas is smart here. Remember, pagodas turns an 80 resource generation tool into a 250 resource generation tool. And you times that by 3, right? So like you could have 5 relics and you could get your hands on 400 resources, or you could have 5 relics and get your hands on what's it end up being? I think it's like 910 resources. Crazy number. And it's a diverse number. It's not just gold at that point. It also gets him into the siege we were just talking about. Because he'd be building clock tower. Oh, there's my boy, Myriad. Astronomical clock tower on the way. This is actually really cool. So 3 to 4 Nesta Bees is the golden number, where this starts to just disappear. King does get sniped out, Tau gets denied. I'm worried, actually. Like, Red has no gold, guys. This is it. We've been 16 minutes into this game, and this is what we've been building towards. Him having no gold. Marketplace now being dropped to try and fix that. He's switching into spears. He has to. Like, he just can't afford anything else. Problem is, your opponent's been building archers, so you're prepping yourself for death. Lombos is a more interesting detail. I'll give him credit for that. Bro, why are you advertising the other platform? Let them both grow. Yeah, Twitch still really needs... Like, we've been waiting ages. Basically, for those who don't know, there's encoding text, and Twitch has been very slow on introducing something called AV1. Because if they introduced it, the quality would be a lot better. And it's stupid because, at this point, in terms of viewing quality, Twitch loses to YouTube full stop. Twitch's big edge still is meant to be community. It's like chat, it's basic chat. Although YouTube's been getting better at it, it's just, it has a struggle, right? I think one of the big struggles with YouTube is like people watching live versus coming in midway and they're an hour behind catching up, but they have the same chat to talk in. So usually you find people on YouTube are often talking out of sync with each other compared to Twitch. He's twitching for some gold here. YouTube is a lot more delay, yeah, because they have a buffer built in, and I think that's part of why the visual quality can usually be better, is they have a slight buffer built in for each person. So that's why, like, I've had to cast from clean feeds before, being sent through YouTube for us to watch. And after every game, you'd have to go in and click the live button again, because it would start to fall behind. Twitch doesn't have that. Twitch tends to do the other thing, where if it falls behind a bit, it will skip refresh you ahead, from what I've noticed as well. So second board now being acquired. We don't have Nest of Bees, by the way, which is unusual. Try the RGX mode upscaler. Ooh, good shout for RGX. Hold on downloading that, though. We should be sponsored by the next month. So. Damn, that's cool. All right, Nest of Bees coming, though. So if Red wants to attack, it's got to be soon. He doesn't have a Treb, so no easy way to break the Barbican. No, hold on. We sponsored him like 2 days. I like money. Give me money. Only one knob. Remember, the astronomical clock tower is far back. Attack speed matters a lot here as well. Charge is going to be forced. Then arms line, not the fattest in the world. It's got some Lombos camped on the flank. Bit of a weird clash then. They're going to lose the Lances. Yeah, that is not a great fight at all. Minus a group of crossbow archers rather over there. In the meantime, crossbow formation is holding for Red. Lancers have to pull back. Men-at-Arms line is thinning though, and the Nest of Bees has arrived. Best thing to do when you're against English, turn up and be a bigger knob. See, that was a slang joke, because knob is the term calling someone a penis. Hey, but it's looking a bit flaccid for Red. He doesn't have a front line anymore. He won't be able to hang on the goal for long. And with Nest of Bees now arriving, the second part of the fight becomes range versus ranged. Can you guess why that might be bad for English? It's only one Nest of Bees. I think if Mira just gets a second, this becomes the nail in the coffin type feeling. Yeah, YZY could think about switching Horsemen, actually. He'd have to be fast, though, and he'd need a lot of wood because of setting up the production and then producing the Horsemen. And Granary switch up now on the way. This is the fragile point for Myriad. It's also surprising to me he hasn't added in more siege, because normally when the food runs out, you do the siege to pad you more. Maybe he just feels like he's strong enough that he doesn't need to resort to that. Rams are knocking in the Barbican. Good denial again on that flank. Just denying backup gold options. Does Myriad have pagodas? He should. Yep. It's It's gotten banked over here. Huge influx of resources. Flash. On the front line. More group of men-at-arms going. The Lancers are actually drawing a lot of fire. They should die, but it keeps them from the main engagement, right? This back line isn't supporting right now. These needs to be a little bit careful. Barbican is almost down. Red, not dead yet, but needs to be careful of clustering up like that. Nesta B is getting the maximum damage it can. Mark now down. Myriad has to retreat. Second Nesta Beast is on the way, but like, the choice to go farms over Knobs is proving painful here. He gets sniped. One down, one to go, and that one isn't even in the fight yet. Continuous retreat. Remember, big difference here is the farms are already set up for red, not for blue. No, he's got 37 on food, and only 12 of them are infinite. He's burst gathering. If this push keeps going, this game swings towards red. I think he knows it too. The only thing that would backfire for him is if he slows down. Second Nesta B is queued. One to scare him back for now. YZY lacking a new line of men-at-arms, actually. Yeah, wait, where are they? A little bit hard on the back line here. He'll trade out. Spreads the line formation a bit. Both sides losing their army. The important thing here is what's coming next. Men-at-arms spear spam is quite feasible here for English. The amount of farm clusters they've got, they're up to what? 5 farm clusters? I think 6, actually. Yeesh. YZY is like, wait, I've been fighting about attack speed the entire time, but sets it up way too late. That's going to be a pushback. Horseman switch up for Myriad is intriguing here. He does see the spears, right? This game is getting shaky, man. The farm cluster's still not increasing for Myriad. He's putting all resources into new army. Quite rightly, he has to. What's interesting to me is the fact that English haven't built horsemen. Even though everything your opponent has would lose the mass horsemen. It is unusual, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is like what I call, this is men-at-arms syndrome. English have this problem more than any other civ. It's just such an organic thing for them to do now and then in Imperial Age that most players default to it. It is working, but there's definitely an argument to be had that 15 horsemen works a lot faster. Has got the outpost up. Sprunal placement coming in is pretty cool. Yeah, with the attack speed there, Myriad needs to think twice about rushing this engagement. Unless red doesn't split. There we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, he hasn't got many troops left, so you just want to minimize the damage that Nestabes can do to you. And I believe... What's going on over here? Hey, he's keeping an eye on the food. I was about to say, the problem here is the berries are depleting fast. Second farm cluster is now coming in. YZY. Mass men at arms, guys. About to be 20 plus. Crossbows are going to struggle to keep up with that. Yeah, count. It's got 8 more in queue. SB shots is good. Third one as well. If he can get up to 5 Nesta Bs, you can actually hold back men at arms. Gold gathering from red, man. He's a fusty boy. This is frontline gathering. It's very risky. For moments like this, especially. Oh no. Red starts to pull away. He can afford a few worker losses. He's got plenty behind this. Gold gathering on the flank was idled out. He actually switched the stone, so he's looking to anchor with a castle drop. Military Academy also being prepped. I like this call from Red. He's got 10 men-at-arms constantly in queue, which means he's not producing fast enough. And more Ford racks is cool detail. People sleep on this. Ford production wins games. Combo still scaling, just trying to keep the counter to the crossbows, right? Another outpost creep is at least going to get shut down there. Trebuchet's smart by Myriad. Diving into this outpost aura just feels like death. He's got a lot of siege pop, actually. Is there ever a world in which red can go Imperial? I think it's a bit tricky right now. If he stops producing, he'll get pushed off of the 4 golds. That's the problem. He just can't afford that to happen, right? It's a 5 relic game for your opponent, and he also has taxation. You will lose if you get idled in base without gold. Your opponent, however, if he gets idled in base, not without gold. Nice, now getting queued up. Red really is allergic to Horseman, isn't he? I'd be curious what the thought process is here to not do Horseman still, after all this time. Because surely Horseman is your best friend. Even if your opponent's building Horseman as well, remember, English Horseman will be better because of the attack speed. I think, did he... Yeah, he got network of Citadels. So he has machine gun attack speed. Not supposed to have the EGC logo? Oh. Must have forgot about that. We'll look to sort that after this game. I'm not going to do that mid-game. Wait, what? There's no way he gets that upgrade. Maybe? If he's distracted long enough? I mean, if he keeps fighting, I would be surprised for Miro to look here. Because he's already got 3 farm clusters set up now. So he has no reason to look back at the granaries right now. And there's the B shots. Good hit. Longbow crossbow's going down. Myriad now with the count in his favor. 20 plus crossbowman. It's starting to look good here. Outpost being rushed up. And wait, is he going for... No, he's going for the gold. What? I love this. Red's got some unhinged gold gathering. But he is lost in the center. He's in trouble. He's going for Imperial. Wait. 12 villages. I don't think you can go for a castle drop here, right? Yeah, in the shade. If you Berkshire in the shade here, he's going to do it at home, right? Wait. Okay, Wingard. I was about to say, Berkshire back here is insanity. Wingard instead. So he feels like he needs the production wave. That's unfortunate because a Berkshire dropped here would shut down half of the farms. And now the rush. Villagers saw it. Cute idea, but no bueno. Outpost not going to be going up. Shiv's come out. He's got enough torch power to burn this down afterwards anyway. This is painful right now, actually, for Red. It's not like he can afford to lose workers because he's got so much army. He hasn't. He's down to 127 pop. Yeah, I think at this point, he's starting to look a little bit cooked, but there is a resurgence here, guys. He's got 1,000 gold, and he's playing England. So he can go for enclosures, which, remember, allows all these farms to generate gold. 6 gold. Sorry, no, 10 gold wasn't it? Yeah, 10 gold per minute per farm. Horseman, as he's riding in, will be shut down by the spears. Wingard Raiders coming to the rescue here. Makes sense. He's up against Nest of these. Myriad also now prepping himself for Imperial. Scary, though, because the difference is Myriad could look to drop his landmark on the Sacred Site, the Great Wall Gatehouse, and start thinking about a win on Sacred Sites. Closures. How long to go? 30 seconds out. And guys, this is not Louis. This is not Louis. This is a player. I think he's chosen the name YZY now. He's actually committed. He's the player that we've regularly cast up against top-level pros on the ladder that always has a Chinese name. Knights selling for... I like this for the Raiders. The cool thing about Raiders, you don't get much of a discount, guys, but you produce them so quick. 19 seconds is all it's taking him to get 6 cav units out. He's flooding. And it's so smart here because look at Myriad's comp. It's crossbows. Another dive. He catches the build-up. Nicely done. Myriad, he doesn't fluff it. He gets it right so he can surround the Great Wall Gatehouse for a quicker tech-up. That's critical here because without that detail, this wouldn't have been quick enough. The villagers, I don't know what the hell you're thinking here. YZY with an outpost rush, not going to work out. Great Wall Gatehouse established. Myriad, that small detail making the difference. The way you do that, by the way, guys, you build a wall but only tap the central piece and then place the Great Wall Gatehouse, because if you build the whole wall, it blocks the building. So you would have had only 2/3 the build speed, which would have led to a lot more worker deaths. Still, quite a few workers dead. Yeah, the farm clusters are looking a bit ugly. Castle drop in the meantime on the front side of his base. YZY is in death push mode. The Raiders just vomit out so fast. And Myriad, he's doing something difficult. His hand cannoneer switch. It's difficult because his economy is not bloated out of control. 692 gold is not great. No, and now the torch damage. Remember, he's upgraded here. 21 torch. And reminder, the torch damage is attached to age. So even if he's not got elite units, he's got that burn damage. Wonder how they got the Nest of Bees up there? They fell. That's a little Britain quote for you. Death push is real, guys. Wingard Raiders is still just as effective as it's always been. When English came back into the meta originally, like a year and a half ago, the Canadians understood this straight away. Fast Imp Mass Wingard Raiders was the way. You don't get a big discount, but you get a big army fast. Diving continues. Elite Knight upgrade coming behind this. Myriad has still got a handful of crossbows to hold with for the time being. But he's losing ground fast. So the gold gathering continues. Farms are back to work is the good news. But map control has completely shifted. And he does have the gold farm upgrade, which is a lofty sum for him right now, right? He's got 0 people on gold, but farm count is at 64, which means he's generating 640 gold a minute. Damn, this is a crazy game. You watch. We'll get later on in the brackets, and we won't get anything as tight as this. Hand cannon near count escalate. Now, important thing with China, we forget about it because we rarely see them getting to the hand cannon near point these days. But fun little thing here is the extra range. Remember, they have pyrotechnics, so they can get plus 1.5 tower range. Pretty effective here, putting up to higher range than archers by default. Although, English are actually quite good at dealing with that. 2 things, longbows, and then even more so, the wingard. When YZY is done inflating army count, he can switch over to the ranges. This is the powerful thing about the English landmark in tier 4. You go from Zerg to Protoss, right? Like it's quantity and then quality. Because you either go footmen or rangers, which scales slowly, but the population value are so effective. Bio now coming in. Double Sacred Site also secured. I did go 2 TC. He's got some catching up to do behind by quite frankly an insane number. When do you ever see China this far behind on villager count compared to any other sim in the game? 64 to 137. And Pyrotechnics just got queued. So Lombo is going to become even more important now for Red. Blue's gold gathering. He's shifting over now for the remainder. About to say, because this number's about to start plummeting, which is dangerous when you have hand cannon near spam. Knights in the center. It's got that attack speed buffer. They attack so fast as well. Wait, do they? Wait, I thought they fixed this. I thought Knight's attack speed got buffed. It's still bugged. All right, Knights still don't get increased attack speed. I thought they'd fix this. They're meant to be 40% faster to attack, but they're not. They still show 1.5. Balance and logical things. Spearmen, on the other hand... Wait, yeah, Lombos are correct, Spearmen are correct. There we go. So they are getting the buff attack speed. It's just weird that Knights don't. Makes them kind of negligent for a main engagement here. Flash coming in, though. This is a loss of a fight for Red. Yeah, he was looking for the backstab of the Knights, but it took too long due to the wall. And now he's going to arrive staggered. I don't like this. Red just fed big time. So he took the fight without the Knights, and instead of then committing the Knights to the real objective, he brings them in afterwards, essentially just throwing them away. Maybe he wanted the pop space to build new things. It doesn't feel like that, though, when you see him queuing up more Wingard Raiders. Bit of a weird feed. Mira got to be over the moon with that trade. Better than he ever could have expected, getting to fight half the army and then half the army. The army tactics is following up here for Red. The more Imperial techs you get in out of the university, the more it balances you out a bit better against hand cannoneers. But he's going to switch HCs himself. That is bold. Very bold for a guy who's about to be out of gold veins to tap. I thought he'd go the Lombo route and upgrade Incendiary, but by going for hand cannoneers, he now is outranged by the Chinese. Not just outranged, guys. Outran. Remember, Yuan Dynasty, the perk it gives is movement speed. These hand cannoneers are quicker and have more range than the English ones. Okay, there we go. I'm glad he cancelled. This makes a lot more sense. Silk Bowstring's coming now. Maybe he was worried about wood, because although gold's limited on coastal cliffs, wood is as well. You know, you get to 50 minutes, it's not uncommon to see people on these tiny trees all over the place. Castle is going to get dropped in the meantime. Raiders are going to dive into the base again. Biology also on the way for Myriad. Ooh, we've got arrow volley. It is a full commitment to the bows. But we're just a bit far forward there. He's not going to be able to contest this. The hand cannon account is getting out of control. I'm actually really worried for red now. 40 hand cannoneers is a death sentence in most comps. And if I'm not mistaken, he still doesn't have incendiary. Yeah, no incendiary arrows. Limited gold sticking to Wingard makes sense. No, it's fine to do Wingard. You pivot into things that cost gold but don't die. Like going Wingard Raiders, he's going melee, right? So he is losing a lot of gold. But if he was scaling Rangers instead, for example, very different. But he just values the Zerg, I guess. And Horseman Raid, nicely done! The hit on the gold! It goes for the goal! Myriad, what was that? Minus 20 workers on the back. Gonna be more than that. They're not done raiding yet. What a find! Lombo Spears need to keep retreating. Red did hemorrhage the main fight to win there. The Knights are still raiding! And they are raining hell upon Myriad. He finally realizes, starts to pull away. The Wingard Raiders. We just saw criticism in the chat, but you know what? Red just went, whoop, what are you talking about? It's winning me the game. Absolute insanity. 66 economy to 125. Myriad allergic to stone walls. But he's not allergic to losses, because one's coming right his way. The volley coming through. The attack speed looking good. Lombo's just sniping down those hand cannoneers. Hemorrhaging something that Myriad can't afford to replace. And now the Bernie boys are in. Incendiary Arrows completes. It's a great trade for him, right? Just losing trash tier units to get rid of premium. And what a hit. Myriad might be 2 TC, but he's not Song anymore, and he's got a long way to go to recover this deficit. I don't think he's got time anymore. Look at the state of the map. Siege workshops in the front. Production everywhere, it seems. And the food income, you feel it in your heart here. He's still got 56 on the food, sure, but the number difference, 1.8k to 3.6. It's a double up. What do you think about Palings for Lombos? I like winning games, not losing them. Don't press it. Lose the button off your keyboard. Palings just takes too long to set up. And the moment you move, you lose it. It just doesn't work. What a game. English beating Chinese. Not meme Civ anymore. Back on the menu. It's not like Myriad's a crap player either. He was one of the front runners to make it to the main event. But now in a best of 3, he's going to be 1 game down and 1 game away from elimination. Knights go in again. There's still no walls. I'm sorry, isn't China's whole brag about this big-ass wall that keeps all the raiders out? I don't see it this game. That ain't a great wall, that's a tiny wall. Village is just dead again. Hankan is at least mop it up. He goes for a backstab raid himself. Trying to dish out the same medicine. But I'm not seeing the same impact on economy. 10 more. Please kill my spears and lombos. I want more ponies. Why is that guy that just collects Rapidash Pokemon cards? Doesn't even care about the rest of the roster. Makes sense as well, because this boy has been on fire. Bram's now being prepped. Greased Axle's on the way. He's also prepped himself to take the tree line away from Myriad. That difference, that tree line alone should be enough to secure it. Now, also, the pagodas are on the front line. He's about to lose the relic gold. Burn through just too damn strong. Oh, wow, look, a bombard almost killed a spearman. That'd be a shame. It's not effective. Backstab attempt into 40%. 100% attacks. No. Just... I wouldn't agree to that charge, okay? If my commander said do it, I'd be like, nah, I'm sorry. I seem to have shot myself in the foot with an arrow. You don't even have a bow. I don't know how it happened, buddy. You have to send me home on medical leave. Myriad's hand cannon near count is pretty much all that's left. I mean, it feels like there should be more horsemen in this, but it's because he just keeps sacking them. He has to keep throwing them in and losing them, throwing them in. The only thing that I'd say is missing for red right now is more fort infrastructure, like Rax is up here, would be huge. But I don't think it even matters at this stage. The difference is ridiculous. Bombard's trying to beat a ram. Soon, brothers, soon. And the relics, the heist. At 41 minutes in, he's taking the goodies. Just don't want the clock tower down. Moves in deeper. Hand cannoneers have not got long to run before it starts to hit economy again. They know it. And the longbows, a little bit inefficient here. He's overkilling a lot. He's targeting hand cannoneers one by one. But with the attack speed of English, you just get away with it so often. It doesn't matter. Because you kill so fast anyway. Horseman dead again. Spearmen just washing their spears with the blood of ponies. And Myriad is going to have to pony up a knee to be taken here. As YZY, the ranked number 3 in the world, the unknown Chinese prodigy kid, is looking to be a Louis MT of 2026. And this is a good way to start it, bright and early in the bracket. Going one game up against one of Volta Esports' finest. What do you guys think of English? Did anyone expect something like this? Myriad is no pushover of a player, and yet he just lost English versus Chinese. Was it an easy win? Hell no. But is it ever an easy win against China? The answer is no. That Civ just wins everything. Like, when you see someone draft China, you're like, oh, that's a win. When you see someone pick English against it, surely a win. It is for the English. What? Dude, crazy game. I've just dubbed that one. There's a new Chinese pro in town. And he mains English. Whoa. Played really well. Had a couple moments where tourney experience maybe showed through, but overall solid. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I think this is really impressive because the one thing that worried me was more draft-oriented with him. I'd still say draft-wise there's some concerns. But considering he just beat Chinese with English, that's bloody impressive. Like, my concerns was that Mira got French, Golden Horde, Shushi Byzantines, and YZY got more mid-pack civs where like Ayabiz, Japanese, Sengoku, Mongols, English, right? It's like the draft is... I still feel there's valid questions around the draft, but he just alleviated a lot of them by wielding English so damn well. All right, so remaining maps, we've got Dry Arabian Borderland. They're getting in lobby now. Let's see what the pick is. So Mongols and Golden Horde are sniped. Mira's going to have French. YZY gets Japanese. This, I think, is going to be... Is that Borderland? For a Mongol pick, I think so, right? French-Japan. I like French here. I think we'd probably get, like, 3-game series, but it's not impossible for Japan to reap a win, either. I just won 3 games back-to-back. Can I go pro now? That depends. Did you win the 3 games in a qualifying series against one of the established pros? If so, yeah. He's playing his comfort picks? Sure, but he's playing against Chinese, and he's playing against a player that is very good at it. Yeah, I'll get the logo sword. Where is it? I like how it comes in so small you can't even see it. There you go. All right. Are they in game? No, still in lobby. What a crazy game one though, man. The game instilled English pride back into KP. My Civ, my nationality. It's a Civ, guys. It can win. It can. Huffs the opium. It can win games. I didn't think it was possible. England. Played YZY yesterday. Guy's pretty decent. Hell yeah, man. I mean, I've seen some of his games on the ladder. He's got some talent. Well, you played him in the bracket, are you saying, MSN? I imagine the problem with him, did you feel this as well? I think his drafting is a little bit unorthodox, right? He seems to have his own, like, meta. Or rather, maybe it is just comfort picks. Like I was just saying, in this draft, it's very unusual that he gave over French, Golden Horde, Chinese, Shushi, and Byzantines. Right? He basically got, like, tier 2, tier 3 civs and gave all the tier 1s that were available. His IBID's... Like, dude, his IBID is Chinese IBID. You know what I mean by that? You guys know what I mean by Chinese IBID, right? I think Chinese players really like to play micro-heavy, from what I've seen. Like, Louis is a perfect example of this. And IBID is like that perfect... Like, it's a perfect civ for micro-heavy because you can kind of cheese a lot of people with mass desert raiders. Then use your micro there. You lost to his Ayu? Did he? Well, you first picked Ayu, right? And you probably were thinking about second or third pick Ayu. That's literally how you lost. That's what I mean, dude. I'm telling you, Chinese players are dangerous in the micro game. The pros we have on that level are really good. Even Ayame Satu, who like hasn't really come through yet, is in that department, right? Where actually his micro is pretty freaking solid. I'd say like for Ayame's bigger weakness, I'm assuming he didn't make it deeper in the draft. Ayame Sato's biggest weakness, I'd say, is... Oh, sorry, no, he's still going up against Elyona. I'd be surprised if Ayame beats Elyona, because I think Elyona's drafting is better than Ayame. Ayame, just like we assumed with YZY previously anyway, but I think he's shown a bit more robustness maybe, are still limited in the way they play drafts. Like, when these pub stars start learning how to draft better, they're going to stomp. Ayame is 1-0 against Elyona. Oh, damn. He beat him 2-0. Ooh. Okay, that's spicy. All right, I'll reconfig my statement. I don't think Ayame makes it past the next round. Actually, come to think of it, it's going to be Core Ezra. I think that... No. I rebuttal again. I think he could actually make it to the best of 5, but I do not, 100%, I do not think Ayame makes it past the BF5 because based on what I've seen from Ayame, he's actually very good in best of 3s. Back when we ran weeklies, he actually beat Louis MT in the best of 3. But where Ayame always felt flaccid was best of 5s. Because the drafting is completely different in BO3 to BO5, right? Yeah, like I'm looking at the brackets. I think Ayame could make it to a qualifying set, but I don't think he qualifies. He'll get there. I think it reminds me of Jif. Like, you go a year back with Jif, and Jif was like this, whereas I actually think Jif could make it now. Especially with... What bracket was Jif in? Jif is going to have to beat Voldemar, and I don't think that's, like, the most insane thing to say. No, that's not an offense to Voldemar either. I think Jif is just very good. Remember, he took 2 games off of Louis, right? But, like, that's the process that Ayame is going through now. You get, like, you get towards the end of 2026... Ayame is going to be like what Jif was towards the end of the KPMMs, where he was making quarterfinals and stuff, right? Because, like, especially in Age of Empires 4 really is that type of game where, like, anyone can win a best of 3. You get what I mean? Like, not Tom, Dick, and Harry who are gold rank, but, like, if you've hit Conk, there are worlds in which you will just freak win a best of 3 against a much higher ranked opponent. because of something weird in the draft. All right, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads, by the way, guys, so you don't get in the game, okay? I think Iyami has a fair shot in the best of 5. His bracket's probably the weakest. His bracket has got Corv and Mahodo in. I wouldn't call that necessarily weak. I could see him beating Core Ezra. I'm just not sure about Mahodo / Corvinus. Corvinus is going to have like some wacky strats, right? And I think Mahodo is a more solid player than Iyami right now. Next year, KB's going to be where Iyami is now, of course. Don't make enough money from casting and creating content to exist in AoE4. Time to become a player. XD. Long ads are annoying. I don't have a choice, though. If I don't run the ads, they're going to run themselves anyway, right? And disrupt the game. That's the nature of the platform, sadly. Oh, wait, that reminds me. How many ads am I running on YouTube? Medium frequency. Yeah, honestly, I feel like Twitch just spends the years shooting itself in the foot, sadly. Gamba, please. Haven't we got mods in chat for that? I'm pretty sure we do. No one gambled last time anyway. Like, what the hell? I give you Gamba, you don't even do it? What is this crap? Alright, here you go. I gotcha. I think it's just like we had a lot of predictions set yesterday when no one even gambled. So just today my mind has been a bit like, who cares? They're too long and unskippable. Yeah, people complain even when you manually run them, right? It's like, it's a flawed platform. But like if you're focused mainly on live streaming to like build your brand and bring in sponsors, basically being YouTube exclusive just doesn't make sense. Because YouTube, for some reason, has done many things right to improve live streaming, but still doesn't show ACCV, average concurrent viewership, which Twitch does. And that's usually what brands look for to sponsor people. All right, guys. That score is correct. Unknown rising pop star YZY is 1 game away from eliminating one of the front popular players to qualify for this S-tier tournament. Myriad looks to make his last stand here. On board land with French in the blue, while YZY in the pink has the Japanese. An astounding game number 1 win with English over Chinese puts him in a poised position to eliminate one of the favorites for this entire bracket. This is fun, guys. This is exciting. And check this. It is going to be Rack's opening. Japan, bread and butter of them, and a good civ to do it against, as he is up against French, and French have got a Ford gold spawn. When in doubt, trust the French. I mean, you got it, right? I found it interesting when they were doing, so on the recent LAN, they were doing, they needed to buy a lot of time, right? So they done the tier list, and a lot of people were putting like French. I think some were putting it low A tier, some mid A tier. I was like, in my eyes, they kind of feel like they're bordering on S tier. They apply well to almost any map in the current meta. I'm not going to say have great matchups across the board, but it's rare they have a bad matchup. Even the ones that are perceived bad, like Iabiz, they have ways out, is what we've seen over time. This is just a very reliable, very anchored civ. And in an aggro-based meta, it makes a lot of sense why. But Japan, on the other hand, has been taking shots to the kneecaps. Yeah, this civ has just been kind of going downhill, hasn't it? You know what this is? You know what it is? This is the Shogun TV show, right? We just had season 1, and we know the follow-up season where they don't have a book anymore is probably not going to be that good, if we're being totally real with ourselves. That's kind of what Japan's haven't happened to them in Age of Empires 4. They had this great time, this phenomenal long run, but in more recent months, you've definitely felt their power wane. More relevant, Japan was like, boys, season 1, season 3. Now we're getting into season 4, 5. A little bit of harassment coming in. Myriad did already gather enough gold for a tech up. Will not have enough for the first night, though, which is really frustrating. If this had been a back gold spawn, he could have probably hung around long enough to get the knight. That's a big deal, because it would have allowed him to harass his opponent a little bit and force more spear commitment. Because there is a potential risk here that Pink just tries to go castle. French haven't been S tier for 4 years, I believe, so happy to see. Yeah, like I rank them strong at A tier. But I think some pros were saying like mid or low A tier. I'm like, really? I don't know. It depends. We talked about this before. I think a lot of people's tier lists are warped. Realistically, S tier should be it's bannable, and it has to be banned. And that's the way. Like, but a lot of people treat S tier differently. They put civs there that don't get banned. Like S tier should probably maximum be 3 to 4 civs in it. Like, you know, Ottomans, Macedonians, Malians, China. So Skullcalf coming in. Should be looking for some rapid wood gathering to secure in the archers. And Kura Storehouse, very telling. 1 on the Kura, guys. China? Sushi's the new thing? I mean, sure, we just saw China lose, but I'm still seeing them win reliably a lot. I think both civs have their ingredients. I'd be curious to see how Sushi settles in the coming weeks as people figure out how the new Jiangnan build works. You know what I mean? China has mem matchups. All right, I'm curious on this one, MSN. Who do you think does better in the Delhi matchup, China or Sushi? I think, like, you're right. There's some matchups where it's 100% that. I think China's still better for that, right? But you have to go back to the old Barbican build where you block a sacred site. You think Sushi? Because we had that with Dimu Voldi yesterday. And it looked fairly easy for the Delhi to just play standard Delhi. But, like, you know, you say China's got some bad matchups. I think Sushi has some really bad ones too, right? But I think China has more robustness in what they can do. More options, which is why I probably still rank them a bit above Sushi. What matchups are bad for Sushi? You hate French, no? You think they're good against French now with the changes? Yeah, where's your tier list? Good versus French. I'll have to see that one. We haven't seen it anytime recently, actually. There's definitely a few players that are priority picking Sushi, but I don't feel like the ones I've seen doing it so far, it's really paid off that much. But maybe I'm just seeing the wrong games. It's Outpost coming up. Also, like, Ottomans is great against Sushi too, right? Then again, Ottomans is good against 85% of it. It's Outpost coming up. 5 on the Kura, by the way, so it's not going to be fast castle. This is interesting, though. Like, while we're being distracted talking about Sushi's relevance, we've got a Horseman build. Oh, man. Did Myriad watch Give You Anxiety's game? I mean, it was different there. It was Jean versus Golden Horde, but he done this weird Horseman Archer spear build. Maybe something similar coming in here. It's a bit wacky. Archers. I'm going to start poking. Looks like there's going to be a bit of stone gathering. He's trying to get Arislit's plus fortification. Yeah. That's cool. Because Myriad's scaling Horseman, he'll be able to burn the outpost fast. Let's maybe not lose the scouts for it, though. Because remember, burn damage value is same for a knight as it is for Horseman. So by going Horseman, it gives him double the burn through power on this. That's really cool. Myriad just starting to snipe through the spears. Maybe jumping the gun here. That's going to be -1 Horseman. Villager's even going to repair. I guess Myriad kind of has to go this fast. It's the risk of stone coming in. Then again, your opponent's 50 stone off and get fortifications. The problem I see here is, like, this is not enough to stop repair. 2 archers won't kill the workers fast enough, right? Myriad also floating a lot of wood for this point in the game. Unless the plan is to go for siege engineering, which he doesn't have a blacksmith for. There we go. It's got to come now. Yeah, I think we got a ram coming. First night queued as well. A little bit weird with the dive here. So the weird thing that Myriad done there is he moved the whole army together. His horseman didn't gap close the tower that fast, so he wasted time trying to get in burn range. Now, counterplay. Pink going for the pony. Still trying for the Castle Age. Has at least gone hard in status on the spears. Moment of true fear. You sure about that, son? All right, so he pauses. Was that a misclick on the cancel? Yeah, he switches specialized pick survival technique. So he's built a blacksmiths. He has got +1 melee, which isn't too bad for horseman. It turns a 6-hit kill on a worker into a 5-hit, right? Yeah, no undermesh, and he's still diving. Why is there a smudge on the top right below the mining upgrades? What, this thing? I think it's to mirror the effect of this, because the bannerman thing. I think it applies on both sides. Because that's where you stick these extra details on the UI. So it's just the way they render it. Like, really, someone kind of fluffed, because what they should have done with Capture Age is had this not appear. My guess is they basically, they put these assets under the same parent, so they've been toggling visibly on off with the parent. Something like that. It's weird. But Flown Gate now on the way. Are we thumbs downing the French here? Because this doesn't really feel like it's done much. And also, you're waiting so long, your opponent's going to have enough gold for probably 2 to 3 Mounted Samurai. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider how small Myriad's army is. More gold gathering to come through. Dive in there. A little bit negligent. Wait, why is he why? With only tier 1 wheelbarrow. Very slow pull away. Costs him 2. Reset. Loses the horseman. I think that's fine, though. You want to lose the horseman, keep the knights alive. Gathering can continue. Why is he why? I'm assuming we are just straight up getting him out of Samurai here. The amount of gold gathering, like, he can queue up 2 already. And considering how small your opponent's knight count is, you can contest. Target fire coming in on the knights. He's already got arrow slit, so DPS is actually pretty high here. Undermesh is in for Myriad. And Myriad, he has got double stable, but I think this one was recent. Spin, I'm going for a cheeky poke. Gets a little bit of timing here. First Mounted Samurai hits the field. Yeesh. That should be -1 knight, but the outpost fire split onto a different target. Not great. Chivalry, I believe, hasn't been taken, though. No. Yeah, this is the weird thing. Like, in a normal French game, you probably would have had Chivalry queued by now. But because he delayed knight spam, there's been no reason to go for it. And now it's going to cost him. So 1 knight down already. Second one's going to die. The Mad Samurai can actually club him right now. Goes to the archers instead. An assistance from the tower. Another knight goes down. That's going to be -3 knights in total. Oh, nice little bait there. Myriad turned around, baited the brace, and then got away. This still looks pretty bad, though. Right? Like, normally when we talk about French dominance from an age behind, they've got a lot of knights. He's got 7 versus 3 Mounted Samurai. But now with the pressure being relieved on the gold, the count's going to start to inflate, right? The garrison coming in. Oh, that's crafty. Did Myriad see him run out? Double knight left the base, so he can actually poke this a bit. Yeah, that's pretty cool, although dangerous. Guys, he's got most of his knights in Pink's base. So double Mounted Samurai here can do a lot of work. And he knows where to go, straight for the gold. Pull away there is going to slow down knight production. Good intercept as well. Perfect way to fight up against these French knights. Now remember, deflective armor has been nerfed. It takes a long time to come back online now. Whole 15-second wait. Used to be 7.58 seconds, which was absurd. And the difference it makes, because now you do get stabbed in the Tushki before you get deflected back. Trip Knight scares him off. Any Onimusha switch is what I'm wondering. Onimusha would make a lot of sense here. When your opponent's stuck Feudal Age, Onimusha disintegrate knights. Because remember, that's the lady horseback with the... Basically, it's a crossbow on horseback. And the damage burst is kind of insane here on a 1 knight EHP unit. Because you do some like 22, 23 damage per strike. Now it's Samurai Numa. Chivalry hasn't completed yet, by the way. Yeah, and oh, this is a good fight for Pink. Hold on. Backstab as well. He gets on the tree line, ignores the knights, and just goes for kills. And here, this is not a fight Myriad can win. 4 knights against 3 Mounted Samurai is a lose. Is he just dead? He may be. Villagers running away like this. Idle on food income is going to be big. On the Mount Samurais is low. Gets the recommit. A lot of injured knights. He's not got enough time here, though. And he's not even moving the workers. No way. Talk about upset of the bracket. Myriad is about to get 2-0'd by YZY. Knights just about holding on, but that's going to be -2 now, and the numbers reset for a favorable outcome for Japan. 5 Castle Knights versus 4 Feudal. This is looking over. I mean, Myriad, he was trying to save for Castle, or he just forgot to queue more Knights. Whatever it is, this cost him dearly here. Yeah, you're just hemorrhaging at the stage. You can bait with the archers maybe to buy some more time. Now, this looks toast. Look at that food income. He cut down from, what, 1.2k to 400. I mean, this is the danger of this map, right? Like, French is meant to be able to do what Myriad done naturally. They're meant to just be comfortable playing onto the Deer 4 because they control the map so well. But Pink didn't give him that staged fight. The smart thing that Pink done is when he took those 2 knights south side. Myriad wanted a direct engagement because if he has numbers, then Feudal Knights can win. But what he cannot easily win against is trigger rates. These guys dive in, they're killing workers just as easily as you would. Even easier, actually. And they can dive for a lot longer on their own. That's the knock-on effect, right? It's the gold, and then he gets hit on the wood. And then that wraparound towards the food. Just succulent detail out of YZY. Guildhall now on the way, though. Gold's going to get targeted again. YZY has to know, and if he sees it, he'll just dive it. Hits towards the gold workers. He gets a glimpse of it at the Guildhall. Pink starts to rotate round. Idles the berries too. Doesn't commit for the dive, though. No, he just pulls away. Interesting discipline there from Pink. Yeah, because the villagers in that position, you charge onto them, which gets you away from the enemy knights. And with this damage level, it gets kills. There's no textiles for Myriad. The idle time, though, is just, this is depressing. There's so much shuffling going on and no gathering. Like, this is not 2003. It's not the iPod Shuffle release. It's not that impressive of a thing. Less shuffle, more do. Oh, God. Economy's flatline. It's got 550 income total with 46 workers. And he just can't defend them. More economy lost. This is not the Myriad that I've come to see, man. I don't know if it's just him not being on form or if it's just YZY dismantling so damn well. But, like, this is not the guy we've come to see so often. Look at this. Get a job! I don't want to go political, but right now, unemployment rates in Europe, it's outrageous. It's at an all-time high. Oh, no, I'm not going to continue down. And we blame the Japanese for it. He gets the win. 2-0, and Myriad is gone. Oh, my God. No, nobody predicted that. I would have had YZY down to take a game. But Myriad still to take the set. Damn. All right. Let's see what we can check in on next. Gonna have a look at the bracket. One sec, guys. No way? Every way, man. Every way to Sunday, baby. All right, here we go. So YZY, he'll be going up against Gully, who 2-1 Baxter. I'm a bit worried for Gully here, to be honest with you. I think YZY, but dude, actually, I'm looking at his bracket. Based on what he's just done there, he's front runner to qualify, right, guys? Who would you say is better right now, Gully or Myriad? I would say Myriad is higher skill level at the moment. YZY has to be favored here. Because me and Mike is a bit unpredictable, sure. Sass hasn't really been on form for a while. Like, I think YZY's front runner there, dude. That's crazy. That's insane. All right, so options-wise, we have got Jiff versus Scarlet Devil, which just started. There's also Core versus Yame. There's Corvinus versus Mahodo. Which one do you guys want? Players playing French refuse to acknowledge they can build spears. Yeah, I've seen some really impressive spear games from French at the moment as well. You guys want Core Ayame? You guys just, like, is this, like, prove KP Caster wrong after I just said that Ayame I don't think will go too much further? Like, he might be able to beat Core, but I'm not expecting to qualify. Now he's going to, like, prove me wrong, and it's going to be the Chinese invasion. It's like they take 2 of the 4 slots in day number 2. Is that what we're cooking for? All right, so draft-wise, this is, like, the most core draft. Actually, no, it's not. He's missing HRE. This is almost the most core draft possible. Wait, I'm getting a lot of Corvinus Mahodos now. I'm seeing more Corv Mahodos. Gotta do the YZY journey now? We can come back to him. So this is the core Ayame draft. The alternative is... Mahodo Corvinus is in game 2. By the way. This is the Corv Mahodo draft. So we've got... yeah, no water maps for either, I don't think. Scarlet did indeed sign up. I think we do Core Ayame, because Corv Mahodo's in game 2. And opening game Gorge is going to be Order the Dragon versus Golden Horde. That's actually quite an interesting one. Both of them rely on the fact they've got stupidly tanky units to just do stupidly frustrating things in Feudal Age, right? I think that'll make this pretty interesting. Just let me update Stream Tile 2. What rank are they both? Ayame used to be hyper super duper high. He's 11th. Core is... He's got one of those stupidly long names again, hasn't he? He usually does. Wait, what rank is Core right now? Yeah, this stupidly long name. But it doesn't show up, so he's not ranked. Yeah, he hasn't got rank at all. We said Ayame is 11th. Oh, guys, he has a rank. He's clearly the favorite. Kappa. One and all, it is time. Core back to pro play, but is it going to pay off? That's what we're here to find out. Let me reset that score as we hop into a new series. He's up against pub star Ayame Sato out of China. A player capable of even beating Louis MT. We've actually seen it before in best of threes, and this is a best of 3 qualifier. Golden Horde up against Order of the Dragon. These two civs are all about bulk. I don't want to fat shame, but they're beefy and they don't die. The question mark is who's going to be beefier and who's going to be more lethal. Core, this is like the most core-ish pick possible. If it wasn't HRE, it had to be Order of the Dragon. This is comfort pick central. For Ayame, not really his most known civ. I usually put this guy, like, what? Byzantines first. French, really good for him as well. Golden Horde is pretty reliable, though. I think most people have come accustomed to the fact that it is just a powerful civ. I haven't seen this matchup often, though. This feels a bit rarer because Golden Horde kind of comes out everywhere on land. Order of the Dragon tends to be hybrid maps more than anything. So they just don't meet in the same neighborhood, you know? But the theory is that Golden Horde units, the way they thrive is these very tanky heavy cav units they get in Age 2 that just dive everything. The cool thing about Order of the Dragon is they very much do the same thing with their Gilded Men-at-Arms and their Gilded Horsemen having like 250 HP. Ayame is going to cook well. I love the back and forth between chat on who's going to win this. I'll get predictions up for you guys. So you can go ahead and gamble your heart's content. I'll give you 2 minutes for it. Are we live? Yeah, we're live. Nice. Where is B? B has already qualified. So reminder, a lot of the known names, B, Marine Lord, Wham, Poppy Paw, Vortex, Lucifron, Beastie, and I'm forgetting one name off the top of my head. They've all qualified already for the main event. Oh, Anatan. So what are we looking at in this game? I'm trying to think what win condition is likely to be here. Because you can perceive one thing with Golden Horde, but the way that Core has historically played HRE and Order of the Dragon is different to a lot of other players in the pro scene. I'd say Core is probably, on average, the most defensive Order of the Dragon HRE player we have in competition. He likes to go for these old school builds a lot. At least he has in the past. You know, the types where you go past your Schwabia and you just hunker down at home. Build loads of outposts, don't come out, blah, blah, blah. Download morespears.com, another very popular thing for him. So Khan and Torgu are going to be coming in from Ayame. Looking at his spawn, secondary stone is really nicely placed, really close to base. That's important because it means you can start generating more Torgu sooner. His deers are back a bit. This isn't the worst spawn, not the best though. On the other side, I think Core just got a really nice one for this deer play. Because you got, what, 5 out on the deer, and you can place 1 outpost between the 2 and just garrison there if you ever get harassed. The cool thing about doing that is the Tortugud are very tanky, but not very threatening individually. Especially against tanky gilded villages. And reminder, the other choices these two were going for on this map, it was, yeah, China and Macedonians. Did I just say that out loud? Ayame got Macedonians and Byzantines in the draft. Alright, that's a little bit scary. That's a scary opening comp for best of 3. Core generally has gotten a lot more active, aggressive as a player. That's good to see. I think the defensive meta has just been outgrown at this stage. We've seen this by performances. Like, even people who, in the early days, played the defensive meta really well, like Beastie, have tried to realign themselves as a more aggressive party these days. Like, weirdly enough, I think Marine Lord is one of the more defensive players remaining in the top 8. He's just very good at tapping a small lead and then going defensive afterwards. Okay, so Khan and Torgud coming in. You're never going to see building carts, guys. It needs to be changed. It's still just so ass. And second Uvu to be set up. Has moved out for the deer, and we'll be setting up the fortified outpost too. Did he scout both sides? Oh, he didn't see the boar here. Otherwise, you probably would have leaned here, set up an outpost, and then snuck boar afterwards. Because you can also wall with Golden Horde. Unique thing compared to Mongols. Sheep game. A win for Core. Yeah, a 6 sheep lead is actually pretty big. 1,200 food advantage. And the cool thing about it is obviously he's gone for the deer. I think what happened here is probably in the scout rotation, he didn't need to come back with his sheep as soon. So maybe when he finished his side, he cut across to find 1 or 2 extra sheep. Spear production does begin, as expected. Wonder if he's going to be going Spear Horseman or Spear Archer. Because Golden Horde usually just go Tortugud plus Archer. You could just hunker down with Gilded Archers. I think the problem, though, is like Gilded Archers, a lot of their value is in their attack speed. And Golden Horde specifically have the +1 armor. That being said, because Ayame is going Spears, I think we might be seeing Gilded Archers. Yeah, that's interesting. Because, like, Gilded Archers being Gatling guns, maybe the assumption is because of that, Ayame's like, well, he shouldn't be going Gilded Archers, so I get away with Spears. Doesn't look like Core didn't scout. He's moving across now. Will he see this quick enough to get the option to cancel? It doesn't look like it because Ayame built his production on the flank. That's actually crafty. Well, because although it's further away ever so slightly, he's got the outpost there, so it ramps up production rate. So it balances out. And in the meantime, although it can be a bit of a gamble, it hides your intent from Core entirely. Props to him. And it is going to switch into a 1-1-1. So Spear, Archer, Tortugud. Movement in now. triple gilded spears, even the tanky Torgu don't really want to dive that, right? It's a bit of a death sentence. So we'll just back away. Spears will scare off the scout, so he reveals that detail of his comp, and Karash has already been queued. Karash, for the melee blob's going to be pretty nice, mitigating almost 10% of your opponent's damage. But also, if your opponent switches Gilded Archers now, that's where I think the Karash that gives the +1/+1 armor gets the most fun. When Kipchak Archers, when you get Castle Age, lol. And when the devs revert the changes, so they're OP again. Yeah, just Kipchaks just don't really make sense in any game I've seen. Maybe a few of them for raiding, but that's going to be like... I think that's the length of it. Make Kipchak AoE again? Yeah, that's a good idea. That'll bring him back. Everyone will be happy about that. I remember watching Kipchak beat all armies, even though they shouldn't. I'm trying to think if Kipchak at their peak was more broken than Horse Archers at their peak. It's close. There's something about Age of Empires games and a pattern of always making Horse Archers OP. Not even just AoE 4, AoE 2. Age of Mythology had this, if you guys remember, with the tournament. And then, I don't know if AoE 3 did. Pretty sure AoE 1 did, though. Okay, so Core, is he thinking about Castle? Guys, reminder, that's a 250 HP unit, so that didn't look like a lot, but it actually was. Oh, nice bait. Drags him in, intercepts the scout. Core's definitely looking for Castle. This is going to be a true test. So, the way this is playing right now is usually the dream for Golden Horde players. Golden Horde players want you to go Castle Age so they can dive you. It's what they're best at. Because they're not very good at teching themselves. But they are good at building an army that just goes in. But what we haven't really seen in these trials and tribulations is how good Order of the Dragon are at holding that back. Because the individual spearmen are lethal doses of pain for the Tortugud. The Tortugud is usually why Golden Horde gets away with non-stop dives. Good to see AoE4 pick up momentum with Chinese players. I mean, like, China's the biggest market for Age of Empires right now. The viewership numbers kind of say it, right? Like, you could argue Gutaga and French, but like, that's Gutaga's Gutaganess, right? In terms of endemic to Age of Empires 4, China has the biggest audience. Burgrave coming through, so he's finding the tech timing. Yame not fully positioned for the dive just yet, but he is moving the army up. And remember, Core, he started with a deer, he extended it for a long time, and he started adding farms. He's still got most of his sheep, actually. 13 untouched and 5 being gathered from. Yeah, interestingly added in so many farms. Doesn't really feel like it was necessary, but should work out nicely here. Who doesn't like Archer Cavalry? It's a win-win, making them OP. Yeah! Until you get it used against you, and then you feel bad. I don't know if Ayame's army is big enough to dive this, guys. With Gilded Men-at-Arms now, which you can upgrade fast. Like, if you Gilded Men-at-Arms, you can just stand in a choke point forever here, surely. Burn on the tower. Villagers idle inside. Core. He has got the E-repairs, though. The pump it soon. There we go. Gets the break. Men-at-Arms are now being upgraded. Needs a few seconds, though. 24 seconds out. That's a bad time to engage. -1. In fact, this is perfect for Yame. He can't kill the tower right now, so feeding him a fight is what he wants. And attack damage to just get buffed. Losing for the burn again. Reminder, that 10% damage buff affects burn as well. Spears. Try to buffer it away, but another Men-at-Arms down. Okay, he finally has them upgraded. Dive comes in a bit deeper. Archer trying to target fire the Spearman. Not much burn power onto the tower. He's going to pull a few of the Spearmen across, actually. And he's starting to surround. That's a concave. Archers will just finish off the spears. The rest turn for the burn. Villagers try for the repair, but Ayame can target them with the archers now. A good find here. Remember, gold a little bit limited, but 290 in reserve for Core. And the villagers try to escape. Low HP, though. That's -2 so far. Might be able to get himself a third, but now in tower range, now in the town center range. And the men-at-arms are going to hold. Yeah, I think the count's too big now. Remember, when they stand still, they turn into these DPS machines. It doesn't look good right now, but it's the gold reserves. He has enough in backlog, right? Like 2 more coming. Then again, the Torgood, seriously, these stupidly tanky. Like a Keshik, anything else, you're like, yeah, nah, the men-at-arms can just about hold this. The Torgood, they shouldn't be doing this much damage. Gets another one. A lot of low HP is. But he's keeping them just out of range, and he recharges. Dude. Civ. Would any other Civ be able to keep this dive going? Then again, like, Core doesn't have arrow slits at all. He didn't rush stone to get a spearman placement, so it does kind of make sense. You know, even the range damage is adding up here because, yeah, he didn't go for undermesh. He's taking double damage over what he should. 2 instead of 1. But the Gilded Knight is now here. More Torgood arriving. Ayame kind of can't stop is the problem. Yeah, and the fact he's forced back now, it looked a bit grim, but Core, with that one Gilded Knight, it's a beast, right? That is a tank rolling down Main Street. I think you need like 4 Torgood to confidently take it on. He's going to go in anyway. If you get the damage buff, target fire here on the men-at-arms rather, extra men-at-arms coming in plus the horseman is going to force a retreat. Core hasn't added in monks at all, by the way. No, he can't get relics. He has rushed gold gathering. In fact, he snuck out on the north side. So yeah, a lot of active gathering. So he should be fine, even if he gets idled here again. I think the critical detail for Core is to not overstress this. If this gets idled out, act like you care, but don't commit. Does that make sense? Because here's the thing, guys. If he doesn't try to defend this, Ayame is going to know that he's gathering gold elsewhere. If he overcommits to defending it, he's going to lose army constantly. So it's a balancing act. And I love this from Ayame. He's adding in Keshiks. That's really smart. Torgood aren't really doing enough damage on their own, but Keshiks, this is a cool dynamic. Tank with the Torgood, kill with the Keshiks. Much better damage, actually. 50% more damage on the Keshiks than you get on the Torgood. Kites again. +1 armor is really effective here too. There's 17 damage still, but remember, Gilded Men-at-Arms have really good attack speed. If they stand still, they usually shred. Not happening. What is Core doing? Feeding. But like, there is an element of like, if you don't do this, your opponent will know about the other gold. I think part of it is he wasn't expecting Keshiks. He probably expected, oh, I've cleared the Torgood, and he only has 120 stone a minute. He can't do anything. So he has pulled back now. He's got Men-at-Arms numbers scaling. Good healing on all the villages. And relics also coming home. Repairs about to run out. Snipes more. Wait, what? Wait, he's sending them in 1 by 1 again. Even though he has 4. Okay. Gonna be a pull away. Should be a recharge. I like what Ayame is doing. He's trying to min-max damage off of the charge-in because it's double. It's like almost double damage, right? 25 instead of 16. All the Dragon Men-at-Arms do look Chad. That's true. He doesn't. It's weird. He hasn't got the. Wait, he went Arkin, didn't he? Yeah. So you can't get the mine work. I think the lack of blacksmiths is kind of screwing him. Just imagine how hard one ranged armor extra goes, considering your opponent has like 15 archers. It's just getting weird. I mean, it's just, at this point, it's run down mid strategies. 1 by 1 they go in, and 1 by 1 they go down. And Ayame, that is nuts. He's continuously pushing, but now he's teching. Must be Yasak on the way. Gilded Knight is back. This is a little bit scary for Ayame because he sacked his spears. Yeah, I think it's probably obvious now that he's teching. Still, like, kill-wise, both of them taking hits, right? Core, I think that Gilded Knight, if I'm not mistaken, ran across the map. Because look at the kills. He's got 8 kills while this was all happening. But Ayame balanced that out. 4 worker kills in Gilded Villages. Pretty impressive. Recharge again. Please target the injured Keshiks. No, no, again. And now the damage buff as well. He's going to get cleared. What? I love this, like, you guys are idiots. Yo, been playing Deadlock recently. This is my team. feeding in the team fight, and this is my Wraith saying, I'm going to split lane. It's like, well, you guys are losing anyway. I'm going to go hit the creeps. Oh my god. Yeah, he's got 8 worker kills. This is why. It's literally this guy. That's why the Gilded Knight was being healed back at base. He must have went in and found the back line. I didn't realize it because we were just as distracted as the army. So he goes in again, but definitely has been coming at a cost. Keshik's another charge. More men-at-arms down. The Knight. Oh, come on. Guys, please. Guys. That's going to be -4. However, the men-at-arms losses are getting crazy. Yeah, at this point, the Keshik numbers are scaling, right? That's the scary part of what's happening. And it's something you can easily upgrade. Okay, so Gilded Knight almost dead. He does get 2 more kills. 3 away. Going to be veterancy for Keshiks. Tortugud automatically get upgraded, remember. Doesn't have many, but an extra tanky unit. It's just a feeding frenzy of men-at-arms. He goes in again. It's easy for the cavalry to win this because you can target fire down and pull away from men-at-arms. That's where like men-at-arms feel cheesy. Is like it kind of relies on your opponent miss-microing a lot of the time. There's no miss-micro here. Perfectly works out. You can't run away. It's like 3-1 advantage on count, and the veterancy for Keshiks. Oh. He's switching spears, but there's still 13 archers. I'm wondering where the desperation or urgency is coming from. I think Core's mentality is probably if he keeps feeding men-at-arms and distracts, the Gilded Knights win the game for him. It's almost like that last raid where he netted 8 kills, baited him. And now he thinks it's going to do everything. But the reaction this time was better from Yame. Only 2 worker losses this time. He's also got an outpost. And this guy's low on HP. Yeah, he's dead. Core? He doesn't realize. Guys, this is so expensive. That's 5,000 resources. All right. Your one hope and savior gone. He has got... Wait, oh my god! What? I was about to say there's one more knight, but where is he? 5 more kills! What? Okay, if he gets away, this is huge, because he can heal. Relics have also been coming in. 4th relic is on the way home for Core. Don't get me wrong. Core still has a huge issue for a direct engagement. But the Gilded Knights have kept him alive in this game. Ooh, Keshiks, though. They return the favor. What just happened here? Oh! He's evening it up. That's an insane raid. No outpost. Like, I can't believe that. This whole time, Core. I think he just got comfortable there because he never had to build an outpost up to this point, so why would you ever need one? That's why. Gilded Knight again, but does go down. The raids in this game are nuts. Main army formation getting worrisome. What the? Where are you? Valhalla. He's going to Valhalla. Minus the crossbowman, minus the men-at-arms. He can go back to the primary gold. Not much left there, though. Only 1,000. He has, however, got 4 relics. What a game. And these two are delivering. Gotta give him credit for that. He's going to burn in onto the monastery now. And also Sacred Side decaps like that. Ayame just getting extra gold ingestion. Both of them playing for crossbows. I would love to see Ayame start saving stone. I think it's kind of underrated at this point. Like, your opponent's building Gilded Crossbows. Do you really want more Tortugud? Probably not. If, however, you can get towards batch production. And it doesn't even need to be for the crossbows. Like, I actually think it would be cooler to maybe save for stables. Because if you go mass crossbows, your opponent's probably going to try to counterplay that with, like, you know, stables of their own. And you can just flood more horsemen to beat the horsemen and the gilded crossbows. Or just do it for racks. Now diving towards the farm. Spreads clash again. This is the problem. You're outnumbered, right? Needs to target fire down the Keshiks. Doing a good job of the gilded crossbows. A few horsemen in there are a frustration. It's a spear count. I mean, we've got 14. Should be enough to clear them. But with Sprune and placements in, it is going to be a retreat. Ayame, I think we finally saw a bad fight out of him. That dive, not really achieving anything. No, loses his Keshiks. loses the bulk of the army, actually. And Core, I mean, you just gave him what he loves. Core is a defensive player historically. If you give him a dive option like this when he's got fortifications and relics, he's going to gobble it up. And looks like we have got increase on the Uvu offering, so he's going to get increases on the Stone Gathering. He hasn't gone for the third Uvu, weirdly enough, though. Yeah, a little bit of slip up on macro from Ayame here. That was a crazy fight. Wasn't he like 6k behind? Now, was it 6k destroyed behind and now 3k? 4k? That's a big swing. Was it 7k? Even worse. Bloody hell. Gilded Archers also now coming through. He also did already prep the scale armor, so he's got the extra defense against crossbows. Love the herbal medicine detail, by the way. You guys are fat, they take a long time to heal. And we do have priority planted horsemen. Veterancy coming through for them. We've already got these stockyards, so Yame is pretty safe on food. And also, the other interesting thing is Core is not raiding anymore. Raiding kept him in this game, but if you look at his composition, nothing about it says raid anymore. The reason that's important is it means that the Yame doesn't have to feel threatened at home. He can start to spread out. What he needs to focus on is how do I get the biggest income the quickest to be ready for a main fight. That one horseman. Okay, I said the raids were over, but this guy's like, I have one last mission. Oh my god, he's fighting all the injured ones. So -3 there. Not too bad. But now it's full infantry comp. Ranged armor 2 coming in. Love the Inspired Warriors tech. Order the Dragon used this tech so much better than HRE. Because you don't need as many monks to buff your whole army. And because all your units on average have higher base damage, it means the percentage increase matters more. Yeah, it ends up being like 2 to 3 blacksmith levels for most units. What's coming up from Miyame? Good time, actually, because Core is finally adding in more ponies again. March will begin. Guys, Springalds would they be good here? I don't know. Springalds always feel weird against Order the Dragon because their units are so fat. So it's like, you'll get them low, but they'll reach you. Does reveal the army incoming early on, pulls back. Drama does do quite nicely, even against the good archers. Spears as well, actually, like a spear mosh pit, it's pretty big. Batu Khan gets sniped out. That's a big problem. So no damage buff coming through. Ayame starting to lap around the flanks, but both of them are doing exactly that. Backline trade out. Yeah, it kind of feels like your crossbows need to be focused on this. Archers need to be cleaning the back, but they can't. Gilded Archers have 5 ranged armor, and it is going to be a mop-up and a chow down. Woo-hoo-hoo. Complete break of the fight. I don't know, man. Ayame, it didn't really look like it for a second he'd be able to take that one. I mean, he has better backline. That's the thing. He's got a lot of crossbows. But his frontline is flimsy at best. This, food income behind this, Core can keep death pushing. Might want some forward Raxas just to re-enable. I think he's showing respect because as he gets close to the Golden Horde base, there is that aura to worry about, the extra health. Brazen's coming through as well, someone that's been missing up to this point. No batch production tech, right? I didn't see him queuing them up at any stage. They're really expensive now. They're 1,100 stone. Did he finally? He did finally get the third Uvu. So stone generation has ramped up. I think Ayame, just a few details here that he slipped on, right? Like that knight, the way he got to raid here was kind of crazy earlier on. Then the slip up of not seeing this knight slip underneath a tower was wild. And then I think it's actually the stone. Because this third Uvu could have been in, what, 6-7 minutes ago, I think? Never went for it, though. Despite the fact that he had options both to the north and the south. And if you think about that, 7 minutes, 60 extra stone, it's not a small quantity. Like at this stage with the upgrades, 72 stone coming in each minute. Would have got him like, what, close to 500 stone? which if you're trying to max Tortgood, great. If you're, thinking about going for that batch production, it puts you 3 minutes away maximum. Depending on how you spend your stone, less. And batch would have been invaluable here, considering the difference in raw size. I do like this from him, at least. The Men-at-Arms blob makes sense to hold back the spear tidal wave, right? Because this is rough. You've got crossbows versus spears. I guess against Gilded Spears, it's not as bad because you can not necessarily going to overkill them. So it trades out a bit better. But not if you're standing like that. What? Backline is meant to be at the back, sir. Push coming in. Cool with the round play. Try and break through here. I've got a Spear on placement inside that outpost. The continuous retreat. This is just Zergy. Core is at the point where he can go Imperial Age soon. Because he's 200 pop. So it's either fight or him. The Yame turns for the engagement. He's run out of space here. He can't retreat anymore. Concave surround. Good hold here. Damage buff is there, though. The Batukan has not been sniped. That's big. The 10% increase in Inflate is very good for the Men-at-Arms and the crossbows. And it is going to break through. South side of the fight is holding for core, but the backline now at risk. Batukan is down. Buff is gone. But the Karash are muddying affairs. He's going for the snipe out against the back. Iyame is going to crunch on him, though. Horseman coming in. Keshik as well. The body blocks. Core. Watch this pop go down. There's a lot of low HP units that are about to be deflated. He has got a second wave of melee coming in, but Iyame isn't going to die that easily. Nope. It's going to be a reset and an even out. Wow. What a fight out of Iyame. That was impressive. I mean, the way he was losing crossbows, it looked like it was going to be GG. But he understood he had to just burst through that melee line because that's the reason he lost the last fight. Core just over-blobbed on ranged in the end. Understandable in his position with the way he'd inflated. Couldn't have imagined a loss that way. The transition on the follow-up is interesting. Iyame now just going into Keshik's. We have got Spear Blob still pretty threatening here. No Archer switch coming through from Iyame, so he doesn't have a counter to get rid of that. But the Keshiks will perform well, at least against the Men-at-Arms. Stone still just being invested in Tortgood. So Iyame getting those huge fat techs. It's crazy the difference it makes. It used to be, I think, 850 or 900 stone. The nerf to 1,100 stone makes these so difficult to attain. Cool. He's going for a keep drop. I wonder if he tries to play for Imp now. The question then becomes, does this Civ have that same dive capacity when you go Imperial that they do when you go Castle? I would say yes, because of the tech choice. He went Muscovy Yasak, so look for ranged armor. If he has got these Karash with him, he's at 9 ranged armor. You don't care about static defenses there, right? You just dive non-stop. Same with the Men-at-Arms idea. Relic split in the end was 4-1. Core secured them early, remember. Iyame came in late, but check the macro. Hold on. Stone Army's time, or do we go Yam Networks? We never see Yam Networks. It's great for gold gen. It's insane for gold gen. I'm assuming Stone Armies. Yep. Nerfed, but still too good. So tech up first for Iyame. And Core is re-bulking, because presumably he's worried about getting full attack. Yeah, he doesn't see anything. He just sees a few annoying heavy cab units in the back of his base. That is a sneaky play. It's ballsy as well, because like if Core was recommitting to the fight, there's a pop cap discrepancy that kind of worries you a bit for Iyame. Love this. Increased supplies. Ramps up on production speeds. The reason that's important is he's already committed all the resources for Imperial, so now that all that's left to do is to get to 200 pop. Which with this tech here, the increased supplies, he will be able to mirror the speed that Core's going to crack 200. Starting to favor Iyame, guys. Stone Armies is no slouch. Like, with the pricings you get on these army distributions. Even if it's just raw Tortgood. Probably, like, you might steer a different way just because your opponent has so many spears. Or the Dragon can't sustain against Imp GH. I can kind of feel that too. The Stone Army discounts, they can just vomit out so much firepower. It's not as absurd as it used to be with the Tortgood spam rate. Because it used to be 2 minutes into Imperial Age, you could have 60 Tortgood. It was broken, beyond broken. But it's still bloody fast. Like, watch what happens. So you see 160 stone, 45 seconds. You'll see what it shows in a moment. Schwabia is on the way from core, so reaching into Imperial 2. Boom. 128 and 28 seconds. Yeah. So as long as you build all your Uvus, you can non-stop vomit Tortgood. Horseman's back. It's going to force the entire army. I mean, this is actually good for core. Because instead of a Yami moving towards your base, he's now reacting to just the 4 horsemen. So it covers his own tech up, gives him time to get his elite techs instead of being behind there. This Guild horseman is so stupidly tanky. Yeah, even with textiles, they just... A lot of idle as well, forcing them off at the stockyards. Which is important because it's not just gold you need for these Imperial techs. It is food as well. We'll get cleaned up in the end. The problem right now on Schwabia for core is look at his military. Schwabia is kind of weird here because you're already pop locked. I wonder if Elsbach on like a sacred site would have been better, but I think this always rewinds to the paranoia of core. After he lost that fight, he doesn't really know what is or isn't allowed. You know, the game state starts to feel a little bit odd at that stage. Especially when you don't have the vision to see. Or Dragon's pop style makes them fall off in late game. Yeah, well, it's more they win the first fight and lose the second really hard. Because all these health bars go half HP. That's the polarizing thing about Order of the Dragon. Their ability to rematch is where they fail every time. Now the clash comes in. Concave begins. Elite techs are in there, though. Men at Arms already upgraded. That's the big one for Yame now. Now this is huge. He's got the Tortgood to keep the Batu Khan up. That means the buff's going to be coming out. And the debuff arrow as well to increase the damage received. What a move out of the Yame. The tier ups as well. It's already 20% increased damage. You can't stand up against this. This is the secret power of Golden Horde in late game. Long fights with Batu Khan. Crush. 30% damage increase now. These men at arms are hitting for 21 damage. They're outclassing the gilded units. He's dead. This is the thing that makes Stone Army so good. You vomit Tortgood so the Khan can never be sniped, because even if you have crossbows, hand cannoneers, everything, every time you shoot him, a Tortgood dies. Protecting the Batu Khan wins games. And the dive is going to be real. That's it. Say protect him. He's dead now, but he's done what he needs to. Look at the pop difference. He may be dead now, but it's already GG the other way. Farm cluster's about to get idled out. Hand cannoneers are going to die before they can really be born. 48 men arms with 12 ranged armor. That's deranged levels of damage reduction. I mean, they're cutting the hand cannoneer damage down by a foot. You'd think English men at arms strats late game, but like this Civ does just as well. Burning onto the farms now. Oh, good thing he's got Schwabia. Maybe build more villages because you ain't going to get the army. GG gets called. Golden Horde late game. I am warning you now. It was never just about those stone armies. Batu Khan is goated. Damn. That's crazy. I'm trying to figure out what I call it. It's like Golden Horde, like boxing champs, basically. It's actually crazy. Like, just I don't think there is a civ that is better at brawling. The more I think about it, as they scale deeper and deeper in the game. Like, of all the civs, Golden Horde's just that type of civ that doesn't take a chill pill on it. They just keep punching nonstop. All right. Usually it seems bad for Order Dragon, and then they still win. Yeah, but it's like the thing that's interesting about Golden Horde is that increase in damage over time in that fight. You saw what it done, right? Remember, it's locked per age. So you get 10% in age 2. You can go to 20% age 3. You can go to 30% age 4. Then you also have the debuff arrow to increase the damage even further. So you get to a 40% damage buff. At that point, you're like Order of the Dragon units as well. That's the interesting thing about Golden Horde. They are, I genuinely think, when you get to late game and you're just brawling 200 pop, unless you've got a good economy advantage, I don't think there's many civs that can outshine them. They're insane for brawling. All right, French versus Chinese for game 2. Hill and Dale. Ayami's very comfortable in French, by the way. And Snipes were English. Core doesn't get his English. Ayame is denied his Byzantines. I think that one we all saw coming. Buff basically turned Ayame men-at-arms into Gilda men-at-arms. A half the pop. Exactly. Especially against counter units on the back line. Because remember, you have that +2 ranged armor from Castle Age tech as well. You saw what it was doing to them. They had 12 armor in the fights. 12 armor on a men-at-arms is bonkers. Like, English look at that, and they get all like googly-eyed, wishing they could do that. Like, they don't get me wrong. The English men-at-arms are better at the melee brawl part, but the range part, yeah. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what the champions to contest that would be. You could probably contest that with... For melee brawl Varangians with the Camel Aura, or maybe, like, Abbasid Ghulams with Camel Aura. But then you're playing Abbasids instead of Golden Horde. If you buy Yufei, do you get access to the other countries like Sengoku? No, you have to buy the other DLC before that. Yufei will literally give you just the Jin Dynasty as well as the new campaign. So if you're not a campaign player, it's not really worth it. Let me switch the scores around. Macedonian for engines end up having 12-12? Yes. But it's a lot harder to achieve that than the Golden Horde one, right? Like, the thing that's weird with Macedonians, once they get Imperial Age, the silver cost for those tiers is high. I agree if you get there, it's absurd, but I'd say it's a lot harder to get there than it is to get there with Golden Horde. One and all, it's happened. China's taking over. Age of Empires 4 needs to wrap it up. Okay, Europeans, we're done with them. Americanos, nah, just drink them in the coffee shop. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it in tournaments anymore because this qualifier, the story really has been about China. We've already seen them slay one known figure. We may be about to see it again. Core is on the ropes, in the orange, as the Chinese on Hill and Dale. Ayame Sato, pub star, looking to go pro, plays as the French in the teal. Oh, this is a fun one. Hill and Dale. French trade possible. I wonder if we'll get it this time. China versus French is kind of an interesting one, actually. China has a lot of good matchups. I think French can be a bit rough sometimes. Depends on the map, though. Defensive maps like this probably allow him to get to Castle Age more freely, whereas a open map against French might be a little bit more tricky. Yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes. We got predictions. We need to do that, don't we? So, Ayame, game 1. Let me get predictions up and see what you guys think for game number 2. If you're watching this later on YouTube, feel free to just drop your thoughts on who you think is going to win. You watch. Someone's going to wait until the end and be like, obviously, Ayame, or cool. So deer start is always nice here. Both sides are going to be doing it. And Core has got 2 on gold. Yeah, actually, like, this is interesting. I think China likes this map a lot more than Shushi. Because Shushi are going to be able to tax man straight away. And the problem with that is you can't as easily efficiently tax your way up off just the mill and a little bit of gold support because you get taxed less frequently. Actually, no, they changed it, didn't they? No, now it's better. It used to be sushi sucked compared to China for this deer detail. Now it's balanced because they revamped taxation to be based on what you dropped off. Because those that don't know, there used to be an exploit where it's an even hard exploit. Like I struggle to call it an exploit when it's like so easy to do. You could drop off one food and get 1 gold. It was really silly. But they've changed it now where if you drop off 1 food, you get 0.1 gold. So yeah, China sushi, much more balanced on like mil value on this map now, onto deer. So Imperial Academy coming in, and it's gonna be Lecoq Sport. Chamber of Commerce coming in. This is fun. Chamber of Commerce just received a buff. Do you remember that, guys? A pretty interesting buff, to be fair, actually. So the change with Chamber of Commerce now is that Chamber of Commerce actually does something pretty interesting. You no longer have to wait for your traders. They just come out straight away. As in, if you research a tech, they'll just appear. So if he drops a lumber camp now and was to get forestry before completing tech up, he'd pump out 2 traders straight away because of wheelbarrow plus that. That's a big difference. It used to be you had to wait, I think it's 20 seconds for each trader. So if you went for the efficient double trader opening, the way it worked is you had to tech and wait 40 seconds. The change now is you get 2 traders 40 seconds earlier. But in fairness, the lumber camp timing is a little bit off here. Maybe? Forestry takes what, 30 seconds? So you'd probably be like 5 to 10 seconds late on getting the tech. Which I don't know. It's tight. Other side of it, I wonder what Core's going to be doing, because Pro Scouts is less valuable on this map, because you already eat 1 deer stack and your opponent does the same. There you go. Forestry, 45 seconds. Yeah, so he's going to be a bit delayed on the timing. It's interesting. He definitely could have been prepping it sooner when you look at the reserves. It might be he's looking for an efficient night timing, but like kind of overgathered here. I think instead he's going to rush all the eco tech. There you go. Double trader out straight away. Cha-ching. Wait, which other eco tech did he take? Or did they change it to give... It's one by default, maybe? Oh, no, he took survival techniques. Yeah, of course. So 2 traders already, and he's going to get a 3rd from forestry. This is such a big change. This play would have taken an extra minute into your feudal. Now, in the first 15, 20 seconds, he's got 3 traders. And now Broadaxe coming through too. Could even think about specialized picks. Like, honestly, kind of worth it just for the trader. Because remember, a trader's normally going to cost you 120 resources, right? Or instead, you can get specialized pick for less. You still want it early to produce knights before you switch off to full trade. Horseman is coming from core, but knight is on the way. And love that. Yeah, this is cool. When do you see French build racks? It's pretty smart here. And it's going to be unexpected. Like you're expecting a French player to do arch and knights every time. Trader is going to get sniped out, though. A little bit rough. The second one should be safe, though, with the knight coming, right? Yeah, he's on the way now. Does steer him over. Can he get the kill quick enough? Oh, I think the horseman gets the kill there, guys. That difference. He charged the scout. And I don't think Core even reacted. But wait. No, okay. So it does get the kill. -2 trade is actually a big deal. Core got so much value out of that. Yeah, that really came down to charge difference as well. Because he charged and then the delayed like strike with the sword. That would have been 40 damage, at least. So he would have killed in time. Yeah, sometimes people intentionally steer the scout, but I don't think Core done that there. I think it's just Ayame panic charged in, and the scout was ever so slightly ahead of the horseman. So he received the charge. Okay, but how many traders are we at now? So only 2 traders so far. That's not feeling that great, to be honest with you. Like, -2 traders is a really big deal with this build. I'm not going to say you're at the point where School of Cavalry would have felt better, but you're kind of starting to have doubts, you know? You're at the altar, you look across from you, you pull the veil back, Chamber of Commerce is staring at you, and you're like, I think I made the right choice. But then you just have memories of you and School of Cavalry down at the skate park when you were teenagers, you know? So 1-1-1 build. I like this from Iyame. A lot, actually. Destroys value still up 0. It's weird with units you get for free. The same thing happens with King. In fact, did they change it now so that Zhong gets XP for the King? I can't remember. I think they fixed it, but the UI still does that crap too. I mean, in fairness to them, who would remember this? No one goes Chamber of Commerce. Yummy? He's like, oh, that's a lot of poke sticks. You've done well to navigate that with next to no damage, but this many horsemen can actually pin you. Yeah, he's getting past him now. Don't be greedy. Don't go for the A-click. Just run past. Oh, he's going. If he turns around now, he gets this knight 100%. In fact, he can get both. Unless... Here are the boys. Turns to the charge. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. No, 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 no. What have you done, you crispy? Whose side are you on anyway? What? Oh, dear. Spear's now coming in with the brace. Oh, nicely done. Targeting the injured horseman down first. Oh, is that a win for Iyame? It's a lot of spears to still clear. But wait. Core needs to be targeting those knights, actually. He's targeting the spears instead. A-click kind of working for the time being. Knights do recommit. Don't know what that village is up to. Just trying to get a wall. Ignore him. Knights should hold here, right? Doesn't look like it. It's still 4 spears. He goes for the horseman instead to try and protect the villager, but that's going to cost him more. He's trying to out-micro. Look at this. Look at this. Core. He's getting baited. Does turn now. We'll be able to snipe another knight. Slow pull away from Iyame. We'll blame that on lag. Okay, so he'll be able to stabilize here, but this was expensive. Loses a worker, doesn't get the wall up. Several knights going down. Core does have a problem, though. Food's going to run out soon, no? 9 sheep plus the berry. He's got life. He's got life to work with. I don't think he's that scared. Things are getting a bit weird for Iyame after that. Let's see how quick the reblob can be. It's still only 4 traders. He has got the marketplace in the corner now, though. So a lot of gold gen coming through there. Yame actually came out on top on destroyed value. But, like, his economy is kind of weak because of the initial losses, right? Also, this destroyed value is a lie because of the traders. They're actually neck and neck on destroyed value right now. I think Iyame has quicker research, right? Because what are the traders generating now? They're generating... he hasn't switched them yet. They're still not going corner. Okay, so not 100% great. The problem is you guys trust destroyed value with all your heart, and I don't. I've seen way too many things where destroyed value lies, so I just inherently don't trust. I think towards the end it balanced out because the knight micro, I think what Iyame done well, it would have been a lot worse if it wasn't for the micro there where he pulled a bunch of spears around to balance things a bit better. The start of that fight looked ugly though. Like Core was just making large ooga booga noises. Now though, with the remax into knights, I think the problem for Core is going to become this need to attack and defend at the same time. Like, how do you defend against French knights trickling in and then also headbutt the traders? Because although it's only 4 traders, it's still extra economy. Like, even at the gathering rate of 35, it's like an extra worker per. And that's a deceptive thing, right? You have to add in 4 extra workers here that are just taxmen. 17 spears now. Bloody hell. I think if Iyame just plays around his walls, he can exploit the fact that Core doesn't have ranged advantage. Like, even this right now, as long as he doesn't do that, he can waste a lot of Core's time and macro behind. I'm still adding in some spears, by the way. Is that... I guess he doesn't know the state of the horseman. I mean, it's not bad to bog down your opponent's spears, but, like, it does feel like this is now an archer race. Huntsman does scout out this long trade. Well, if only he knew that Iyame has this entire time failed to reallocate the traders. It's quite wasteful, isn't it? Like, he walls up like this, doesn't set the traders, but it's an easy thing to forget. Especially nowadays, because when does anyone play trade? I mean, Phyllisberto is waffling in chat about how great trade is because he plays only Mongols and it's the only way he can play on Lash. So, you know. But most players don't really touch trade anymore. Maybe times are changing. Nice backstab. Nicely played. Oh, the bait and switch! And he just rotates around. So much wasted time. Yeah, Ame's got him. He's missing Steeled Arrow. That's the only problem here. His DPS is a bit weak. But the Knights now with the recharge. Backstabs him. Spears are locked in combat. And that, folks, is a GG 2-0 elimination. Iyame will make it to best of fives. And now the true test. Can he deliver outside of best of threes? Woo! Core back to chat, and Iyame on the verge of making main event. But he has got a problem. He's in the best of five territory, and this has been his curse from what I've seen. You're 0-1? How am I 0-1? I said Iyame would make it to BO5s. What are you on about? What are you waffling, Chief? Go check the VODs. I was like, Iyame. I thought like Elyona might have him. Said Core was ahead. I think like after the fight, like number-wise, like he got a lot of value. But like game state, he starts to raid. We mentioned he literally has to go and raid while also defending, which is hard. Whatever, Chief. Guys. Here's the funny thing about Philly. Philly's like in here talking about scores. He's bringing up 0-1, but like all I see over here is 2-1. And Philly got the lower number. So guess Core's not the only one back to chat. True farts, buddy. So what do we watch now? I feel like we have to watch Core vs Iyame. Guess we don't see up there Killer Pigeon? No, I don't need to be up here because I'm about to enter a qualifying round lobby. Are you in a qualifying round lobby, Philly, or am I? I'm not sure. Get W. Oh. I wonder if I have enough time to get a snack. You play at LANs? Yeah, but Cal played at a LAN as well, so... Oof. Facts don't lie. All right. Actually, why am I here? They're not doing the draft. You played before the grand finals? I shouldn't say this because 25% of my audience is NA, but it was an NA LAN. I think even NA people right now are kind of like acceptingly nodding their heads. Like, yeah, in fairness. All right. Emma was there? Yeah, because he likes stealing Americans' money. All right, so drafts are complete. This is a best of five now. Four Lakes opening. Macedonians versus Otto. Macedonians got through, dude. Knights Templar as well. Yeah, Macedonians on water is kind of spook. Because they get the silver from fishing, don't they? Macedonians got... Yeah, not just Macedonians got through, right? He had Knights Templar for Four Lakes, which is what forced that. But, like, he's got China, Biz in there. Biz is a yoink from Iyame. Iyame has got his god tier Golden Horde, though. He also got... By the way, Ottomans and Malians got through. I'd focus more on that than Macedonians. Both Otto and Mali's got through, and one player got both of them. That is freaking crazy. Why did he ban Biz? Because it's like Ayame's speciality. It's his best civ, right? All right, let me update this as well. Corvinus is like rank 9 right now, right? I like the inclusion of ranks on the tile. It is more work, though. He's rank 10th, actually. Oh, wait, no, sorry, rank 4th on his main. All right, damn. They started yet, or can I get a snack? I'm getting so freaking hungry, actually, chat. You don't even know. They have not started yet. So we got uno moment. Let me double check. Yeah, I got enough time to get food, haven't I? Are they even on the game right now? Is Corvinus on his other account? All right, whatever. I got enough time to get food. I'm quickly going to run ads for you guys so that you don't have to worry about them when we're in game. I'll do 2.5 minutes so you guys can get food as well, okay? So be right back in a sec. Got a ham sandwich. I won't be able to eat the whole thing, though. Ottomans, Macedonians opening. On a water map. Wow, water hybrid. You guys like gluten-free stuff? Looks kind of sad, don't it? Gluten-free bread, baby. Whoop, whoop. It's a thing. I was getting so hungry, though. Let me get predictions up for you guys. Eating fries, chicken. No. Ham sandwich. That girl eats too many chicken nuggets, man. Borderline OP versus borderline OP. When you add hybrid in, borderline OP versus OP, I think. Otherwise, on LAN properly, this is OP versus borderline OP. Interesting change, right? Just give me a minute. I'm trying to swallow quickly. All right, got away with it. Yeah, we'll start talking about this matchup at like minute 2 because it's 4 lakes. They're not going to do anything. All right, ready? Oh God, I need water now. Oh, that bread was dry. One and all, it is time! Qualifying set, and I cannot believe this. OP Civ versus OP Civ. 2 of the most bannable Civs in Age of Empires 4 right now clash in 4 lakes. The north, in the pink, is none other than Corvinus on the Macedonian dynasty. Looking beautiful, wearing that electric pink, I might add. Ayame Sato on the other side, in the blue, as the Ottomans. Folks, this is crazy. You take this on land, this is OP Civ versus almost OP Civ. You put this in 4 lakes, and I think you flip the script. OP Civ versus almost OP. Ottomans are reliable in every map. Macedonians have some quirky strategies, yes. But when you add in the food economy behind for Macedonians, that's when the Radari spam can get crazy. That's when the strats can get crazy. I'm curious to see how effective such a thing could be against Ottomans, though. This is the Civ that from Castle Beyond is the middle finger of night spam. So let's see how the 2 play. We're already a few minutes into the game. 4 lakes, remember, it does have all the fish in the corner. You can set up with the pond play pretty fast here. And interestingly enough from Ayame, he opts to go for shoreline over deep water. Did Ayame get unlucky? No, I think they all got similar, right? Look at the size of the ponds and the push him. This is pretty consistent. I'm surprised by the placement here. I don't know if this is always the strategy of Ayame placed the dock and saw how far away from the deep water he was. But if you look, these are pretty coherent. Pretty standard spawns with the deep water. So a little bit curious why he goes shoreline, if it's actually that much worth it. In fairness, shoreline did get buffed compared to deep water a while ago for fishing. This was meant to be a comeback mechanic because it used to be if you got pushed off a deep water fish in a map like Holy Island or Archipelago, the game was over. But nowadays, with the shoreline fish gathering rate, you can still make a comeback with defender's advantage. Imperial Hippodrome is going to be coming in. Pretty standard. I imagine we're going to be looking at trade. So tiny trade network time. Ayame just managed to finish off a 2-0 up against Core by employing the trade. Is it time to do it again? Apparently not. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised. Twin Minaret Madrasa. I mean, it does give you a big injection of food. Because fishing is nice, but if you need to pump a lot of land units, this is the extra cherry on top, right? But you'd assume just the Sultani trade network. The other thing that was driving me there is historically one of the biggest benefactors of Sultani trade network builds, one of the biggest instigators actually, was Louis MT. And Ayame scrims with Louis MT. He's part of the Team Elephant. So they actually play together a lot, and they kind of, you know, press upon each other a lot. A little bit surprised to see that he didn't take the ways of Louis. Fishing count, looking decent on both sides so far. Obviously, Corvinus behind a little bit. That's to be expected because Ottomans spend less per dock, remember? They only pay 90 wood instead of 150. Still, I think food income-wise, it's competitive. You can see on the numbers there because of the shoreline versus deep difference. Reminder, there's a cheeky little detail as to why Macedonians feel really good on water. Did you guys just see that? The silver amount go up? Part of it was the gold drop-off, but the other part was actually the fishing, right? Apparently fishing, even though the UI doesn't show it, gives a little bit of a silver bump. It's a residual effect from the Byzantines, right? Because Byzantines fish and they get a bit of olive oil. Now, let's see if we can get it more clearly. So, wait, did it do it that time? Or did they... Wait, did they patch it? Let's double check. They might have patched it. Okay, keep an eye on the numbers. He just dropped off gold. Oh, they fixed it. So I guess it wasn't intended behavior. I remember talking with Myriad about this in London because he was shocked because like he got told by Vortex it was a thing that you were getting some silver when you dropped off fish. Okay, so Macedonia is not as giga-busted on water as they were. What the did I just see that correctly? Oh, it's a dog drop. Yeah, but guys, this is a bait and switch. Look at what Ayame is doing. He never intended to play this pond. That's so efficient. Yo, guys, I'm just going to drop a 90 wood dock, and then you're going to have to spend over 500 resources on this. Oh, man, that's giga smart. And he went a Kinji point. So he's just going full cav, right? A Kinji plus Sapai? That's pretty crafty. You know, normally for other civs, it's a bit more expensive for the 150 wood, but this civ is just so organic and 90. So yeah, he will secure this pond. Honestly, I would love to see Ayame dock drop the other side too. Let's see, Ayame. A lot of food being held in reserve, actually. I think he just doesn't have the production set up yet. When did auto docks become 90 wood? They've always been, my friend. Remember, all their production buildings are discounted. They're all 90 wood. That's why. Kinji? Oh, he's going to get target fired here. Yeah, I mean, he got it for free, but it's still annoying to lose. Nice idea. I love that. He switches melee armor and body blocks. You can see Corvinus is like a dog with a bone here. He's just not going to let go. Can he get in front again? Oh, he almost got in front again. Sapahi with the body block. Kinji, can he make it to the TC? There's no garrison force, but wow. Okay, Corvinus does steer away. Okay, so keeping Kinji alive is pretty nice here. Just means you can kind of poke raid with him later. He's pretty flimsy, but he's still a double shot of 7. Rax was 150 at release. I can't remember if it's 150 at release. They've had that discount for a long time, though. counter push coming in. Mass Sipahi, but it does feel like Ayame is going for fast castle, which is not unusual on this map. You can see Corvinus doing it as well. Most civs on 4 legs will just inherently go fast castle. There's a few exceptions like Mongols, French. Basically, civs that can build heavy cap and feudal age don't mind just spamming because they can dive and punish you for decking. Other civs are a bit more reluctant to commit everything to H2. Being said, Ayame is at least committing something. The question is it going to be seppuku? Moving over towards the Varangian stronghold location where the gold is. The spears are being produced. Throw schools getting added in now. Hippodrome Horseman trying to be cheeky. Absorbed a lot of town center fire there. There's an intercept en route from Ayame. He needs to go this way, though. He does see it. Corvinus doesn't know. Losing the Horseman pretty pricey, but hold on, he turns around. Good play. Corvinus, he might lose this now, but look at what he's doing. Space. The final frontier. Also, what he needs to get to age 3. Golden Horn Town now on the way up. Pretty nice placement. It secures both the golds at the back of the base. Because food should be relatively safe. You've got it, on the pond. So unless your opponent wants to dot drop, you're pretty chill. Nice snipe. So Hippodrome Horseman goes down. Ayame adding in spears too. Can he do anything with this is what I'm wondering. I mean, in fairness, there's a lot of priority on food, even on land for Corvinus. So maybe you can just idle out his food. But now, though, it is going to be a target onto the docks. Pretty smart here. Remember, with the increased attack speed and the other increased attack speed, you rapid fire these things down. Is he going to activate Fortitude? Hasn't used it, weirdly enough. Unless I missed the patch note change, I'm pretty sure it still affects attack speed on torches. Nice archership, though. We'll scare him off. Okay, so it doesn't deny the dock at all. Ayame instead is going to be falling back for castle. Chat, am I imagining this, or do you still get increased attack speed with Sipahi on torches? Pretty sure you do. I never noticed the patch note change, so unless it was snuck in. Now wall's going up. You guys think we're getting Fim? What, Fimp into Cataphracts? I'm not sure that's that good against Ottomans because they can build Janissaries, right? So your Cataphracts basically dive in and just get shot in the face. It does feel like it looking at the macro, though. 700 food, 300 gold already. He's not adding in more Varangian strongholds. No, so it kind of looks like Fimping. Never even noticed the 50 to 40% nerf. Yeah, it was negligible. I mean, it's a 20% nerf, really. But this is the thing about that Sipahi attack speed buff. When it was good to press, it's still always good to press. You know what I mean? Like, when you use it at the right moment, it's still going to win you a fight. Mehmed now on the way. Yeah, so he's going to get the free siege. I think Ayame knows in his heart this is going to go into Imperial. And Mehmed plays better for that than the Palace choice. Because getting those extra Vizier points is nice, but usually the Vizier point strats revolve around getting the Janissaries and getting the Great Bombards and going for a push. If you're playing for later, you're probably not getting those 2 points. You're putting things into more valuable techs, such as the Advanced Academy, the Military Campus, maybe even Siege Crews. Oh, he went extensive fortifications. Okay. That's really cool. Was that because of the dive from the Horseman? Extended fortifications is really good, guys. It gives you +3 damage against these Ridari. I was about to say Cataphracts. Nice guard in the center. Also didn't go for the Imam point. So it's not like he screwed himself by going to Kinji. He skipped this entirely. Corvinus now marching up. Army much smaller, though. Also, yeah, he's sniffed out what's happening. He's adding in Bogmafra now, but it is going to be delayed. Still, good secure on the left side relic. Ayame starts queuing up Janissaries. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it's good once it's online, but early on, the scary part here is he's added spears, now he's adding Janissaries. It's basically giving Corvinus the recipe for success, right? Like, everything gets countered by Archer. I like the way he's scaling them too. He's got veterancy. I wonder if he'll go for Ruinous Blinding in a rush. I got baited for a second there on border settlements. I guess you don't really need Ruinous Blinding if you're going to kill units so fast. In theory, the damage reduction is pretty good against Janissaries. Finally, we have monks. I was wondering when that was coming. It felt a bit delayed from a Yami. Okay, so scale focus seems to just be, what, Spear Ridari, Archer, Spear Sapahi, Janissary. I think positioning is key here, right? Like, if you overstep slightly, the Sapahi can sack themselves to clear up the archers, and then Janissary spears can win the fight. So Corv wants to kind of balance Gray's position. Very careful. Tries to bait the spears forward, turns on them now. Sapahi coming from the side, but this is the backstab he could go for instead. He actually went straight into the cav. He's just A-clicking his way through. Look at the numbers! Wall of Law attempt. That's going to be a wall of nope. It's Raw Zerg. 27 spearmen. Yeah, Bogmaffer doesn't work at this count. It's way too few. I can't believe that. For a second, Corv was like, yeah, nah, this is fine. I got this. Oh, look, numbers are kind of even. And then you just see the second wave and the third wave, and you say, oh. Huge value win. Look at that destroyed value now. 1,600 difference between the two after that fight. Okay, he lost, what, half the Ridari? Others injured. Loses a bunch of the front line. Some of the archers, too. And now the burn, and he goes straight for the Hippodrome. Ah, he's worried about the infantry getting the buff. So if he snipes the Ridari champ out, then there's no research. Without the Ridari champ, your opponent can't mass spear dive you. He can't mass archer chase you either. Let's turn back now. And we have got Romfire on the way, which is, I'm going to be real, you guys. Romfire is depressing when you've got 5 Ridari. Remember, this is the one that gives the bonus damage to... Oh, that's better, though. It's the one that gives bonus damage to your cavalry, but Romfire also buffs damage against light infantry for Ranjin. And your opponent has mass spears. That's actually really smart by Corvinus. Wait, guys, can we not do this? So he burns the dock. Food income is about to plummet, which is a problem for this Ranjin strat, guys. Yeah, also the other problem... Look at what he was scaling. He was scaling cav techs. Now he has to scale melee techs. So he's kind of over-gathering on gold just to get the silver together for these things. This is the weird thing about Macedonians that often happens. It just misaligns your economy. It skews it in a very weird way. Like, do you ever want to have this much gold? Someone's going to be like, yeah, KP, I'm going Imperial Age. This is like one of the weirdest shifts to rush Imperial Age with. I know some people have been talking about this Fimp build around cataphracts and such. We did highlight this at the start. If there's a Civ that you probably don't want to be fast imping against, this is the Civ. Because everything they build can easily counter cav. Done it again. Really hates the Hippodrome. Not much of an entertainment guy, you know. Never went to the cinema, never went to Colosseum. Flash coming in. Janissary starts sniping out that Kimafu. I'll just try to go for that back line. He's holding the Ridari back, or at least most of them, but... Could you stop watching and start participating? The second wave of spears. That's a Zerg as well. Archers, I mean, they've got the runestones so they can start kiting away, but where do you kite to? This is an Ooga Booga A-click. It just felt like the kills from that backline Janissary made no difference. I mean, he doesn't really even need Janissary when you have no Varangian anymore. But Yame definitely needs an answer to the Varangian specifically. When you don't need Janissary when you don't have Radar anymore, my brain. But yeah, the thing here is like Janissaries can kind of deal with Varangian. I wonder if you prefer crossbows now though. Dive in. Stop the melee. A few more Varangian coming through, but it's rippling over onto the back line again. Janissaries left to snipe through the Varange. Second wave hasn't got here yet, by the way. Notice a switch. We're seeing more cavalry coming out. Ayame will be able to get reinforcements faster, but for now, he will be forced to retreat. And his advantage a big deal. We also now have the Ruinous Blinding coming in, so that's going to be the damage debuff from archers shooting. Ayame. Someone says switching to men at arms. Not really the case, actually. He's going to go Knights. Pretty smart against Varangian spam. But takes time as well. He does, however, have Advanced Academy. Okay, wait. No, sorry, he doesn't. He has Military Campus. He can get Advanced Academy. There we go. So, guys, now he can passively produce Knights, which is a good call. Your opponent is massing men-at-arms. Your best friend. The Mango, nicely played. Trying to get some value there. Janissary is getting sniped back. Runestone drop is going to be there. Can't really kite away from this anymore. Janissary try to pull back, which baits the archers into melee against some Sipahi. Good fight. Ayame now with the military lead. And the Mango is still going, by the way, the entire time. Finally, we'll get chased away. Let's maybe ditch the Mango, boys. That's not going to work. Okay, so good cleanup. Corvinus for a second there was in trouble, but the Berserk activation blobs and smashes through. And Ayame, has he got max military schools here? Yeah, he's at 4. Okay, so he's got passive production, but he kind of needs time now. I'm impressed with that fight, though. That was hella impressive, actually, for Varangian. This is the classic example where pressing Berserk at the right moment changes the entire game. Without that Berserk timing, very different outcome, I think. A perfect headcracker moment. I think it's because he got rid of the Janissary, he didn't fear pressing the button anymore because the Janissary is the impactful part. It's also, this is one of the few times we've seen Vromfire used correctly. Because there was spears earlier, and then if you get onto like the Janissaries, they're light as well. Right? It is, yeah, light infantry in general. So the interesting thing about these Varangian is if he ever reaches the Janissary, archers, your crossbows, they're all light infantry tag, which means you do better against them with men-at-arms here. And remember, he has repaired the Hippodrome, so he can get Runestone plus movement speed. So Varangian are actually really fast. Yame looking for a flank raid. Quick reaction out of Korv, though. Does send him 1 Sipahi alone. And Relic Split, by the way, did favor Yame. He got 3 of the 5. Also has farm clusters coming in. Yeah, his fishing is a bit interesting, right? He hasn't been splitting evenly. He's been burst gathering. Which is interesting because usually you burst gather when you have these deep docks. When you're like this, it's probably better to just balance out between these 2 locations because it's the same drop distance for the dock. Wolf's getting ready for him though, guys. He's cooking. Ayame is still remassing, so he wants another fight. If he gets the timing right, there is a flood for him. Trying to look at like the tech situation actually. Yeah, he's not too bad off. He's got max tier on melee infantry. So these Varangian are high priority. Knight count is getting more impressive to deal with that, though. Sad how pathetic many old civs are in comparison to all the stuff that new ones have. You say that as if China isn't like one of the top civs and French isn't one of the top civs. And English has been making a bit of a comeback. I don't think it's that atrocious. It's just there's ones in your mind like Abbasids, and if you're a pub player, Mongols that come to mind straight. Rude. I don't know, I think there's a decent amount of the packs that are good. Like Malians and Ottomans were the first expansion, and that was the free expansion. Both of those are high tier picks in pro play. Like super high. Wolf, first hit Imperial Age, Yame. Needs to hit the accelerator, charges in. Get out off the goal. Now the flash. Mango needs to be looking for that back line. Janissaries. Now just trying to pierce through fast. Now, there's no Berserk coming through here. No, against Knights and the Janissaries, it'd be a death sentence. Might still be anyway. The numbers don't tell any lies here. Look at the difference. It's a breakthrough. And a castle rush behind this? No, there's no way. The Sipahi, if they reach that, it's going to be a bloodbath. Knights now spreading by. Cataphracts coming out to try and defend this. The Janissaries going straight up the workers. They're on the crossbows now. Janissaries plus the Sipahi to wipe out the backline, but the castle drop will succeed. Corvinus gets some staying power in the area. Castle dive is a bit tricky, so Yame does have to back off here. Siege workshop though. It's not going to back off that far. Cataphracts are problematic. Silver Gen as well. Like, what has he tapped so far? He's got passive gen over here for 191. He's got another one over here for 192. Like, he's decent on income to keep pumping cats. Prep for another now. Mangoes. Harassing the gold. Well played. Got to be careful positioning because the cataphracts can dive, but that's where the Janissaries are king here. Remember what we said about the cataphracts. There are matchups where they'll break the game. I'm not entirely convinced this is one of them. Not when there's 20 Jannies. What's interesting is Corvinus. Yeah, he did elite archers, but obviously lost all of them, so has to build from scratch. And Springords is pretty sick. Waiting for someone to say need to swallow quick. No, we're not going there. Only problem is breaking the castle. Like, Mangoes have to get in range. That's the annoying part for him. I don't think you want to build Trebs here, but Yame is not too far off of Imperial. Gold still just getting idled out. What other option does he have? Yeah, because the AK over here has just been secured by Yame. The AK here has been secured. He's intentionally nerfing the scale of silver by denying the gold. Had to count now up to 9. More Janissary should become his reaction. More spears too. Not Sipahi. Sipahi that should kind of struggle against cats. Remember these cataphracts, they've got 7 melee armor and 450 HP. I mean, this is the absurdity of the tiering with the extra HP. Still, the trade-off is every time you build more cataphracts, you are not tiering your tanks. So there is a balance to it. Oh, wow. What the timing on that is crazy. Ayame was only 3 workers out here. Now it's 16. So a lot more idle. Critical find there. He's going to be rotating towards the wall now. Oh, God. Wait, the horseman? Ayame, what? No way. Was that minus 10? Close to. Health bar's not looking good either. He's going to turn around for the backstab. Onto the cats. You can't hold here, though. The Agdi Maffer. They're on the way. The body blocks as well. The trample. He bodies him out. Horseman can't get home. Runestone follow-up. Now he's got the burn power. Corvinus. He's flooded. Oh, my God. What a turn. Yame, he may be strong on one location, but he can't move fast is the issue. Seagate Castle now being rushed up on the 8k gold. But the base is exposed, folks. It's not Fimp, but it is simple. Get that late game, get that heavy cav, and get those angry Vikings rolling. And watch the bodies hit the floor. It's a flood through. Army's just not here. He's trying to come home now, but the price is so high. Villager Massacre on the other side. There was a dive coming through, but it's still an overwhelming lead for Corvinus. Clubs down more workers, camps onto the economy and the production. I don't think we're going to see Yame come back in this one. Ottomans, thumbs down. Macedonians ruling from up high on this one. Seagate Castle still not built. Trying to harass that down. Good body blocks, but like, what does this achieve? You get it up, you lose everything else anyway, right? You still can't beat the fight in your own base. Cats taking Sentry to die. Baits him in. He can actually just pull back and then trample through, but let the Spinman take over, right? Like, I think trample kills you because the Janissaries. But if you just A-click, the spears absorb all the hits. Military size is equal for the time being. First wave of Corvinus is going to get cleared up. But it's an insane lead now. And look at what's happening in the center. Gold is at risk now. He placed a Seagate Castle here. I'm surprised if he can hold for long, though. And not just that, a castle drop on the opposite side. Corvinus has got the AK. This is the death sentence moment, guys. Look at that. That's ridiculous. He's got 35 villages. The silver gen is about to triple. And that means more cataphracts. That means more T's, more techs. The problem for Ayame, can't really gather too much gold, right? He's only got 9 workers out here. Doesn't feel like the safest area. Trebs are now coming to answer this anyway. How do you get all of your elite techs and your university techs? That's the big conundrum. On top of that, he's not playing the infinite scaling Ottomans, right? He hasn't got the increased production rate on his military troops. He chose Seagate Castle. Seagate that did receive a buff recently. You see the Great Bombard emplacement stronger. Defensive emplacements in general are stronger. But if you're not building trade, is it a good landmark? Is always the question on your mind. Well, love this. It's like, okay, it's a strong defense, but I can bring in Trebs, and I can just push down the center. Because if you built that landmark up the map, you didn't build it at home. So many Varangian. Reminder on these Vikings. They have bonus against light. Janissaries are light. Melee mosh pit. Mitts in. Runestone gets dropped. That's extra armor for the Varangian. Sipahi. Not really holding on that well. Some Cataphract slipping in. Are going to get sacked. Sipahi wave almost gone. Janissary count is also not that great. How many has he got here? Only 11. A few more showing up on the flank now, but it looks like it's going to be an overrun. Macedonians beating Ottomans. I mean, that shows you just how far they've gone now, doesn't it? Ottomans with the boogeyman in the last tournament. The Macedonians are looking to snatch that hat away here. What a game from Korv. Looked a bit shaky in the mid after Yame just kind of overwhelmed him in that big fight, but there was no follow-up. And the calm heads rule supreme. Corvinus flexing those Macedonians. Damn. Not bad. Need the rest of my sandwich now. Oh. Talking about trade-offs? Yeah, I mean, I think the Kata choice is just kind of a given, right? Because it fixes one of the big issues with Macedonians, which is tempo. Like, tech tempo gets weird when you get age 4 of them, because everything's so expensive silver-wise. But Kata's gives you an immediate huge booster. That's such a Corvinus pick. Knights Templar on Coastal Cliffs. So snipe out, Ayame was denied his French, and Corv was denied the Byzantines. I don't know, Knights Templar are kind of okay here, right? You just play Hospitaller 2TC. Not sure if that one was uploadable or not. Weighing it up in my brain. I needed that food. I feel like I need more food. I don't know. I had a pizza earlier in the day because I knew we'd be casting. I had a pizza and watched the season finale of Boys. I don't know, man. I think the Boys, everything they'd done, there was like one moment that made me feel. The rest was like, eh. A little bit sad. All right, we'll do predictions again. Game 2. And you can have 5 minutes, whatever. I don't know. No one gambles anymore. What happened? God, I want to get another snack, actually. Or do we double Red? Ooh, maybe we double Red Bull. Actually, it wasn't double Red Bull. We had an energy drink of, like, the powdery kind. So it'd be one Red Bull. Yes, let's get pumped up the tits, guys. It's apricot and strawberry time. Caffeinate this big boy. Sweet, sweet sugar. Diabetes. Come get me. All right. Let's see. Are they the right way around? They are. Nice. Big bog. So remember, guys, best of 5. If I win my bet, you turn on health bars. Health bars is set to smart, so it turns on when they take damage, which is much better than health bars on all the time. And then if there's important moments in fights, I sometimes do this. One and all, it is time. Knights Templar, the best player at them, is whipping them out in a qualifying series for an S tier tournament. Corvinus, first of his name, takes to the field with the Knights Templar on the pink, and this is going to be a fun one. He is up against the rising Chinese star Ayame on the Malians in the blue. Now, what has me so excited about this? There's certain civs that are quite frustrating for Malians in theory off of 2TC. And Knights Templar just might be one of them, folks. That's right, Knights Templar, a civ that can easily play 2TC, courtesy of the Hospitalaire tech. Let's see if we're going to be getting it in this game out of Corvinus. Yeah. There's actually a lot of interesting dynamics here. For those that haven't been watching Knights Templar recently, they've changed quite a lot. So one big thing now, we don't see Kingdom of France anymore. We overwhelmingly see Knights Hospitalaire. But then, the crazier one is we're seeing a lot of the Kingdom of Castile and Castle Age, which is the one that gives you the ranged units, the horseback units, the Genitors. I think that's an interesting thought here. Is like Genitors up against Mali and Castle with Archer plus Sofa. Not the worst idea in the world. And on a map like this as well, we're on Coastal where you have got double Sacred Site kind of pushing between each other. It's not directly down the center, but it gives you areas to fight around, and that means that you get that Spanish damage buff. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We've got to deal with the early game first. Looking at the Predickies, a lot of value points being put on Corvinus. Reminder, Ayame Sato is definitely no pushover. We did just watch him 2-0 core. And Ayame looking at the spawn pretty good. Yeah, because Knights Templar aren't going for a Dark Age rush. Check this. Double gold in the corner. Sheep distribution is mostly even. 14 for Ayame, 16 for Corvinus. A moment of truth is about to arrive. What do you think we're getting, guys? It's got to be Hospitalaire. He's already moving for the stone. How many wins is Q? What does that mean? What? Okay. Yeah, it's stone gathering. 2TC, folks. Why did this stop getting done so much? There was a time where every civ was building 2TC to counter Malians, right? I remember that quite vividly. I think it was maybe the cost nerfs, but that got changed now. Like, the TC builds are cheaper. It's only 300 stone. It used to be 350. So you get it a little bit faster. And I think part of the deal there that's really good is it means you can be more greedy. Your placements can be looser than they were in the past. Like, in this type of game, with Ayame's pacing towards tier 2, especially with how quickly Knights Templar go tier 2, because it only takes them a minute, he could potentially drop a town center here on the deer. That's big. That's a game changer compared to having to drop it on the gold. Oh, wait. Is it? Yeah, sorry. It's Corvinus in the vote. Why is it Cor? My bad, guys. It's meant to be Corvinus. You're not gambling on Cor. You should know. Oh, wait. Oh, that's what you mean, Q. Whoops. You want to know why I couldn't see? Because when you select an asset in OBS, it creates a red box around it. So if it's small, it's hard to see. All right, so Corv already shooting down with deer. I think we're getting a TC placement around here, right? You want to shove these deer out of the way, though? Villagers are moving across now. Yame only just complete the tech up. He could drop a stable straight away and upgrade the Warrior Scout. But the problem here is that Warrior Scout is kind of underwhelming against extra HP villagers. Especially if you upgrade him after he's half HP. Nah, that's not going to work. Ayame can't hang around here. He knows it. Oh, hold on a sec. Cheeky. Corv getting a little bit baited there, but he gets the foundation. Nicely played. Pulled one group away, sent the other in. So TC on the way. And, you know, this is the thing. It's risk-free with Knights Templar because of this health pool. I can't think of many civs that could stop this unless they're Dark Aging. The sad part is Yame did commit the stables. It's sad because he doesn't really get value out of it. He has got the upgrade coming in for his scout now. So he'll be able to win this trade eventually. Say that. Okay, we could just go -1. It's going to be real in a scout. You need a scout anyway to see what your opponent's doing. But pretty good spawn now for Corvinus as a result of that. He could always short wall here to just create more funnel points, but you know, he's kind of anchored the starting tree line. He's got a lot of food influx now off the deer. The boar is also pullable, guys. He can pull it to about here, right? So it's going to be in town center range. It's a pretty nice play overall. I don't know, man. Corv about to go 2 games up. Because Mali probably feel like they need to do something about this. Now, Mali and Sofas are pretty powerful, but I think where they do fall flat a little is diving defenses. They don't have much armor. Really, the advantages of Sofa over time has been scaling on their damage, not on their health. Even, I say that, they did increase health by like 5 or 10, right? But the DPS was the bigger deal. Or a scout gonna be a bit cheeky. Yeah, because no one with food, right? Like, he's got wood, food split, wood primary, and then food secondary. Rack's coming in. I think Corvinus' win condition in this is probably Castle Age. He's just prepping himself against the Sofa threat. But look at what's happening. Ayame is prepping for greed, which I think makes a lot of sense here. It's a race now between Fulani and 2TC. Yeah, if you're wondering, like, well, could Ayame not just go units and push? The problem is the TC placement is so good that you won't easily hit into the wood line. You'll be seen coming. It splits your raid because this town center placement essentially cuts your flank rotation around this tree line. So you can't go left and right. So you kind of get in a weird position where you can't hit everything you need to. Like, even getting to the gold, you can't really run past this TC easily, so you have to swing wider. There's a lot of negatives towards attacking here. And the other problem is that getting worker kills is incredibly hard because of that extra health. Like, if Corvinus ever felt threatened, he'd just go full turtle mode. You know, hide in his shell. All he needs to do is queue up textiles, and these guys have the same health as gilded villagers with textiles. Well, that makes sense because they have the same health now. The point is, they almost have 100 HP per worker. And some archers coming in because he sees the spear play. Nicely done. We have actually got Pilgrimage already. Tier 2 as well. Just completed. Other cool thing about playing Hospitaller here, by the way, is the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims get more health, but they also get increased move speed. And the reason that's important is every time they get attacked, they move in faster. So the cool thing about Hospitaller is there's a lot more ease of getting your first Pilgrims in, especially if you luck out like this. I mean, he's going to kill it, but the wolf actually being left alive isn't a bad idea there because it will keep hitting your Pilgrims, which will make them run faster. It is comically effective. I remember I watched this on Front Range where a player was getting insane drop-offs rates because on Front Range, you usually run into like 2 to 3 wolves on the way to the Sacred Site in the north. And the Pilgrims just kept hitting every single one. So they get hit, they panic run, they slow down, they get hit, they panic run. Nicely played. Pilgrims should have enough time to get in now. Archer damage not high enough. Spears are in melee, which is less than ideal, but nice backstab there. Well played by Yame. Pilgrims are eventually going to... Such a bait. Oh, gotcha! It's almost like they've done it in taste. Like, don't kill our guys. Yeah, don't kill our troops. Kill us. All right, so Ayame is ready for Fulani, I think. I mean, he can go for the full cow. In fact, yeah, he's going to. He could just start prepping for tech now. Corv is doing the same thing. I think we are going to be seeing Angevin. Maybe. Nah, you just go for the Castile. And what's up, Nono? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Hope you're well. Oh, did I say thank you to Repo Man? Apologies if I didn't. I might have been eating when you said that. But thank you to you guys for the subs. Appreciate you. Keep them coming. Ad free does sound pretty good. Oh, that's cute. He's trying to get a Hospital Air Knight out to protect the spears and heal them up. I don't think you Angevin here, right? Oh, he does. So the reason I was a bit hesitant about Angevin is Musafadi? But I guess if your opponent goes Musafadi, you just spam archers. The alternative would have been Genitor, but your opponent doesn't have many archers. And it still doesn't solve the Sofa. But if his food income is good enough, Angevin's Spear Blob is still crazy. The other cool thing is on a map like this, Sacred Site win conditions are real. If you fort drop these, there's a cool, unique interaction for the Angevin Spears. The fortresses will be tankier from the effect, but the Angevin Spears will also get buff stats by fighting near your castle. So yeah, I think Corvinus' eventual win condition here is Sacred Site. He does have 3 on stone, so he started gathering up. Yeah, it's pretty organic to reach for this, isn't it? If you get a castle drop on here, it secures the ball. And you're going to need that extra food anyway for mass spears. The Grand Fulani on the way now. Ayame will be second attack, but not too far out. Oh, what was final predictions? 75% for Corvinus. I'm not surprised. Anyone who's watched this channel and seen Corvinus' Knights Templar knows he doesn't mess around. Like, I remember we had one of the weeklies where he beat Vortex. And Vortex was on a pretty good civ, actually. But yeah, on land, Knights Templar dismantled the whole plan. Okay, so moving north now. Army's posturing. Veterancy for archers is on the way. Veterancy for both players, actually. And this is what I meant. You can mirror archers, because although these guys will get poison arrows on the Malian side, you just have such good wood income for Knights Templar that you can spam archers to your heart's content. And Pumba Pull successful, so extra food secured. Villager Lead not really eclipsing the effect of Fulani just yet. But the point is he'll get there. And also, with the way that Yame is posturing, he's not guarding all pilgrim sites. So what you're going to see is a sneak again. He's actually 50-50, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's really nice, actually, on the tempo. There's like the switch over timing there to get the split. Really nicely done. It's better to get 50% than nothing, right? Still, I think Ayame sniffed it out. Yeah, he's guarding both. So Denal on the gold. Stone income has been a bit underwhelming. Did he go fortifications? He went arrow slits with it now. I wonder what was happening, because he's had 3 on stone for a while. The number hasn't been increasing that well. Ah, there you go. Yeah, he got triple arrow slit, which is pricey. Moves over. What's that, Pilgrim for a Sofa? That's actually not a bad trade. Pilgrim's going to generate you, like, what, maybe 100 resources at this distance? Yeah, 123, actually. Yeah, but Sofa's costable at this point. Sofas are 180 resources. So if you trade Sofa for a Pilgrim every time, you're 50% better. And this is what we were talking about, like the Musafadi idea to counter Angevin Spears. It makes sense, but now archers have a clear target. So what Ayame needs is a balance of Sofa and Musafadi, so the archers can't easily target him in. The cool thing about that is as you scale big, it puts more pressure on Corvinus to micro, because if he's not splitting his archers into groups, he's not getting efficient kills on Musafadi. If you have 20 archers, for example, you're going to overkill Musafadi every time. So, hey, what's he up to here? He's holding lots of resources right now. Would you ever castle drop if you're Imperial Landmark? I don't think you can. The problem there is the army size difference will just kill you. Like, if you gamble on the wrong side and your opponent's there, you'll fly. But it does feel like Ayame is holding back for something. Some stone gathering still underway, by the way. We're almost there. Yeah, just a sliver more. Remember, it's 600 stone to get Knights Templar castles online. And I think you probably castle drop here, right? The camping relics as well. Which Yame does now have an interest in. Kind of has to. Fulani has done a lot, but it's at its limits now. It's a 20 eco lead for Corvus. Yeah, you can see the numbers. He's close to taking over. Now would be the time to pull the Villies. No signs of it just yet. More stone gathering in the south side as well. Pushes up the spears. Sees the Musafadi numbers start to inflate. Retreat should be successful. Yame does have the gates to escape through. But that's a lot of space, guys, and this is the moment where you could look for a castle pull. Musa Sofa going in. Angerman spears in the choke points. I mean, I think that works out nicely for them. The Musafadi can't just spread and surround. Not quickly, anyway. Sofa's trying to get around the flank, but the spears pull back. And the archers just trading out. Musafadi are gone. Yeah, first wave has just been deleted. There's, what, 8 left? You'll lose most of them on the retreat. That was an ugly affair. And he got, what? A bunch of the archers took down a few of the spears. But now with the positioning on the map, I'm a bit worried. Look at the macro. Fortress drop coming in on the forward side to secure the ball. Wolf kind of trending towards Imperial. He's still trading well in the enemy base. Angman spears again. Diving even deeper. Archer force backing them up. Able to snipe the Musafadi before they really get in range. The spear count may be low on wave number 1, but for good reason. He's stockpiling resources behind this. Yame. He's lost all the Musafadi now. It's just archers in the back. Wallow should be able to keep the spears at bay. But a few of them have snuck onto the tree line. Things are getting worse, folks. And what? Import armors wasn't there the whole time. I mean, would it have made the biggest difference? It would have helped, for sure. But it's still Angerman spears is the problem. So idle time achieved. Several worker kills alongside it. This is huge. I think he's straight up going in. Corvinus is just so far ahead. It's actually insane just how far ahead he is against Malians. Like, we're 17 minutes in, the lead is out of control. He's going in with castle drops, and army size is really not that much smaller than the Yame. Yeah, and this is the smartest detail of all. The final troops drag a Yame's army all the way to the corner, as far away from a tech up as possible. And although we know the tech up's not going to be a landmark, the point is there's no raid coming in. And wait, what? Guys, is this the first time in pro play? When was the last time you saw this? Teutonic Order. That is sick. Disgusting, even. A bit weird against Mass Musafadi. Remember, Teutonic Order gives you access to the Teuton Knights. These insanely tanky boys. That also function a bit like Legion Commander in Dota 2. They scale. It's like Bebop in Deadlock. I'm using different references. When they get kills around them, when they get kills, they get increased health and damage, right? Most people don't scale it. It's just the fact they're a tanky unit on their own. The negative is they're insanely slow. I honestly don't think it's about Teuton. I think this is probably about this. Okay, ignore that. He's building them. Teutonic. This castle needs to be rushed, though. Village is about to finish it off. It will go up in time. Good health difference as well. Keeps most of them alive. Full garrison. Flank side. Intercept some reinforcements. Good play there by Corvinus. The first of the Teutons are about to come out. He needs, what, 15 seconds? Can he get the numbers up high enough? Burn on the TC. Corvinus has got a decent eco lead, so he can kind of afford to lose it now. It's still frustrating. The castle is a bigger question mark. How do you solve for that? Now, the other thing that's important here is these knights, these Teuton knights, which shouldn't be called that because they're foot, they have an aura. The -2 is really important for the castle aura because it debuffs your opponent enough that he'll just melt even on Sofa. He does walk by. Okay, so Yame hunting deeper. Oh no! You killed my team. Anyway. I mean, I rate the play. Now dive towards the primary town center. More Teutons coming out there. This is what I was talking about. 5 health, 1 damage for each kill. Realistically, you're not expecting them to get very high stats, but you could build healers to allow for it. Sofa's already getting clapped down. Elite Archer upgrade was the priority here. Even though he's against the Sofa, the more important thing is if you want Teuton Knights to carry the game, the Musafadi need to be gone. And the cool thing about Teuton Knights, by the way, primarily gold. 100 gold, 80 food is a really smart balance strat when you've got this many fortresses already. Pilgrim gold is flooding in. It has got 2 relics as well on top of that. I would actually love to see him go back for a few of your Hospitaliers. Because the Hospitaliers can then heal the Teutons between fights. Which means you get that infinite scaling. I actually think Hospitalier Teuton is a good combo together. The weird thing is most people would get baited into thinking Antioch because Antioch gives 10% more damage to melee. But actually, the ideal way is have a healer with this unit. Yeah, because with their stats being so high by default at 310, it feels a lot like playing Order of the Dragon units. What a cool strat. Range damage free on the way. Teuton count, soon to be 16. It's a lot of Sofa. Yame doesn't feel cozy about the idea of trying to imp. Understandably so. More stone being gathered. Corvinus is looking for another castle drop. Oh, you're right. Antioch did get buffed, didn't it? 15%. In fairness, it never gets used. Just torching everything's underrated. Yeah, I mean, when you got full melee, absolutely. And he's switching jabs. Bit of a weird position to be in if you're Yame, right? How often do you see someone in castle, late castle, switching javelins without the Mansa? It's a rarity. But he feels like it's a necessity. Extra fortress drop on the primary TC now. I don't think you can dive castles with these Teuton Knights. As in, like, Malians can't. The -2 armor makes even your Sofa feel flimsy. It strips your Musafadi of all armor. Like, everything just starts dying to a castle at that point. March in. They do look fabulous. I mean, let's be real. Pink and black like this, dude, they look like placeholder textures in a video game. All right, don't let them know I said that though. They might come after me. The boogeymen are in. He camps the production. Some reinforcements getting intercepted. Army's turning. He's heading all the way home. Village is in the corner. My God, 35. More than half his economy on that screen. And he's moving there. They're so slow, these Teuton Knights. They hold in the choke point. A few spears to back them up. That minus armor. I mean, look at the vet Sofas only have 5 ranged armor. If he gets Incendiary, it's curtains, but it's not there. Flow through. He's starting to reach the archers. Corv going before Incendiary is kind of crazy here. He's going to lose the archers. He's going to lose the fight. Ayame holds onto his base. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Did Corvinus not know just how big the melee was is what I'm wondering. I mean, the weird thing is if you have Incendiary, the idea of Teuton Knights with the auras, really good. And it's weird because he did prioritize the range free, but not Incendiary. An unorthodox approach. I mean, he doesn't even have a university. Guess education is just not that important for the Knights Templar. Which makes sense. They bothered to read the history books. They probably would have been better at the other Crusades. Oh, sting for Europe from a European. Yeah, I don't know if I like this for Corv right now. He's remaxing into heavy spears, but your opponent does have Musafadi, and you just lost all of your archers. That's interesting. Spriels. Challenge there is your opponent has got Sofa. I don't think Ayame is dead in this, folks. This is a little bit weird now. That was a huge army loss for Corvinus. And we talked about, you know, I see chat talking about his bank. Yeah, sure. Great. Gold mainly, though. Food isn't that crazy. 9 Spriggles? Well, that's the first on the phone call I want to make. 2 more numbers, please. I need to call the police. I need a 999 on this. I want to report a crime. 9 Spriggles. Against Jav Archer backline as well. Oof. The problem with this Spriggled strat is, like, are you not just seen coming a mile off? And not just that, Creole Paradine. Ayame, that fight was enough of a wipe of the slate to get him the wiggle room. Imperial now on the way for Mali. Full army retreat. The problem here is Corvinus's army is not very quick at counterattacking, guys. He's built Teuton and Springald. I can't think of a slower army. Love this matchup. Yeah, and we didn't get it in real life, right? Because these guys, Mali's was just a bit too far south for the Knights Templar's interest. So finally, this is the what if. What if the Knights Templar successfully held the Middle East? Then they would have warred with the Malis. They would have had to have gone through Ethiopia and a few others, but they would have got there. Oh, has he got... Yeah, he's got the Trebs. Mass Sprinkles, though. Good lord. Priority upgrade on the Elite Musafadi. Burns coming in. It's 44 speed. Bloody hell. Fun fact as well, that range damage, it's going to be pure plus bonus against Musafadi because of the Teuton Knights. Teuton Springalds is kind of dirty, actually. Yeah. I mean, the Sofa don't care as much, right? But that's still debuff for them, more damage being taken. And these are roller shot triggers, they attack quicker. Springs need to stop the A-click though, need to move over. Spearman baiting the fight. Musafadi to follow up, but guys, this is kind of a choke point. Need to be careful, he's lining up the shots. Watch the health bars. He's spreading around. Wait, the Sofa go in though. Spear's now pulling back. Trying to clear that up. Few Springalds still alive. That should be good enough though. The Musafadi! Not looking so Musafadi here. They get completely spread and clapped. Knights Templar Specialist delivers again. Teuton Knights finally make an appearance in pro play. Damn. That is cool. Sorry, I just changed that to W. We're not quite at W yet. He needs one more win. I'm going to call that the slowest and deadliest Knights Templar army. It's so true. Dude, you go Angevin Spears, you're already slow. Then you get H4 and you go Springalds plus Teuton. You cannot get slower with your army than that. I guess you could have built Mangoes, right? But still. After info behind the Springalds, there's still one. Oh, what? His Spears? Yeah, because he just basically, the Sofas get baited to dive past Spears. That's already like error number one. Forced error. And then once they're cleared up, your Musafadi are taking over against Spears. But at that point, the Springwalls have lined up the shot, right? Like, that's the problem. That looked bad at the start of the fight from the Springwall perspective because they were A-clicking Sofa. But once the Sofa die, there's only one thing left to kill, right? And Musafadi melt there. Like I said, the Teuton Knights in there as well. Just the -2 armor. Just getting as much damage as possible. All right, Dry Arabia. Ooh, Byzantines versus Golden Horde. I've heard a mixed bag from different pros on this one about which Civ is better. Some players really like Byzantines, and some people feel like Golden Horde stomped them. I lean more towards the idea that Golden Horde should struggle a bit against Biz, because a Biz player's best tool is just to sit in his base and look. Right? You just slowly move out, you put a few outposts, you system up. You just don't overcommit. It almost feels like the matchup where the mistake that gets made by Biz players is they come out, and when they do, they get pummeled. But spawn matters a little as well. Like, if all your berries are forward spawn, Golden Horde's win probability goes up. In fact, I wonder if he'll try a proxy base. I think the more interesting games I've seen, I remember Vortex versus Marine Lord in one of the grand finals. Vortex done a proxy forward base with Golden Horde on Lipany, and it set him up beautifully to slow down Marine Lord's timings. If we get into late game, by the way, I'm still leaning Golden Horde. Like, if you get late game 200 pop, we've seen how effective this Civ is with that. It's actually crazy. I'm going to run a 1.5 ads, by the way, so you guys don't get them in game. Not unstoppable army, also an unmovable. Yeah, like don't you just treat Teuton like, oh, just go around, lol. They can't hurt us if we just walk around. I don't think how this will be played by them. You always think Corvin is trying to do something crafty. Could he do Hippodrome Keshiks? We saw that attempted earlier in the qualifier yesterday, I believe it was, by... Was it Mahodo or Matisse? I think it's Matisse against Voldemar. And it did have some interesting prospects about it, but ultimately fell flat in the end. I'm assuming that he'll just play safe and do like longbow spears. Just double checking the emails. Getting pinged through by things on a Sunday is a bit weird. People work on Sundays? What losers? Wait a second. Wait a second. Does it work if you love? It's still work. I love that classic, like that cringe cop out. Is it work if you love what you do? Yeah, it still work. It's okay to love it, but like you know when employers try to get you like that, it's like, but don't you just love this job? Doesn't that mean you want to do more for us? Well, do you want to pay me more? I don't have that benefit though. It was this. Apparently a streamer walked all the way to TwitchCon and then was denied entry. Really? Nah, there's got to be something else going on there. He walked 550 kilometers and spent over 10k. And he regularly does this. It's like his third time walking to TwitchCon. Let's get ready to roll, shall we? Of course, it would put them on the opposite side, so now I need to quickly flip the scores. 1 sec. It's time for a matchup that has the pros completely divided. Is it Byzantines or is it Golden Horde favored? I've heard it both ways from different top-level pros. It's time to find out as we are in qualifying set here. Corvinus in the pink, the power pink on match point with the Byzantines looking to rise up and make it a 3-0 stomp. Meanwhile, a Yame Sato on the other side in the blue playing as the Golden Horde. Golden Horde is looking like the god tier pick right now. Denies and crushes most civs. The argument, defensive civs are a struggle for them. And in theory, if a Byzantine player just hunkers down, batters down, and whatever the hell the term is with boats, he can't be broken. We're going to find out here. Because Iyame knows how to stick it aggressively. He already done it to Order the Dragon today. Let's see if he can do it to Byzantines as well. Spawn looks pretty good for defensive play, actually. Corvinus has got the back spawn berries. And the south side is a huge abundance of food with a semi-wallable spawn. He's going to fight a little bit for it. But it's not an unrealistic amount of length to fight for, right? It's not like he has to come to the halfway point. Yeah, like, this is interesting, because in theory, the way that Byzantines play to win this is they just keep scaling in fuel. Similar to Golden Horde, but as you do that more and more, these system percentile scalings benefit you to the point that you overwhelm and are able to tech. And when you tech, other civs struggle because the veterancies take so long to come in. Cool thing about Byzantines with tier 5 system, they research so fast that Golden Horde struggle with that dive. Is Yame a new player? Ayame has been playing OE4 for a while. He has not been competing as long, maybe a year, but like not seriously. He'd go out quite early with tournaments. He would scrim with Louis a lot. In fact, when we used to run our weeklies, Ayame even beat Louis MT in one of the weeklies best of threes. But sadly, so far, based on what we've been seeing in this performance of the best of 5, the curse holds true. Ayame Sato is a beast in best of 3s, but tends to underperform in best of 5s. My chat at this point is outraged by this because they now don't get to laugh and say they told me so. You got like 7 ads on YouTube? I think that's on you. You spend too much time watching ads of people trimming their nuts and getting small cuts and whatever else is getting at you. Like, you know, YouTube literally has behavioral analytics to choose how many ads you get. It's based on what you're willing to tolerate. Can we ban chat? No, because I want them to be here when Corvinus 3-0s. I'm definitely not working really hard with Caster Curse to reverse sweepers. So Khan and Tortgood on the way. We talked a little bit about Corvinus' spawn. Yame's is not too bad, I guess, because he can always outpost drop here and get the deer plus the boar, so it's not atrocious. But no back spawn food is a bit rough. Then again, it's Grand Winery. Your opponent shouldn't really be attacking. No, like, if it was Hippodrome, there was potential, but I just think Hippodrome's too risky. Game 2 prediction is still open. Whoops. Let's close that and open a new one. All right, guys. Game number 3 between these two. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. So are we getting Javelins or Lombos is going to be the curious question. I think Javs is really good here, actually. There's a lot of matchups now where Lombos are taking over, especially when you're playing more defensive and just looking to go castle eventually. But the cool thing about Jav contract is Golden Horde's Tortgood become irrelevant damage-wise because of the camels. So you spawn 2 camels out, Tortgood that barely hit for anything already are going to tickle. You know what I find funny about Tortgood's design, actually? It's kind of a reminder of how units that kind of look trashy in certain ways cannot be. But the weird part is we already had this lesson with Demi-Lancers when Lancaster came out. For Demi-Lancers, it was the raw count. But for Golden Horde's Tortgood, it's low base damage, but very high health. Now, that seems like a balanced affair, but the reality of it is it means that they can commit to fights a lot longer and a lot more successfully than other knights can. Because reminder, the Tortgood that are going to be coming out soon have 60 more HP than a feudal knight. Trade-off is they have almost half the damage, but they hang around a long time. And it's like, would you like to have like a tequila shot or a nice kind of, I say nice, a cheap bottle of wine that lasts you the evening? That's kind of the difference with Tortgood versus standard. And wait, 2TC from... Oh God, he's got the fever. I think Corvinus is still playing Knights Templar from game 2. Wait, what? 2TC Byzantines. Okay, so why 2TC here? I think he's gonna tower defense this. We said about the whole idea of you just standing your ground, middle fingering Golden Horde as they try to dive you. This does achieve a similar thing. If you start building outposts around here and switch farms early, this is reminiscent of what Byzantines used to do against HRE/Order of the Dragon. Do you guys remember those games? In the early days where 2TC was done a lot of Biz, they build 2 town centers, they build 4 outposts, and then go, like, the Order of the Dragon couldn't do anything with them. Their tanky units would go in, they'd idle economy, but they'd die to all the arrows. I think Corvinus is thinking in a similar light here. Is static defense is the way. To put it another way, a lot of people right now are seeing 2 town center, but what Corvinus is also seeing is 23 garrison slots. Right? This is almost like adding 2 extra outposts into your defense strategy. And already comes in use there. Tortgood, look to harass. And it doesn't look like a lot of damage now, but remember, these guys are going to gradually die. They will not heal. Nice harassment on the flank, though. Yame does block any extra stone gathering, so Siston's stuck at level 2. The scout's just checking in. He wants to know what the comp is. It is going to be Archer Spear Tortgood, so 1-1-1. Pretty standard for Golden Horde. I think Golden Horde, out of all the civs at the moment, has become the most consistent for every production in H2. even if they don't want to build a lot of spears, they will at least build a Rax to get the armor aura from the Karash. It's a lot of wood gathering here. And archery's coming in. Yeah, okay. I mean, he can't really get more than just wood right now, but he does need some firepower. So probably a small amount of Limitana to hold choke points and big bulk archers behind. And he did go longbows. So no jabs at all. The interesting thing about this type of strat is, like, if you get the longbow count up to like 15 with 20 archers support, you do just kind of headbutt out towards your opponent. I haven't seen someone try it against Golden Horde, but I've seen it against even Delhi before, and it's really effective. Ayame, in the meantime, is spreading wide. He's already onto the boar. Boar plus deer, so great gathering rates for him. The Corv is competing. The problem is, what he has is limited. He's already being forced into the groves. Yeah, groves that aren't cheap anymore. Thank God for that change. I mean, the stupid part is you still get a rebate, right? You still build a grove and get like 8 stone back. So it's still cheaper than standard farms while being better than standard farms. I cannot believe that this was ever priced at 60 wood. That is just insane to think back on. And Yame is a genius. He goes Muscovy. Wait, actually, I don't want to say he's not a genius, but hear me out. If there was a game that was good for Relic Uvu, is this not that game? You're thinking about it now, aren't you? And Relic Uvus would have made a lot of sense for the timing. Because Relic Uvus would have allowed him to bum rush down the relics when his opponent didn't get out of the base. But I think the idea from Ayame is Muscovy Yasak will let him die. His opponent has gone Lombos. His opponent has also built an archery range. And his opponent has 2 TC. So if he gets the extra armor, his Turgud are putting on snorkeling gear and going in deep. He's got a few Karash as well. An interesting move here to try and block out the deer and the berries. Yeah, just the one worker, right? One soul coming over. Yeah, he's like, it's not as much about eating as denial. And the other cool thing is Yame can always add in Raxes here for men-at-arms. That's actually really cool. Although, if he's planning to do that, the timing's going to be slow because it's only one worker. Without wheelbarrow. Yeah, that's a bit weird. And Corv, just scaling army, has got some horsemen coming in. So he's spending a lot longer in the feudal age. Army's going to march down, though. Uh-oh! No! He only just got here. The timing could not have been worse on that for Ayame. That's -1 worker. So posturing's going to fail. It was men-at-arms strats, but it's going to be from home. This is so slow. I'm going to feel the gray hairs gradienting in my hair over the next 3 minutes as he tries to walk men-at-arms across this map. Is gradienting the best word? There must be a better one. I don't want to use the word transitioning or something like that. We use that a lot. As well, sniping out through the archers in the retreat. Karash also great to remove and just being given for free here. The interesting part about this comp is archers over lombos. Like, look at the difference. Archers will be there. The lombos are always late. Now turn for the clash. Yame. Eesh. He has got a few men-at-arms out, but they are outnumbered. They do not have Karash support, so no plus armor. They're good against range, but the melee can contest them is the weird part. And Corbinus is diving in deeper. The Archer's looking for worker kills. He's going to find them. Ayame's too far behind. This is ridiculous. The worker lost here. No counterattack coming in fast. And Corvinus is going castle. Yeah, he's just going to buy so much time because the thing about men-at-arms, they can win a fight if they can be in a fight. But they're not. The workers are the target. He just flat out ignores him. Right now, these men-at-arms like, hey, hey, over here, hey, hey, hey. And he's there with the headset on, playing a game, never noticing him. That's the men-at-arms strat right now. He's up to 10. He's on the wrong side of the map. Golden Horn Tower is being rushed right now. Yeah, it's rush or die. He's got so many men-at-arms. You gotta believe in it. Archers are going to get mopped up in the end. Yame, he's trying to stop the boys at the push. Is this good enough? It feels a little bit staggered, but second wave looks good. Korv really needs a lot more spinman to hold this. Guys, he doesn't currently have anything. He Qs crossbows. Caddis would make a lot of sense too, but he doesn't have the food. And what the hell are you guys doing? Get back to work. Veterancy gets queued. He's going to upgrade his lombos. Makes sense. System's giving them for free as well. Forward archer. What are you doing? The archery positioning there. Okay, guys, he's getting no crossbows. It looked good for a moment, but the tech up behind, I mean, Yame, the men-at-arms may have been stuck being ignored, but this is the thing. You ignore that pipsqueak going, hey, he gets angry, he goes to the gym, he benches 220, and then he comes back and throws you through a pain window. And it is going to be maximum pain. Iyame now with the dive in to mop what little army remains. More men-at-arms coming through to block out crossbow production. He's dead. He's wheelbarrowless too. Oh my dear God. That's the entire economy on the screen, guys. And at this point, Iyame has sent out the search parties. He's checking everywhere. He ain't going to let this be. 2 TC versus Fast Castle Golden Horde. Golden Horde slap out. It looked so good for a moment. The Korv, I mean, you saw the desperation. 18 workers on the Golden Horde tower. There wasn't this huge influx of food and gold. And also the archery's positionings didn't even allow him to start dreaming of crossbow wave to hold. And the men-at-arms have found the berries now. They haven't found the gold quite yet, but I imagine they'll get there soon. This is over. It's 20 plus men-at-arms consistently. How do you ever come back from that? The problem as well is the few crossbows he's getting are just stuck and dead straight away. They're getting stick like pigs. Second TC also to get torched. Golden Horde continue to fail to lose. Can someone please stop this Civ? I don't know if that one's uploadable. A little bit short to be uploadable, right? But, folks, it's a strike back. Iyame is on the board. We go deeper. Ooh. New Shushi up against Japan. Game 4 end, maybe? On Boardland. What were the snipes, actually? I'm going to guess Korv tried to pick... Did he go Roos? He might have went Roos, actually. As his alternate pick. Oh, no, sorry. He went Chinese. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Chinese Shushi, French, Japanese. Can Shushi just death push you in age 2 here? Maybe depending on the spot. If it's like Ford Gold, I think there's a potential way of just ending this in feudal with Shushi, right? Like you go Jiangnan and then you play onto the Ford Deer and you just kind of vomit push. I can kind of see that. Pitch for GH to be broken. No, I warned everyone they were going to be broken. Yo, my two predickies were like Golden Horde and Macedonians. Although I put Macedonians above Golden Horde. And where did we end up, folks? I was like, when the dust settles, Macedonians will be the most broken Civ of the new DLC. And we're getting there. I don't know what he went for Expo when he knew the men-at-arms would overwhelm. Varangian's very meaty and gold heavy. And you're outnumbered on melee. You kind of need ranged. I think what Corvinus was probably going to try to do is garrison, ungarrison on the TC to cheese. Because that's super effective, actually. But he didn't have the count. Like, if you garrison, ungarrison, free crossbows, the men-at-arms can just camp each side and club you down. Borderland Gold is always Ford. That's true. Yeah, so, like, this is... What's interesting is Japan can try to rush you, but I don't think they will. Because Sushi don't need to go on gold. Like, you can block gold of China and be a bit annoying, but it doesn't work as well against Sushi because they can just tax their way up to Meditation Garden. They don't actually need to touch gold at all. It's slower, but, you know, if your opponent's going to invest in 2 Spearmen, it's worth it. All right, let's get ready with predictions. G4, 5 minutes. I've never understood Philly's obsession with fake statements, by the way. I think he's been watching a bit too much Trump. Spyro tunes? Dude. Spyro's a vibe. Oh, could you imagine, like, being a successful Spyro speedrunner? Like, we're talking millions of people watching. Oh, that would be a dream. If only. Spyro speedruns are actually quite interesting. Because, like, the certain strategies they use, like, those don't, like, know on... Some of the stuff you could do with Spyro is, like, you could basically... You could hit surfaces in a way that you could glide all the way around. It led to some very interesting ways of skipping and bypassing zones. For your Spyro ones with the AI assisted? Yeah, I don't know if that video was... Like, I don't know if that VOD was ever going to be good enough for a video is the problem. Was it good enough? I don't know if it was. I think what would be more interesting is, like, can AI help you beat all the bosses easier? That's probably better, yeah. Because I feel like that was the best parts of the AI challenge, is the bosses. Good moments could be cut, maybe not the whole VOD. Yeah, I think I've still got it saved somewhere. I'd have to double check. It's just a shame I got ill before I could complete the final zone of Spyro 1. Well, final 2 zones, right? It's time! Sushi versus Japanese. An Asian showdown featuring one Asian and a Hungarian. And he's hungry for that win. He can sniff it. He can sense it. He can smell it. And he looks to pick up the new power kid on the block. Corvinus with the Sushi Legacy pick in game number 4 to try and secure a slot in the Elite Classic 4. Ayame looking for the comeback. He scratches 1 on the board, but can he make it 2? Japan, a trustworthy Civ, and one that Ayame, in particular, made his rise into the top 100 with reliably. Can it come through for him now, or has it been nerfed too hard? We head into Boardland to find out. Blue Japanese up against Power Pink Sushi, and with the Sushi's newly found aggressive feudal approach, you got to be wondering, are these 4 golds a death sentence for Japan? I'm going to find out. No Dark Age opening coming from Japan. That's to be expected here, folks. When you play up against Sushi, it's ineffective because they can tax their way to Age 2 courtesy of the discount they get on their tech up. You can see, let's see, right here, instead of paying 200, they only pay 170. So we've seen recently Sushi, when they're up against obvious Dark Age civs like Mongols, they never even do this. They just sit here and slow collect their way to a tech up. Okay, and predictions, how are we looking? No one's predicting. Cowards. Looking at the tree lines, by the way, what happened here? Kavayu, do you want to explain this? Kavayu? Where is his gold, and why is it here? This is a pretty bad spawn for Japan, isn't it? Usually Japan, French, these type of civs, they like the backup option of gold in the corner so that if something goes awry, they can still gather. But Fort Gold does leave you a little bit funneled. And I'm wondering if Corvinus will try to exploit that with the new Jiangnan build. Because I have yet to see a Meditation Garden build. We've only seen it when it's the second choice landmark. And wait a second. Wait, what? Huh? Ayame, he's bringing the Coca back. He's going full Colombian. It's Cocoine time. Guys, this is a rarity now for Japan. Yes, Sengoku has still been doing it a bit, but Japan, this kind of fell off. What an interesting take. Is he trying to exploit the loose Xiangnan placement? Because you want to have room, right? Like the difference between, you know, like Meditation Garden this, it doesn't matter because Meditation Garden goes here, production goes here. But with Jiangnan, you want to make room around the entire landmark to drop all your production buildings, because that's how you generate these free armies every 2,000 resources spent. So I think that might be part of the process. The other thing I think Ayame is considering is that on this map, you do usually have to come out. You have two choices. You either pro scouts, or you come out and secure the Deers and whatnot. So I think what Ayame might try and do, and I remember the Chinese players used to like doing this, is they will send Shinobi to poke and flank attack, and they'll just tech. So two possibilities happen there. Either your opponent defends at home and you just tech for free, or your opponent's trying to attack you, and while you're defending, they're playing out on the map and you poke with ninjas. So some flexible options here. That's cool. Queues up multiples as well. Double Shinobi. Jiangnan soon to complete. Only one on it, plenty on wood, so probably going to be looking at... If he doesn't scout it, you're probably going stables opening, right? I'd be surprised to see someone starting with Chug, which is a problem because Shinobi beat melee units. They lose to range. Oh, Corvinus, pro scout straight away. Shinobi can destroy scouts, by the way. They do 25 damage per strike. Look at this guy. Well, he knows what it is now. Problem is, you've committed to pro scout, so you want to commit to stables beginning. And bro, slow down. What? Third Shinobi? Art of the Ninja. I think Ayame's been doing a run through the new Ninja Gaiden game. Ayame's just been sitting at home watching Naruto reruns. He's like, I can be a ninja too. What? You'd think Neo Micah is playing right now. I mean, he's the only other player we're seeing doing this in pro play. So Shunshin in, gets a stab, gets the burn straight away on the mining camp. And archery range 4. So it's going to be Chug beginning, to be expected. Is there a stables? There is. Let's go. Ayame's cooking, guys. It's a lot of ninja. The Horseman is the perfect answer, and he already does have a forge, so he can start prepping Undermesh early here. First Chug reveals. Gotta be careful not to dive in too deep. Shinobi do heal, by the way. So this hurts a little, but you'll be able to repair. Actually goes in with a stab against the initial Chug. Tries to kick him as well. Doesn't actually manage it, though. Gold gathering underway. Corvinus now just spamming Chug. Do we have the Undermesh being prepped? He's got the resources. He's definitely got the space for it, because he's already got backlog of Horsemen queued. Wish they would add more value to Coca. Yeah, my big focus a long time ago is that Coca should actually be impacted later on. Like, the way Coca should work is in Imperial Age, you can build Shinobi out of your castles, for example. That would be a cool way of bringing it back in. I don't think Raxes, I think Raxes might be a bit absurd. Maybe, considering how much DPS they have. Shinobi, Shunshin. Oh, wait, what was that? He blunders! Ayame, no, run. He's like, if I hide in the trees, he won't see. Oh my god. What was that? What in the ever-loving Pathing gods was that? Boy's on a treadmill, not going anywhere. He gets them out at least. They're going to take a long time to heal. But that was a blunder. He didn't get the click off straight away. I mean, in fairness, it takes 3 hits to get a kill. You actually need the triple Shunshin. Because remember, you only get 25 damage against melee, and villagers aren't classified as melee tag, even though they technically are, so it's a bit of a scam. Still, Horseman on the way now. Spear spam coming in from Corv. What's interesting, actually, is Shinobi have +1 armor, don't they? I always forget about this. They're one range default, and Chug, that's actually genius. It's weird, but think about it. Chug have no bonus against melee. An archer will hit a Shinobi without any upgrades for 9 damage. A Chug will hit a Shinobi for 9 damage, too. So sounds fine, right? Like, that's balanced out. No, because Chug's advantage is meant to be they melt through low armor units. Where it gets more crazy, though, is if you go Undermesh level 1, an archer does 8 damage, but a Chug is going to do 6. Ayame is a crafty mother ducker. I never would have thought of that. You never really think of the one ranged armor. It's interesting, actually. It makes a lot of difference, even against archers, because if you have one ranged armor, it takes extra hits to kill you. Because normally it'd be 8, instead it's going to take 9. Shinobi are going to be slow to come back. He has got Yumi scaling, though. I quite like Yami's approach here. Pro Scouts has been heavily delayed on his value. He's only now looking to spam out Scouts. But there is an army coming. An important army. It's going to be Chuk Palace Guard. Really important as well, because you're spamming spears, forcing Yumi. Adding in a few Palace Guard muddies the affair for Japan. Shinobi have still been scouted. Props to Corvinus for this. Everyone uses Pro Scouts just to Pro Scout. He's using them to actually scout. Unfortunately, Shunshin is going to be a big fat L. So right now, Corvinus is over the moon. He's using 65 food to delay, harass, distract 500 resources. Doesn't get more valuable than that. We do have Daimyo being prepped, by the way. Steel Arrow as well. Corvinus does not have blacksmiths, though, which is unusual. Okay, it's coming in now. I was about to say, it has to be soon. You can rush your techs, but you need the blacksmiths. And that's crazy. He actually goes to the deer. Torches are going to be coming out. Movement to the south side of the spearmen. And now the horsemen jump in. A few shinobi as well. Yumi getting target fired down by Chug, but he's ignoring the horsemen. He's ignoring the shinobi. And now the Yumi just trying to clear up the spears. Ninjas are on the way here, but they're going to take some time to arrive. Seriously, the one armor is crazy. The Chug can't kill the shinobi or the horsemen at all. Yeah, this is kind of worrisome. Now their wave arrives. Backstabbers are in, but the question mark, is it too late? They start to flood through. Chug are trying to target fire them down. It takes 2 flurries to get a kill, though. Horsemen taking advantage of that. The numbers do look good for Corv, however. Oh my god, Iyame! The idea is actually really smart, but the timing is not. The problem that Iyame had there is he was -5 combat units for that entire brawl until he'd already lost it. Imagine 5 shinobi in there against the spears, against even the Chug. The Chug were taking 2 rounds of shots to kill because there was no steel arrow the entire time. Which meant these shinobi would have been combating with 2 ranged armor, taking only 6 damage per Chug. That's a huge edge for them on DPS. But now Iyame gets reset to 0 and he ain't looking like a hero anymore. I think the takeaway for Iyame is... And please tell me he didn't just... Okay. Sorry, I accidentally clicked out of game in panic. I think the takeaway here for Iyame is the idea is really good, but the timing was not. The shinobi being so displaced made that fight impossible to win. And he would have been in with a pretty good chance of winning that, guys. Remember, the spears would have taken 25 damage per strike. You know, the Chug would have not been killing you quick enough. You would have kept more Yumi alive, which would have enabled your horseman further. He's not dead yet, but guys, it doesn't look good. No, army lead have almost doubled the count now, which is worrisome considering Yumi a cheap tap. And we have got another army coming through soon, by the way. This is the 2nd army. That's going to be a big spike. So he can hit about 45 when Iyame is going to be about 23, 24 military. Iyame is guarding against the Pro Scouts, but like Pro Scouts is actually, it's going to sound weird, the least of his problems right now. Because the problem right now is with split army, you can't possibly defend this. We're going to find out. It's going to try. Fort Racks ain't going to happen. Chug are just going to bypass to go off the Yumi, and the horsemen turn for it. Villagers are in trouble here. Such a cool idea with the shinobi, but they're not making an appearance anymore. Chug just sticking on top of the Yumi, perfect for him. Villagers trying to go for the repair now, but he's out of wood! He can't even snake a repair. Can't sliver a castle either. It's kind of dead obvious, isn't it, right? And the funny part is Corvinus isn't behind on prepping for Castle either. He'll be able to beat him to it. As he beats him down on the deer, -5 workers, and a death push to begin. Corvinus now in prime position to make it to the Elite Classic 4 main event. Yeah, gold hasn't been gathered enough. this many workers, the drop-off's probably going to bring him up to about 450, 460. Yep. It's got a little bit more slivering in, but it's not enough change to even begin the tech. In this stage, Corvinus, he could tech too. He could actually just go in. But we talked about this gold. There you go, Kaval, you were blaming that. It's just rough. The double fort gold doesn't give you a retracted option, because otherwise, if this was a gold spawn like what Corv got, then Ayame could run the workers back, just quickly rush the gold up, and he at least would be able to attack. And now he's just stuck waiting. I mean, weirdly enough... Wait, actually, no. I mean, he can't even blame that. Ayame didn't scout the corner, so he doesn't even know there's no gold there. That's even weirder. I wonder how much Ayame's practiced this map. Because the scouting is a bit weird. He literally doesn't know where his secondary gold is at all. I wasn't expecting that. Like, you always scout your secondary, right? Found the academy now coming in. I don't know. I think there might need to be some more scrimming. Do you know there's a gold since he scouted Corvs? Yeah, but it's even weirder, right? He's not checking the corner for the gold like Corvinus has. He hasn't scouted down here. He's -1 gold vein, but hasn't noticed. Floating gate's on the way. He's back on the gold in the front, but no towers here to defend it. Tech up completes first for Corvinus. Goes to the veteran, sees Palace Guard plus the Duke. Another army is brewing, halfway towards producing. Yeah, and you just have Yumi. Once that Palace Guard upgrade comes in, Corv can just start spamming them non-stop. Cool idea from Ayame, though. I actually like that. Samurai. Samurai actually might be a savior. Samurai can tank up Tube. They can actually beat Palace Guard, especially if you get towards the Dachi deck. You do need time. And... GG. Ayame, the best of 5 curse continues. Commiseration to him. He will not be seen on main event. Corvinus will add 1 more European to the roster. Yeah, cool idea, but... in the end, I think the ninja positioning just kind of fried him. That's a shame. It was a really cool idea. I do truly wonder how different that game looks if he just has the ninja in position for the fight. But he couldn't delay the fight because he was on the deer already. And he didn't have a fortified outpost at that point. So you just end up getting sacked there, and it's just kind of curtains, right, with -5 workers. Okay, so looking at the state of the brackets elsewhere, let's see what we got here. So, GG's, Corvinus makes it through 3-1. Creator is leading against MSN. So we can watch Creator versus MSN, Gully versus Sass, or Voldemar versus Jif. That is quite surprising to me, by the way. I think Creator's got some skill, but we said his drafting is maybe the thing that lets him down. Do we do Creator versus MSN? I feel like everyone's watching Voldy versus Jif. Let me see if I can get the draft. There we go. So career up 1. Game 2 is going to be French versus Ibids. Looking for the best place to watch games of EDC Elite Classic Tourney. This is indeed it. There you go. It's just that simple. You just follow this channel, subscribe to it, and watch ad-free. Wow. It's the place you'll find me every day. Sprinkles of Deadlock gameplay as well. Olden Era gameplay. Dynasty Warriors gameplay. Platinum that, by the way. The hours added up. I think I got 130 hours in Dynasty Warriors in the end. Had so much fun with that game. Okay, so we're looking for... Oh, we need to update the details. So, guys, we're going to be hopping into MSN versus Creator. Hey, what's up, hero? Appreciate the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Uncharted Tins, hell yeah. This one's very short, though. Old land time, okay. What's the best main screen music in gaming? Well, this is quite the surprise. One and all, MSN versus Creator in a best of 5. And the #1 player out of Japan is leading in this qualifying set for the Elite Classic 4. S-tier event for Age of Empires 4. And Japan, finally, with another representative potentially worthy here. French versus Ibids for Game 2 is going to be tricky, though. French in the purple and Ibids in the blue. MSN was poised as one of the front runners. In fact, I'd say on his bracket, it looked pretty clean and clear. Right? Scatterbrain has not been on form recently. Creator kind of hit or miss. And doesn't feel like he's been able to cook the full way. But I'm impressed. Opening game lead. If he can win this one, I'm just expecting him to go in. Because French versus Ibids, I think if you're outside the top 10, is quite a tricky matchup, right? I think that's a fair point. Like, if anyone who's watched the games, we've seen a few players like Louis MT can sliver the way through with French, but most players get stuck on Desert Raider versus Knights and just start losing from there on out. So, game 2 is going to be on board land. We're going to be able to actually fast forward a lot. We'll try to catch up with Lit towards live. We're going to do the 4x speed for the early game because we're just expecting ambulances here. It tells me any game music that sounds too normally gets copyrighted. Maybe. It's weird. There's some people that are scummy, like the Undertale dev. Someone else handles all of his music representation, and they get copyright struck all the time. Also, Square Enix. You may notice I no longer use Final Fantasy music for very good reason. And also, weirdly enough, the most popular Claire Obscure songs. Not all of them. So, School of Cavalry coming in. And logistics is on the other side. We should be looking at a Desert Raider beginning here. The question mark is, does he go all the way? Or is the real goal Castle? He's going all the way. Double stables opening from MSN. So guys, this is just all about Desert Raiders, full stop. I like the thought process though. Maybe on a standard Dry Arabia it could be a bit risky because French could Knight Archer and camp. But on this map in particular, all the food spawns forward. It's very hard to stay at home. Your gold spawns forward. It's very hard to just inch behind, feel safe. So I think the idea here, the concept for MSN is he controls the mid-map, and as a result, he locks Creator out of the food coffer, so he can't afford it. But cool switch up here. Opens a Knight, immediately switches into Horseman. No archery behind this. He's just going to play stable on stable. Creator, I love the one Knight, by the way. Underrated here, because this is his worker killer. And MSN, doesn't react straight away, but wait, what? He switches back. Good lad. For a second there, it was a bit of a blunder. Creator switch targets. He does get his worker kill. Before the outpost goes up, he can idle some more over here. Other side of the map, cool thing about what Creator just done, he sacked his gold with his play, but he doesn't want Knights against Desert Raiders. Guys, Knights versus Desert Raiders is a quick way to lose. Because Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor and take away 20% of your damage. Meaning, after reductions, you tickle, right? You end up hitting for 10 damage while they will hit you for, after reductions, 23. Knight's going to try to creep round. Desert Raider does lose sight of it, but Scout was intercepted, so now you're kind of riding blind if you want to go for a dive again. Horseman, though. Oh, hello. Position galore here. Does turn around quick enough. Good reaction by MSN. Beautiful thing about Desert Raiders, they have good line of sight, courtesy of being a ranged unit, so it's harder to grab them. More Horsemen coming. Creator with the creative build. Just raw horsemen to go full ham. If you can get the dervish, this would be huge. Desert Raiders, they do turn. Needs the body block, though. He can get that kill. That could be 2. Goes to the horseman. Gets the surround against the tree line. Tries to break through. Down to half HP. Just needs to continue the damage, though. Scout tries to body block. Gets ignored. Turns in the choke point again. But now the body blocks are real. Desert Raiders outnumbered. And he gets the pin. It's going to be -3. No. What? Snakes the north side. Desert Raiders low. So what? 2 horsemen for 2 Desert Raiders. That's an efficient trade for Creator. Look at the difference as well. 3 Desert Raiders to 10 horsemen. MSN has to add spears. When do you see this between French IU? Oh, another one? Oh, rally point, please. Betrayed. That knight is also still alive, so he can try to find worker kills. Love the fact the horsemen are just diving this. They're looking towards the gold. He could pin another, minus another Desert Raider. The spearman... Get back here! You're a one hope. What are you doing? The spear did not want any part of that. Man's got a phobia of horses, which is confusing for a spearman. Still trying for the dervish kill. That's the hard one. But wait, maybe. Oh, the body block with the scout. Oh, he switched the aggro. The dervish. I think Creator needs to be a little bit careful. He is getting baited hard here. The dervish wrap around again. The villagers with the body blocks. This is so chaotic. So a lot of health lost on the dive there. No undermesh when Creator done that. Look at these health bars. This was looking so good until that point for Creator. I think that was a dive way too far, especially without undermesh. I think maybe he got a bit paranoid when he saw Spearman being produced. But like ideally there, you know, you just kind of anchor down, get the dervish kill. If not, you get out. He couldn't really try for the villager kills because they were next to an outpost. That was the other smart thing from MSN. He body blocked on the south side, but he didn't get out of tower range. The reason is that if they engage him there, he just clicks to the garrison and moves past the horseman. So great positioning from the kid. Sorry, the toddler. If only Shivery healed horse, if only. So now a lot of limpy horsemen still looming. We do have archer production, but the weird part, MSN's obviously going for a tech here. Right, horseman. Ugh, spear's gonna block him. They are hardened up now, so they really hurt. And he has moved out for the deer. Is this gonna go towards castle from both? I think so. And there we go, reinforcement wing. Archers is nice then, so it still counterplays Desert Raiders. My concern is... Oh, he's going spears as well. Okay. So my concern is going to be, like, are you playing for tech up or are you playing all in? Creator is not shying away from the feudal age. Double racks, in fact. Aeon Gold, though. Like, this is weird as if he is going to go castle. Like, Aeon Gold, why else would you need that many? Could just be burst gathering to get all your eco tech. Okay, he's adding in nice. Okay, that makes more sense. I mean, I say it makes more sense. You're up against camels. It feels a little bit odd. But if you're going to play long feudal as French, what other choice do you have? Right? Like, what else are you meant to build? What else are you meant to do? I do love the fact we're getting more French spears, by the way. The success has been impressive. You get the right type of game, they're incredible. They're unbelievably effective. Because, like, what your opponent's doing now, you'll be able to counter Desert Raiders, and also if he goes Camel Lancers, great counter to them, too. Post is going to see the rotation in. Creator, win condition seems to be to dive on the tech up. MSN's holding a lot of reserve resources here. Probably a priority on Desert Raider upgrade first. Maybe you queue a Camel Lancer in the other one. And then again, has he seen the spears? He does. Yeah, Creator, I don't think that was intentional. He's in tower range, he's seen. So really big detail there. MSN knows exactly what he's up against. Would he ever build... Would he ever build a Manjanique here? Probably not. I think it's too slow this early. If he was going Ghoulam, perhaps, but because your opponent has Feudal Knights, Ghoulam's feels a bit unusual. Dive coming in, my god. Okay, have the gold. I didn't want it anyway. Nice to queue up behind this. Horsemen, despite their health bars being low, torch damage is still 100%. Relic's Art is being picked in the meantime by MSN. First one brought home. Oh, he's going to be cheeky with a wall lol, I guess. Gotta be a bit careful. 14 archers is enough to start sniping you down when you do that. MSN just sniffing out what's happening. He's like, okay, is he teching? Is he doing something else? Sees the wood gathering, so even needs to worry about archers or worry about rams. We can see it's the latter here. Crater is this type of player. We talked about French being kind of a weird one for ram play rush. But this isn't rush. Like, when you play blob, it makes a bit more sense. Especially with all the forward infrastructure, housing. You know it takes time for Camel Lancer waves to get up as well. Farms behind this. MSN definitely feeling the pressure. Ram should start moving in now. I mean, you've got enough troops nearby that's probably worth hitting up into the building straight away. Weirdly enough, he's waiting. Creator. He's getting pretty much every tech possible. Yeah, look, he's going 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1, like everything. Knight's gonna be a little bit annoying, but we'll get shut down by the Camel Lancer eventually. And the dive does come in. Targets the racks first, weirdly enough. The racks that hasn't been being used, by the way. And now on the stables. I think he's just worried about the choke points. As he dives headfirst into them. Okay. Archers need to be dealing with the Desert Raiders. Hard to tell sometimes when the Camel Lance is littered in there. And the Archers should be target firing here. He's trying to bring them down. That's going to be a Camel Lance he's wasting fire on, though. He needs the Desert Raider kills. Silver, not gold. Oh, no. The wall law's coming, isn't it? Yep, wall law. You gotta run, Crater. Come on, get the hell out. Loses only one spearman, but loses the push entirely. MSN makes it look so easy. It's kind of weird. It felt like archers, they initially sniped some Desert Raiders, but then they were wasting fire on Camel Lancers. Not great. And now it's going to be chow down. All archers to die. MSN looking like he's in full control. He even walled one of the knights. And you'd think archers can hold this back, but guys, it's 50-50. Camel Lancer Desert Raider production is even. Make matters worse, did he scout that? He does. He knows about the deer gathering now. In fact, he's going there. Army is posturing to stop it. Raider, a bit of a pickle here, though. Charge is going to come through. Catches the workers. -1. Others injured. So does Kriya go for age up now? He's got worker lead. He's going to lose on the relic game. That's kind of a given. I don't think you can do much to stop that. But surely there's not much value in playing a longer feudal now. Like, you went for this all-in assault. You lost it. It's weird because nowadays when people lose the first assault, their instinct is to go again. Because the alternative is you tech up and you're just miles behind. But like in this position, what does he get by scaling more army? On a map like Borderland, when you're spreading out is the big problem. That's where camels start to rule supreme. So unless Creator can wall as well. Can't tech, there's just no way. Yeah, but like Archer Spears feels like a slow death as well, right? So he's kind of honing on the idea that MSN makes some mistakes along the way. Like this. Tower's gone now, so he didn't have the vision. Archers are in range for some worker kills here, by the way. That's a lot of Desert Raiders and a lot of Cam Lancers. Does snipe the backside, though. Makes it somewhat worthwhile. Knights have to recommit. Ugly fight. That's better, though. Wait, okay. I saw the ping. I was like, one knight there is pretty big. Spears do a good job over here, though. Hold on. Trio is so freaking wild. This is what I mean about me being excited about this guy coming into pro play. There's like conventional approaches to civs and what you're meant to do in moments, how you're meant to play. That initial dive, I feel like a lot of players would have said that looked a bit weird, right? Like it did feel a bit weird. But the renewed assault the timing on it is kind of crazy because MSN is in need of external resources. And Creator needs to be on them. So this idea of reinvesting in Feudal Age works out because he doesn't have Archer upgrades ready. He's still trying to produce an expensive unit that's slow to come out. The window is still open, and Creator has got his ski mask on, ready to jump in and rob the house. Wallow's going to be a wall of nope. Archers will get mopped up. Second wave's coming in. This is just ridiculous. This guy has no chill. Surely he castles now. No, he just keeps going. Where is MSN's army? 404 not found, guys. He's at least got Relic Bank, so that's good gold income, but food is killing him. But don't worry, guys. He's playing a bastard, so villagers... No, he's playing Iabids. His villagers are fat. They order the large kebab. He barely has enough food income to cover villager production right now. Creator is a spicy people, man. And he comes from a dead country in AoE4 competitive, right? Like, after we lost people like Syark, and then you had Diakuski. Yeah, like, we lost these players that, like, were the ones that could potentially take that spot, that could go into tournaments and compete. It's just kind of dead weight for a while. But Creator has been there creeping up this whole time. Looking to rise up, looking to put a Japanese flag on an S-tier event. And to go 2-0 up here would be, once again, incredible. 22 spears now. The veterancy for archers is key. You need to keep locking the gold. He knows it as well. Moves in. This is a lot of spears. Burns onto the outpost. A bit weird. Because the fire armor. 5 fire armor is hard to breach. But idle on the food again. This is good. Slow down your opponent's ability to build anything. Cam Lance are trying to be a nuisance, but Spear Knight does react well. Cam Lancers. 11 would seem good until you're looking at 22 Spearmen. What's he doing? Is there ever a time that Creator stops in text? Probably not. He's been losing workers is the problem. Look at the count. He's also... Oh, my dear God. I was about to say, the numbers don't make sense. He's meant to produce workers quicker. He's got 2 minutes of idle time. Despite the fact he's the one diving the enemy TC. And the enemy is the one with 300 food income. So Creator has been missing out big time. It's actually crazy to think of how different this game looks right now, positional-wise, if he doesn't skip on 6 workers of production, even with the losses along the way. But he's prepping for castle now. It's an interesting timing, isn't it? Because look at what MSN's doing. Oh, transition. One of the more awkward things that IB players will occasionally have to do. Most IB players look to end a game before this happens, for good reason. It's great when it's online, because you've got the Golden Age effect, but it takes a lot of time. Tech up. Is it going to be Rollins 2? It is. Only in Creator land, folks. Okay, there we go. Switches over. I was about to say, like, Rollins 2 is a little bit of a reach. It would be ballsy because your opponent's massing archers, but it would give you one punch and that's it. Guildhall gives you a comeback mechanic if something goes wrong. It gives you a fallback point. That's why everyone chooses Guildhall over Rule Institute. Rule Institute is you saying the game has to end in 5 minutes. Guildhall is you saying the game can end in 5 hours and you'll be happy. Oh, it depends. If you hate late game a lot, you probably won't be happy. But you'll get the win. And, whoop. Hold on. Creator gets found on the south side. That's big. The Bulwarkers. Huge hit there. The Camel Lancers should be able to chase down 4 more kills at least, right? Good strike down. Even with textiles, damage is quite high. And now the pin. More Cam Lancers from behind. Reminder, we are 22 minutes into a game where Ibids did not go Eco Wing. They did not go 2 TC. And yet Ibids are up by 5 workers. That's ridiculous. You see what I mean about Creator, though? Like, the idea I think there's just the small sprinklings around. I said his drafting is going to be a bit ambitious sometimes. He does things very differently, as a lot of upcoming players do. But the other thing really, really, truly is details like this. We see this all the time. Players with crazy, wacky ideas that work. But then when they start to look like they're falling apart, you just look down and see stats like this, and it's dead obvious where it went wrong. Like, it's like, if you fix this, ooh. Reminds you a lot of Vortex in that way. Right? Like, Vortex, I think the best statement I heard recently is like, if Vortex just fixes his idle time on worker production, he'll be the best player in the game. It's like, you're not wrong. He really is that close. Creator has a little bit more distance to go, but you can't help but feel this game would be over if this was resolved. This would have worked with JD. You say that, with JD, he would have been an insane amount of workers down by now, because JD doesn't produce faster. So yeah, big trade-off there. But actually, like, for the spam and strat, you're not wrong. Spam and spam, very efficient to consecrate for the discounts. Flash coming in now. Veteran Team Spears is there. It's 39 archers, though, guys. Come on. I can't back purple to walk away alive. The Cam Lancers don't need to survive. They just need to make sure there's no knights left over. Archers just going to stand their ground firm. No Mameluke's bravery, weirdly enough. The +2 damage, good enough. Only a few knights left over. Staggered formation retreat. MSN, miles ahead. Game looks to be done. But you can't tell me Creator isn't hella entertaining to watch. He's definitely a spicy lad, I'll give him that. Just call that one. This player's French strats are unhinged. All right, so 1-1. It now turns into a best of 3. Game isn't up yet. Let's see what they're drafting. Taking a little break? What's going on? Because I can't see him yet. Oh, there it is. So, MSN picked Abbas's Chinese. Abbas's get sniped. Creator chose Shushi Byzantine. Shushi gets sniped. Is this King of the Hill? Why would you want Chinese for on King of the Hill, though? I think we might be getting King of the Hill, folks. Thinking what else this could be. Well, because the remaining maps they have, King of the Hill, Dry Arabia, Gorge. You have to pick a different civ each round in this game's tournament. Yeah, so when you're in a series, once you use a civ, it's gone whether you won or lost with it. But on top of that, the way it works is a map gets selected each game, and both players pick 2 civs. And then they both proceed to simultaneously snipe 1 civ from each other. So you could pick French-English, and I could pick, Chinese Abbasids. And you could snipe my Chinese, and I could snipe your French. And that means we're going to be playing English Abbasids. Wow, there's a matchup you never see. I don't remember the last time. Is that like the rare? We've been talking about rare matchups. I don't think I ever get to see English Abbasids anymore. That's a dead matchup. How's Sass doing against Gully? Let's have a look. Gully's... Whoa. Gully's 2-0 up. China versus Order the Dragon on Karasan? Ooh. I think Gully might be getting a 3-0, guys. Damn. Should they be in game by now? I feel like they should be. I guess MSN... Oh, there we go. One sec. Dude, you better not have forgotten to make the game spectatable. I'm going to mold a little if they didn't make the game spectatable. If game is not spectatable, you have all earned the rights to call MSN a donkey. It might not be him that made the lobby, but you know. Like... So it just doesn't feel right to call creator a donkey, you know? That guy's always so positive. Also, he subscribes to me, so... that's why we have to call MSN a donkey. Let's see. It might just be that it's a game restart. Sometimes the game bugs out and the game is spectatable. You just need to restart. I'm hoping they remembered to make it viewable. Come on. Okay, yeah, I think the game was a restart or something because they're in lobby now. There we go. No need to call anyone a donkey. Yeah, I think it just crashed. They'll be back in a sec. All right, I'm going to run ads, by the way. We're going to... Oh, wait. No, I can't. They already ran ads. I bet it ran like 30 seconds as well. Twitch be that way. So I got a message on something. Since you're casting each of the games, I recommend to follow the content creation guidelines. And they're trying to enforce the @EGC in the title thing now. Let's see. The irony is when I ran World's Edge tournaments and had that in my rulebook, it got ignored every time. Yeah, is that done now? All right, boys. Are we kicking off? What's going on? I don't even know if the app worked. Whatever. Is that? Yeah, it works. What's the hold up? Don't tell me they're planning to switch over to the series, so they're holding it back on Le Pause. No, they're not. Okay. I guess the players just want to get a drink or something. Anyone watching the Deadlock as well? How's that going? Low-key W versus melee creeps. Really even game, actually. That's good to see. I've been like catching some of the Deadlock tournaments recently, and it's just some of them have just been way too stompy. I think NA has like one really solid team. But like for those who don't know, in this event there's been like one NA team and 3 European teams. I'm glad NA is actually competing. I've talked about this before with Age of Empires 4. I hate one region dominance. It's so cringy because it just like it prevents a game from truly going global. Because like I personally am not really, I don't give a crap about like national cheer because guess what? Being British, you get used to losing in most sports and esports, so you just learn to enjoy everything. Sadness. But for some regions, it's huge. Like for China, huge. For America, huge. even if they don't win much. Sorry, America. France, absolutely huge. You know, Germany sticks together really freaking tight. There's a lot of countries where having national representation matters way, way more than, like, the UK. So, glad to see that regional-wise, NA and Europe are both able to turn up. The real test will be deadlock lands when they get to them, for sure. Yeah, I always wondered about this as well, by the way. Like, the guidelines and whatever that you're meant to follow when it comes to casting games. The weird thing is, like, a lot of it is just people basically being nice and doing it. I say that, there were people who didn't do it when we done, like, weeklies. Some did. I think Dimmu was usually quite good for it, but there were some people who did. But the hilarity is, like, technically, it's open casting, and the reason it's really open casting is because you can't stop people casting, because people can observe the game publicly. So I think, really, people just basically do the casting guidelines because other people run tournaments, etc. They want to, like, oblige. I don't know, like, I'd be curious. Did AoE2 ever have a problem with that? Probably not, because I feel like most of the major casters have a slice of the pie, so they just do it for each other. Holy crap. Is someone just having a giant deuce right now? Tell me the UK is not so united as it sounds. No, we're more like, we're globally united. If you guys... I still remember the first Birmingham major event. It was the Dota 2 event. And because UK Dota is Omega LOL, basically what happened is the UK crowd adopted the South American team as their home team. Isn't that adorable? It's UK things, man. You see it in general in, like, all the different games, though. You know, like, DreamHack just happened recently in Birmingham. And I think our crowds just do it kind of differently. I'm not saying it's the best. Like, France goes pretty hardcore as well. But it's like the approach with... I think no country beats the UK, for example, on chance. And because English is so widely spread in terms of, like, it's understood by a lot of people, the chants hit differently. And as a result, the crowd vibes kind of hit differently. Maybe Australia could compete, though. I don't know. I haven't seen too many Australian events. All right, we're underway now. Apologies for the delay, guys. King of the Hill, Sengoku versus Abbasids. Wait, that wasn't the draft. Oh, so there must be been an issue, a misclick or something, and then they had to get an admin call? Because Creator picked Sushi Biz and MSN picked Chinese Abbasids. Map selection was incorrect, I guess. I don't know what happened. So, Snipes, Creator, he had Shushi Sengoku. Shushi got sniped. MSN had Abbasid Golden Horde. Oh, yeah, actually, it makes sense because I think Creator had, like, Shushi Abbasids, I was saying earlier. So, Sengoku versus Abbasids on King of the Hill. Let's do a minute and a half ads now. How's the new Medigarden on King of the Hill? I don't think people go for it. I think you still go Jiangnan, right? Because you need army. Like, Medigarden matters so much later. I think it's... I don't know. Medi's weird. I think Medi's secondary landmark now. It's great for mid-late game because you can scale an 8k gold up to 12,000, which is nuts. Jiangnan into Song with Medi up. I think it's like, if Meditation Garden happens, I'd be shocked to see it happen before 20 minutes. Like, it's very weird. I don't know. The changes to Medigarden, I mean, it's good. It's refreshing that people aren't just building Meditation Garden all the time now, but it feels a bit dead. Right? I don't think I'm alone in that. It doesn't... Has anyone at pro level built Medigarden first and not regretted it? Is what I'd be wondering. Like, my instincts say no. Segment. I'm going to need to close the door because it's starting to get a bit dark. Yeah, last thing I want is like a million moths landing on my face. Alright, am I alone in this? I think moths look ugly. Yes or no? I've heard multiple people say they think moths look beautiful. I'm like, really? I don't know if I buy that. I'd say in general, I'm not a very big bug fan, though. Actually, that's weird, because when I was a kid, I used to love grasshoppers and thought they were awesome. Which is also polarizing, because bug life was designed to scar you when it came to grasshoppers, right? Well, those guys were assholes. I think it could fluctuate between being really bad and somewhat OP depending on the map. Yeah, but I think it's game state, right? Like, in the current meta, you're not really playing for 40 minutes with Shushi. So it's like, it's a transitional thing. When you're in the mid game, you're like, oh yeah, we need to go late game. So then you think about a Medigarden and what it does for you. And in that situation, like, it plays very well. So it's a strategic layering that's very important now, where when you go Meditation Garden, it's because you're going Song Granary transition. So you're basically going to set the Meditation Garden up on like an 8K on the side that's defensively oriented, or a 4K. And then you're going to start setting up farms. And then in the meantime, you're going to be aiming to take your gold from further forward on the map, so that when you have to fall back, your reserve gold is fat. Does that make sense? I think that's the logical way to play Meditation Garden now. Not so sure about how effective it would be in an alternate way. But like, the negative of that is pretty obvious, right? It means the value play around berry bushes is kind of ass cheeks bad. Oh wait, has Roamstead received more updates? I might need to revisit that game. Cougars? #1 player on Japan. Wait, that's not right. Get new music first. #1 player in Japan, looking to be #1 on them in game. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a Sengoku Abbasid showdown. This is a fun one. We've got a Japanese player on a Japanese Civ up against an Abbasid Fiender on his premium Civ. If you are unfamiliar with Volta Esports MSN, you need to get attuned to him quick. This guy is infamous for his Abbasid Ibis. This guy loves the Arabic Civs more than anything else. And the kiddo has got his hands on that premium. Abbasids allowed into King of the Hill in the blue. Prayer on the other side has not got original Japan, though. It's going to be Sengoku. Pretty interesting Civ, actually, on this map. With the linear nature of food, it can be quite easy to get maximum food income yatais. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. Deer berries on top of each other, boars just beyond. You can even cap the boars in the berry range in most cases. So Sengoku definitely makes a lot of sense here, especially even with the changes where the yatais got the food income nerfed, as their base rate used to be 20 and got reduced to 10. Other cool thing here, Abbasids don't typically do Dark Age, which means you tend to get away with maximum yatai spam and maximum greed early on. I do wonder, though, will MSN be looking for military wing on King of the Hill? Or will it be a corner camping Abbasid eco wing build? Yeah, wait, that used to be popular, right? Just hunker down the corner, triple TC. Especially with the Fertile Crescents and all the wood stock, you can just go into mass farms. Really, I think it comes down to whether you're worried about your opponent rushing center. I think what's interesting in this matchup is you probably have more flex to be greedy with Abbasids, because Sengoku, just like Japan, doesn't get access to a castle until age 4. That's a big difference. But it is going to be military wing, so it won't be maximum greeding. Young man with taste. Is Abbasid's good taste? Or are you just like in boomer mode? I guess being like off meta is tasteful now, is what we're going for. being different than the rest of the bunch. Oh, that's cool. MSN, being such a gentleman, is stacking all the food for a good yatai. What a lovely lad. Nah, this is 2 TC, right? Yeah, he's got 1 on stone. So TC drop on the berries deer. Really nice positioning here. Max wood gathering, max food gathering. You're probably wondering, what a noob. Why would he go military wing if he's going to build economy anyway? Because the maths works out that like eco wing really only tends to make sense when you're going free TC. And when you're against Sengoku, you want to try and do something about the hot dog stands. By going for military wing, you're doing that. The interesting thing about military wing, you get 4 combat units straight away. And in the process, you save yourself 300 resources to do the same on the opening. More than that, actually. You save 300 plus a further 320. And that, folks, when you math it out, is almost the cost of a town center. So it's pretty cool that way. Essentially what we're saying is that passive players get to attack and greed at the same time when they do it this way. The unpunished greed meta? I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't think it's that unpunished of a greed meta. Aggro still works a lot of the time. Ryokan coming in for creator here, though. No Shinobi. The problem with trying to go for the Coca Township here is there's 0 stealth forests. But in fairness, the Shinobi would have been pretty impressive for a stage fight in the center. Because if you do try and anchor here with outposts, you can summon them. Grenades are insanely effective in big fights. I think the problem there, though, is like for creator, probably looking for an advantage outside of camping because of what we mentioned already, which is where other civs can build castles to secure the win condition on Sacred Site. Sengoku, just like Japan, struggles more with that. They don't have a castle. Not until later. Okay, so MSN, just a little bit more stone and wood to be gathered. It doesn't have wheelbarrows, so this is going to be a slow walkover. And actually, was that a mistake? Why is the deer been shoved there? That would have been enough room, I think, or it would have been tight. So the TC either has to go here or here. So a little bit less optimal. And you can see creators waiting for him as well. It's like, my friend, come on in. You're not getting that TC. Yeah, so just stand here, right? Club on the sheep. Probably has to pull the spears archers across, right? But they already ran across the map is the problem. And builds it back instead. Okay, yeah. So he takes a bit more of a tame approach. But he can build a mill out here. It's still fine. Maybe he was just trying to push the deer into the berries in the first place. But it did feel like the golden spot was right here. Because then you save on the lumber camp. And the deer are just going to be optimal straight away. But he can still mill drop here to buff the berries and have the deer gathering. How many hot dog stands? We did go for the free. Creator also now playing into the Yari. Double Yari production, actually. Remember, he can get the daimyo quite fast here. So he's going to try to force Mass Spear's defense out of MSN. Oh, I forgot. Did we get predictions up? We didn't. Whoops. Here you go. I'll give you guys a moment. You can have 2 minutes. So, whose game strat do I like more? I think Mass Yari can be super effective here because it's going to bait spears and then it sets up Yumi. That being said, a lot of resources secured right now for MSN. A pretty nice defensive point as well. Like, you can set up a back wall here, and then it doesn't create many dive points. He's also going into cavalry himself. That's interesting. Against Yari, can seem a bit weird, because the Japanese Yari cav, they get bonus against horses. Right? You see right there, an extra +2. The cool thing is, though, if you just sprinkle 1 camel archer in, then you reduce that buff entirely, and you can actually combat with your own ponies. And then you talk about the economies. The food number is lower for MSM right now because you just built the TC. But once he gets fresh foodstuffs, he's saving so much food on this production wave. The idea of adding horsemen while being 2 town centers isn't insane for bastards like it is for every other civ in April. Ready? Nice find. Even Switch is a little bit greedy, but for good reason. He gets the double kill. No wheelbarrow for MSN means no escape. Great start. Yeah, No counteroffensive coming. It's just spears to defend. We have got Wheelbarrow level 2, which will allow Creator to escape without needing to guard. Yuumi production does begin, though, after he sees this fat wave of spears. Now, important thing here is going to be the boot camp timing. I think when MSN's around like 20 infantry total, boot camp is very strong. Got to be careful of the Yari, by the way, because this Daimyo. What you want to try and do here is if you can split MSN spears up, you can turn and stab. Because then you just run off and heal every time. And the cool thing about this is the attack speed buffer. They attack every 1.65 seconds. Daimyo with melee is optimal. Range less so. Who's your daddy? The Daimyo. My dad wears the biggest hat. Not actually true. My dad never wears hats. Horseman rotating in, though. Spear's already got force time, but what he can do here is pin the Horseman. Strike down one. I mean, maybe not. It's Death's Door, though. That was a little bit weird. I think the bigger formation kind of screwed him a bit. Because did he go staggered formation? I think so. So it opened a little gap for him to just hop through and escape. MSN, every little bit of damage there definitely counts. Because remember, you've got Yuumi coming. Yuumi that could get munched upon by Horseman waves. Food income is already going a bit nuts. 400 surplus compared to the income per minute for Creator. So MSN already flexing the value of that 2TC. You know what's kind of underrated here, guys? Samurai? Yeah. Wait, have we... Maybe once we've had a Sengoku Samurai game. They never do it, weirdly enough. Occasionally Japan does, but we never see Sengoku going that way. Which makes sense. They don't have a Dachi tech, for example. They also don't have complementary techs on the estates early on. Because their tier 1 on the Oda estate, for example, is bonus... Not Oda, sorry. God, I forgot his name. We never see it. Hojo. The level 1 Hojo, it buffs spears specifically. Horseman rotation. Hello. Creator. Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey. But little did you know, you're the one on the furnace. In the furnace, on the oven. Nice find here. Meanwhile, a strike on the other side. The Yari go in. Finds himself free. 4 worker kills. Overwhelms the Spearman. Even exchange, though, does favor MSN. Look at the worker kills. Could he come back for the mop-up is the question. I mean, the Horsemen, there's not that many. This Yari count, if they cut off the retreat, the health bars they are, could see them all flopping. Tai is going to get sniped. 1 Yari arriving, more to come. But that your Tai is dead. Can he get the hit? Oh, I spoke too soon. 28 HP survivor. Okay, so scares him off. Nicely done. Can repair that up. The repair rate has been nerfed into the ground, so it takes a lot longer to re-establish these. How are we looking on Matsuri? Tier 3 is not too bad, so 15% buff coming in over here. Problem is the tree line is like nowhere near this, so it's just going to be farms down the line. So not actually that much value. Well, we've got 14 workers here and probably, yeah, 5 sheep left over. So this is the weird thing when you place Matsuris like this. You're running out of food, so as you're getting to the point where the buff is good and real, you're no longer going to be benefiting from it. But down the line, when he gets farms, that's when it's going to be huge. Problem is, when you have farms, the bastards will have farms. The bastards, remember, already have a golden age for 15%. They'll have probably eco wing for castle age, which would be agriculture. This is one of those matchups where economically you don't really compete with. Not as the game scales anyway. Not like this. No, he needs some kills. Worker lead's getting out of control. Fire armor there means you can't burn the TC. MSN is lacking in range though. Like, there's literally no options. Oh no. Yuumi diving a little bit deeper. I mean, Horseman Spearman, this is like the most MSN strat going, dude. This guy loves Horseman more than any other player in Pro. Yumi diving in, looking for spear kills. Yali just trying to deny the phalanx. But now the backstab comes in. Horseman, they're pinning him! And the spears get the sandwich! He's trapped! No escape! The phalanx is on the way. Not that he's going to need it. The army is going to be gone before then, surely. It's an overwhelm! Son! What a maneuver! The cojones! The balls of steel! The backbone made of iron! To stand his ground with the horseman and smush out the threat! Crater now in freefall after that. Down by 20 workers. No tech up in sight. Army completely obliterated. No doubt about it. Abbasids are gonna have Sengoku's number. Wow. It's actually a 6th round. Very short game, though. That surround might have made it upload worthy. That's just one move, end of game. All right. So, lead established. Creators started off strong, but MSN, clean plays like that starts to make you wonder how it even began with a lead for Creator. This is looking rough now. So match point for MSN. And up next, what are we getting? Because remaining maps, we've got, what? Gorge and Dry Arabia, right? Crater still has... Did he deal with Macedonians already? That's a good question. Wait. Oh, no, guys. I'm so sorry. It's already over. Somehow we moved really far behind then. Because we came into this, we fast-forwarded through the early game. My apologies. That's it. That's 3-1. That's MSN through. Sorry, we missed Dry Arabia. Because it was 16 minutes. Because we came in Boardland when I think they were at 20 minutes. We fast-forwarded the early game. But we came in too late and arrived in King of the Hill. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it at all. Oh, so Macedonians... Wow, he lost with Macedonians to HRE. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so that means that's it. Crater is Aus, MSN is through with a 3-1 victory. That was a fast game. Yeah, dude. It's one of those unfortunate rare situations because obviously we hopped in a little bit later to game 2. Because I think they were about 19 minutes when we began, but we fast-forwarded 4x speed, so I thought we were more than quick enough. But we whiffed, we missed it. So Byzantines versus Chinese... Just, I'm assuming, standard Chinese rush in feudal? Yeah, pretty much. Until they outnumber you. And then King of the Hill, as we just saw. 13-42. GG. So, in terms of what that does brackets-wise, this will need updating. As MSN locks in a 3-1 victory. We already saw that Corvinus was able to 3-1 Ayame Sato. So that is 2 Chinese players slayed. Yeah, so Louis MT, the only Chinese representation in the end. Oh, sorry, not Chinese. Sorry, Chinese and Japanese players slayed. So Asians not really turning up with many people this tournament. It's just Louis. And Gully is looking like he should 3-0 SAS. Voldemar versus Jiff is going the distance. I think they're actually in game 5. Yes, I corrected myself, Philly. Chill the hell out. Dude, Philly, you're such a negative person. You know how you're like, you always correct me, KP? I feel like you always try to correct me. Gully doing it? I think so. Sass is, I don't know, Sass hasn't really been on an upward trend. He's been on a downward trend, right, for a while. It's deceptive though. Like it could just, and when we say downward trend, like it could be that he's just getting worse, but like the other possibility is that the competition is just progressing and getting better, and he's not necessarily improving. But that's stagnation through lack of progression. You know what I mean? It's a weird one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if SAS is full time. Well, because I remember this. I remember having this debate in like DMs. I can't remember what it was over at the time. I think it was like an admin decision because he wasn't available. But I remember him saying some along the lines. I was like, it was some sort of clarification about the challenge of like taking on full-time players, and he made an argument that he was full-time pro. And I was like, well, I thought you have a job, and I think he said he did. And I was like, well, then you're not really full-time pro, and that's not a bad thing. You know, you got a job. Can't be full-time pro. That's a very awkward balance of life, because a full-time pro like Marine Lord can spend 10 hours a day playing the game, practice, but you can't mirror that. You can, but you'll be sleep deprived, right? I don't know. It's one of those weird discussions, because like the argument that gets made is like, when are you considered a full-time pro? When are you considered a pro, right? These are always like these weird, stupid semantics, because some people make the simple argument, you're considered a pro when you start winning money by playing games. Other people argue you're not really a pro until you start making playoffs with S-tier events. Depends. Like, it's semantics. It's such stupid, kind of irrelevant, mushy, squishy details, you know? So catch game 3 of Gully. I guess we can slide on in, even though the outcome is going to be known. We can have a look and see what he done. We'll probably fast forward, because the outcome's pretty obvious. Can we bet on the game too? Wait a second. Still remember Gully playing some community games here? Yep. MSN did as well. I think they were some of the most frequenters of the free-for-alls, right? Pro if you're full-time, but you get credit as a part-time kicking full-time butts. Sure. I mean, it's like, I think there's a fair argument that you can consider yourself a professional when you do it and make money out of it is a very important detail. So I'm a professional caster. I make money out of casting, right? I go like, not so much these days at the moment because esports is hard, but I've been to like LANs, I've been to giant stadiums, I've cast in them. I'm a full-time professional caster in that regard. Whereas like, you know, if you're an amateur, if you're still going to like LANs that are local for so like that's a fair separation. A lot of people go there. Too easy of a joke for you? I mean, not much of a joke is your performance this tournament. Whoa! Alright, let's see. MSN versus Creator. So Byzantine versus Chinese. I think the way this usually plays is China just balls up for a big push. Usually you're looking at Horseman opening, you can flex into Pro Scouts, and then depending on how your opponent reacts, you either go Archers or Fast Castle Lancers. Creator spawn back berry is actually a pretty good spawn back here. Double berry retracted makes it very hard to harass. Tree line's not too bad to kind of like funnel into and protect yourself as well. KB actually on streamer content creator arc. I mean, yeah, but like I tried going full-time content creator and I explained the math of it. It just wasn't there. You know, like for me, the next step, I haven't been a stranger to this. Like I still love AoE4, I still want to do some AoE4, but I'd be an idiot once the agency is up and running, I'd be an idiot to not start exploring doing other things as well, content. Because the reality is Age of Empires 4 doesn't have growth anymore. You know? If you average an extra 300 to 500 players playing the game per year, for example, that sounds not too bad if your cap is already 20,000, 30,000 average players playing, for example. But if you think about the funnel through of how many people move on to watch content, it's very low, right? For every 10 casual players, you might have one that starts watching content. You know? Drongo, is he ever going to see 100,000 views on videos again? I think it would take something big. There have been routes to grow Age of Empires 4, but they've just kind of been neglected or ignored. And it's sad to this day. Like, guys, there's literally a Creator Cup going on in Age of Empires 2 that's getting announced its roster on Monday, I think it is. That is a huge growth point that, like, was offered up for AoE 4, but was rejected at the end. Despite the fact that there are successful content creators that have played and enjoyed Age of Empires 4. Lyric, Boko, Sing Sing, who's playing the AoE 2 one, he did as well. Wagga, there's a bunch of them. The numbers that they could have brought would have been huge for the game. Especially if they themed it like last year around the DLC or this year around the Vikings DLC. KP always thinking about starting something? No, I'm just being reasonable. I've literally started a business beginning of May. So I've been getting that all set up. So I haven't really been focusing on like the content creation or whatever. But we were already saying like I might start upcasting Deadlock games. Vibe a bit. Drongo only makes Civ 7 videos. And that's not true. He does BAR as well, right? I think. Okay, so as expected, this was Horseman beginning. Did he go Pro Scouts though? He did not. So he done it a bit different. And he's adding in spears. This is... Okay, that's a bit unique. Because Creator's gone for Horseman spears. He's going 1-1-1. Presumably you go long... Oh, he goes Silk Road. That's a... Normally when you go Horseman, you get away with going longbows. Because it protects. It's like it's a complement. I guess the pressure is too big, right? MSN's already up to 15 military. And Javelins are better at keeping numbers oppressed. Because longbows can kind of get a bit overwhelmed early on. But Javelins can kite really well. They directly counter archers with ease. I think right now, Creator's trying to stem this bleed. Because the thing that China does so well in Feudal Age is zerging up. That KP weakness called the team long. True. Like we don't. I don't know how many additions we use. 50. That crap drains me, man. I'll just bluntly say it now. I broke my back trying to build the scene with that crap. I think like of all the months we've done it, there was maybe 2 where it was able to pay my bill. Okay, so backside here, Scout is unseen. So he knows the berries are running out. He'll know the exact timing to strike here. But it's hard, right? Like, Creator can just camp here with double jab. Everyone told me to motivate me to keep going. So you're the reason I burned more money. There you go, guys. Philly scammed me. Phillisbert was a scam artist, guys. It was going to end it at 30 weeks. Never come back. He was like, KP, you should burn more money. Esports, whoop, whoop. The bottomless pit. Philly lied to me. He's like, I know Arabic people. They're picking up Age of Empires 4 for EWC next year, I swear. I was like, oh, hold on. Yeah, so MSN just kind of chill pill. Could he fast tech now? I don't think he wants to, right? Ooh. He sees it. That tree line, I'm a little bit surprised Creator hasn't walled that, actually. Usually when people get tree lines like this, it's an efficient wall. Because it stops exactly that. And, you know, yeah, MSN has mass, but do you really ever want to be running around the back here to get on that tree line? It's so dangerous to do. Awesome rotation. MSN sees it early, though. He's already got spears waiting. Uh-oh. No scout from Creator. Hello? Uh-oh. -2 for nothing. And this is why people typically send scouts with cavalry. You just don't have the vision to see it in time. Like, we're watching it, so we see it, right? From his perspective, if he's running towards the spears and the spears are charging towards him, he has about 2 seconds to react. And if he's looking elsewhere, that's probably not going to happen. If I ever cash in on my calm points, I'll be rich. True. Keep trying to help people out. One day, one of those people I help out will be a millionaire, and then I'll be there. What was it Fat Blob used to say? When he's a millionaire, he'll share. Where is Fat Blob these days? Okay, so ball secure. You could actually go for a Barbican here as MSN. Because you've got ball plus deer. So there's a lot of value in one area. And it also gives you a way of scaling against systems. Creator's doing it again, guys. This is the thing that killed him in that French game, remember? 55 seconds of idle TC. And we're 10.5 minutes into the game. So almost 10% of the game, he's been idling TC. Pretty brutal. Systems pads you a bit, but it is weird. I think Kreia, like, he strikes me as the type of player who's probably focusing on trying to micro units individually a lot. It's just you need to get into that instinctual, like, muscle memory, produce worker, think about every 20 seconds almost. I do wonder what game Kratos played before Age of Empires 4. Like, was he ever a Myth boy? So I'm just thinking of the reasoning Vortex is given, right? The Age of Myth kind of griefed him. It made him a better player on an aggressive standpoint, I think. But it made him a worse player when it came to just macro balance. Throw my good money off the bad money because of sunken costs. Yeah. I do wonder if that's why I'm still latching on the AoE 4. It's alright, guys. We'll just pivot with Dawn of War 4. I don't know. Sunken cost is a dangerous thing. It's weird though, because like for a long time we were scaling. We were kind of looking like we were going to grow, but then we plateaued. I remember talking with Cascade about this in London, and he's like, I completely understand where you're coming from. Like the numbers grew well, and then they just stopped growing. So what do you do at that point? Like I don't know. I remember when I stepped away from AoE 4 a bit. People were like, no surprise, KP was always intending to do this. Like, no, I was intending to diversify. There's a difference between stepping away completely and diversifying. Very different. So when you diversify, you bring people back. Bring those Deadlock fans to join AoE 4, AoE 4 fans to join Deadlock, Dawn of War 4 fans to join AoE 4, AoE 4 fans to join Dawn of War. You shuffle around. You have a good time. It's the same reason why Hera's running a Creator Cup right now. Same reason why Grubby done it for Warcraft 3. You intermingle the... Okay, so Krea's kind of in a bad spot here, guys. This is what I meant about China being absurd. We're 13 minutes in the game, and he has 52 archers. I don't feel like many civs can do this. 20% extra income, pretty good. Especially the way you flex it. I mean, he could just prep castle and vet these and win. But he wants to fight. It wouldn't be an MSN game if he wasn't massing an insane amount. Reminder, this is the guy that last year lost a game because he was so busy blobbing horsemen, he left 15 of them in a TC. He loves horseman strats. He also loves hiding. But I think what's helped MSN is he stopped doing that. He knows that people know he's going to build horsemen. So why hide it? Be proud of it. Come out in your pony ways. Wear a horse mask on your first ever land. Make noises at everyone. Be the pony. Rename yourself Silver. So that in a cast I can say hi-ho Silver away. March on that enemy base. He's going 200 pop. Is there any other Civ that can get to 200 pop this quickly in Feudal? Serious question. Delhi? Are Delhi this quick? I think it's kind of tight between the two. But this is kind of insane. 76 archers. 26 horsemen. He still doesn't want castle. He's going to have to go castle soon. Like, he's going to have nothing else to build. Current pop lock needs to put a few more houses in. Steps up the clash. Archers. Looking for the split arrow fire. Nicely played. Killing 2 instead of 1. Javelins? Dude, the javelins die. This is actually insane. Javelins die to archers at this quantity. Horseman, pull back. He's frontlining with archers. He's got plenty to go around. This is why it ended up being a 3-1. Oh my god. The vile level of Zerg. Didn't quite reach 101 Dalmatian levels, but he wasn't too far. That's a reference that MSN won't get. He's too young. Look at this guy. Huh? I know China does archers well, but 75 at 15 minutes? Nani? All right, GG. Yeah, MSN, this is the missing piece of the puzzle. So 3-1 victory. MSN just showing you why China is still #1. What is it? What does VES stand for? Volda Esports. They're a Norwegian org. Alright. So. Volda Esports. Yeah, he's buying shares. So, let's see. State of things now. So 3-1, like we said, for MSN. 3-1 for Corvinus. 3-0 for Gully. And then Voldy versus Jiff is in game number 5. Yo, what's up, Mr. Rim? Thank you for the sub, buddy. Appreciate it. Gully? Yep, Gully 3-0. I think you go back a year, this is like a 5-game series, but it's just really not anymore. Sass has been struggling to get on form for a while, based on what I've seen anyway. Like, how would I rank him now? He slipped down a bit because, like I said, I think people are just catching up. But GG, Mr. MSN. That Abbasid backstab was filthy in game number 4. We actually missed that 3rd game originally. We had to come back to it because we were on the French Iber game. Be honest, were you sweating it a bit in that one? Because Creator did not play normal French at all. He's very unorthodox, isn't he? I was saying it's very refreshing to see the way he plays because a few adjustments and you could just see how those strats work. Because like you were food starved pretty hard, right? With the IU. The interesting thing, I don't know if you went back and checked. At the end of the game, I think he had like 3 minutes of idle TC time. I think that was his, like, that's the crazy part. I think if he's got the Vortex issue, right? Where Vortex, like, looks so good on the fights, and then you look back and see he's missing economy at the moment. It's been a struggle for him. I think if Kriya can overcome that, he's going to be really freaking scary. Any dark horses making it through? I think the expected people, right? Gully, well, actually, no, that's not true. Gully making it through was a dark horse because of his bracket. This was a big shocker, actually. The thing that we didn't see is YZY got 2-0'd by Gully. YZY 2-0'd Myriad. This bracket here was meant to be Myriad's, really. Based on, like, recent performance the last several months, Myriad, I'd say, was easily the front runner here. But he got upset by the rank number 3 on the pub leaderboards. And then Gully 2-0'd that guy. Myriad was number 2 seed? Exactly. I think the kick in the nuts for Myriad is he should have had a second shot at this. I don't know if you guys know this, though, but apparently he failed to sign up on time for yesterday. He was on the roster to play, but he didn't confirm sign up. So he spent the day playing Olden Era in the background because he was too late. That's got to be the big stinger for him, man. That's such a kick in the nuts. But yeah, I don't know if it was just YZY being very polarizing, but Myriad just didn't hit his stride at all. I think that opening English-Chinese game left a ring in his ears, and then YZY just snowballed. But Voldy Jiff is still going on. One last game between the two of them. Outside that, yeah, not too many ups. I think the shocker, not today because of the results yesterday, but the shocker going into this is Scatterbrain kind of falling off. Like, dropping a game to Phil Asberto is rough, man. You know it's like time to take a holiday and a break when that happens. Lol. But, you know, qualifier number 1 had this with Scatterbrain too. where he fell short of expectations. I mean, it's Jif looking good, but I would have expected this to be a 2-1, even if Jif wins. What's up, Ave? I'm not doing too bad, bud. Hope you're good too. But yeah, this is the one I meant Myriad should have been in. Because Myriad would have been probably, what, Numadon's bracket, I think? Probably Numadon's bracket. And I think Numadon Myriad would have been a close one, actually. Yeah. So what? Myriad would have maybe been... Oh, no, it would have shifted a lot of people. Corvinus probably would have been in a different bracket because of that. GG, that means Myriad speedrun to casting booth, I guess. But I think that brings us to a close. We didn't get catch the games yesterday. Dumu, Numadon, Kilyardi, and Louis already qualified. And today, it's MSN, Corvinus, Gully, and Voldy versus Jif. He's still ongoing. I think they're in the last game. Oh, yeah, but Jif is... He's a Bassa versus Sengoku. He's 20 workers ahead. I think that game might be close to toast. Do I catch the last game? I guess we could. Probably speed it up. All right, I'll start the game. We'll check in quickly on the last game. That as well. Getting past KP bedtime? It's only 10. I keep DGen o'clock, you know. Usually don't go to sleep until like midnight. Ooh, naughty. Body not showing us online. Weird. Oh, I think the game's over. I mean, let's quickly get a POV. Yeah, this is... Actually, wait a second. Oh, hold on, let me switch this. West Coast. 16 Mad Samurai? I thought Jif was cozy because, like, when I checked this, they were neck and neck on military count. He must have ran out of food. Yeah, he's trapped in the corner. Voldy's got this, right? Look at Jif's food income. He's behind on food income, and I think he's gathering berries in the corner. It just ran out. Yeah, he's going to have to start shifting over. Gulums is a frontline against Mad Samurai's depression. So Jif twice has to go the full 5 games and twice fall short. Yeah, that's the game. This many Mad Samurai, you just split them off everywhere and they just go looking for all the workers. Interesting idea, though. Like, Abasis versus Sengoku can work really well. That was the first time Sengoku got stomped before all the nerfs. You guys remember, I think it was Puppy Paw with a sick Abasa game was able to beat, I think it was Vortex of Sengoku. But not going to be a solution here. GG gets called. So, yeah, final player confirmed. It is Voldemar locking in for that final spot. Congrats to him. Jif Music commiserations, but you can see how far he's coming. He managed a 3-2 scoreline up against Louis MT in the first qualifier. Almost slips through. Got a feeling next event, Jif will be making main event. Yeah, the guy's starting to feel undeniable. His route to progression improvement has been impressive. 3 Vez players making it through. That clan is making some waves. Yep. It's shocker that it wasn't more with Myriad. So wait, like Volda Esports, they've got Numadon, they've got Voldy, they've got MSN, right? Is that all the people through from Volda? Oh no, they got Anatan, it's 4. Because Anno's Volda as well. So they already had Anno, they got Numadon through yesterday, and they just got MSN and Voldemar through today. So 3 Scandinavians and a Belarus. But that means Mahodo, Matisse, and I think Myriad are all the other ones that missed out. Well, you know, that means you got the majority of your roster in. And then, wait, has Vortex got a team again? When did he join Darkside? May 25th. This is a recent development, so he's on Darkside roster now, who I've never heard of before. Oh, they're an Age of Empires 2 team formed a bunch of players. Hello, Team 20 tomorrow. I need to double check the details around that. Possibly. If not, we'll probably be live streaming something else. I remember I was talking to Carlo about this before, but I think he mentioned something about 4th of June? I'll have to double check. Need to plan your work breaks? I mean, I'm aiming to go live with something. If it's not Age of Empires 4, it'll be us playing like Old Era or Deadlock or something. Maybe cast some Deadlock pub game. Wonder if there's an appetite for that. Yeah, we'll have something to do for sure. Yeah, because we were talking about something before. Let me find the most recent stuff with Carlo. Was this a 2v2 event? It was, right? Is there any KPMM soon? Nah, that's gone. Money for that's gone. So Microsoft have reallocated at this point. If that ever comes back, it won't come back for like another year. Even then, I got to weigh it up because I still to this day feel a bit kicked in the nuts by the publisher and everything. I mean, dude, I done a dumb thing. I agree. But it's also just like, you know, what was it? I think someone said to me, publishers aren't your friends. And it's like, yeah. Can't find the message from Carlo. Has anyone got like a link to the Wikipedia page with the details for the tournament? Let's see if I can find it quick. Is it not in here? Oh, there it is. Defend your flag thing, right? Qualifier rounds. June 1st. June 2nd. Corvinus Dimu. That's an interesting combo. I guess maybe we do this then. I don't know. I was looking forward to just mixing it up and doing something in the week other than watching more AV4. But this is kind of interesting because it's modded game mode, right? So this could be cool. Beastie not playing? No Marine Lord, no Beastie. Very interesting. Wham, Puppy Pool. There's some strong teams here. Anatan, Scatterbrained. I mean, Scatter, like a few months ago, that's pretty scary, but Scatter's been looking a bit more rougher now. So you got Dimu Corvinus. Oh, Cat's back, man. That's going to be cool. Louis and Scarlet are teaming up. MSN Myriad. Vortex Luciferon. Okay. We might have some fun with this chat. 2v2 tournament. I'll have to get the scene set up because I haven't set up a scene for that yet. But yeah, maybe we'll have to see. I think tomorrow we might do some of this then. Looks like it could actually be fun. And then we'll see how things go. But guys, that is gonna be it. It's what it is. Poison's creepy. BK's I mean, dude, yeah. Everyone has to answer someone. Like, it was a dumb moment. I don't know. I think the thing that I was saying the other day is like seeing how some people reacted and some people have been with me ever since. If nothing else, you get clarity. People that you like bent yourself over backwards trying to help, right? People that like you actually done more than they even know to help, even kind of turn on you. Just kind of woke me up to. I'll try not to let them turn me into a shitty person, but also you just know who you can't trust. But anyway, outside the tinfoil hat moment, it hit on you. I mean, yeah, like, dude, they only have ammo because you do it to yourself, but like, they caught me at literally my worst. And some of the responses from people, I mean, I don't know. I think the thing I said to someone the other day is like, you know, you could choose to see it how you want, but I'll remember how you choose to see it, and you'll remember how I see it. Whatever. Being out of that unprofessional, weird little gangbusters is going to let me focus on being the professional I know I can be again. So that's the plus side to finding it. Lesson learned, move forward, better person. Second pass of 2026 coming up, going to make it a lot better than the first. But guys, that's going to be it. Thank you very much for watching. Should be back to more with more live streams. Back tomorrow with more live streams throughout the week. So make sure you got the notification turned on, and I will catch you all there. YouTube, I'm going to end things. Twitch, hang around though. We will find some